for men.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the flagship station of your Sacramento Kings.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. There's a new head coach in Carolina and is a name very familiar to Panthers fans. It is former Indianapolis Colts head coach and Philadelphia Eagles offensive coordinator Frank Reich. Of course, Panther fans will remember Frank Reich, the team's inaugural quarterback during their very first season in 1995. Speaking of the NFL, it is Championship Sunday. The San Francisco 49ers, they look to head back to the Super Bowl for the second time in 4 seasons when they take on the Philadelphia Eagles in Philly at 11:30. That will be followed by the AFC Championship game where the Bengals look to get back to the Super Bowl versus Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. Both games start at 11 a.m. Well, one starts at 11 a.m., the other starts at 4. But coverage starts at 11 a.m. right here on Sactown Sports. The Kings begin a 7-game road trip with back-to-back games against the Minnesota Timberwolves. That happens tomorrow. And again, you can get all that coverage right here on Sactown Sports. It is a Friday edition of the Carmichael Dave coming up right now on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Oh, thank goodness.
So you were playing with the camera this morning, and this is what we landed on?
What did we land on? What do you mean? Oh,
You look like
you know
you're
what?
shrunken.
Dude, it looks different. You know what I was doing? And it does look different because I was trying to get close.
You're close.
No, I know. I was trying to get the computer, this monitor out of the way because you can see it come in the screen. And then I was trying to.
Nice little Republic FC sticker, though.
And then I was and I'm all for that, but it's also covered by the logo on the bottom left, and it just looks strange. But then, so does my face. And then I was trying to get the logo, the Sactown Sports logo above me. I was trying to center that. Here's what I'm just noticing all of a sudden. You see this? The Sactown Sports logo, the way the camera is, it's catty corner. It's fine behind me, but on the camera, it looks like it's going up from left to right.
Mm-hmm.
My OCD is now kicked in about the camera angle.
This isn't a very good one.
I'm fine with you zooming out.
I can't. I have to go in there and do it. No, you brought their
that's
work
fine. Whatever.
here.
They can do it. Good morning. Good morning, and hey, good morning. Also, did you notice I have 7 things? Never mind. Good morning, everybody. You made it.
There's a lot happening.
It is a lot happening as we go behind the scenes and now in front of the scenes. Good morning to all of you. Hey, listen, let's all get together and have a group hug, shall we? It is Friday. It is Friday, week 1 of the 5-hour block. The temporary 5-hour block is coming to a close. It is always nice to be with. It's good to be with y'all, Kevin and Pedro and Patrick. Patrick, who is now a Kings fan.
Yay, Patrick!
He was a Warriors fan,
but
then he was a Kings fan, Warrior fan, Kings fan. Patrick took a lot of crap on King's social media. And by the way, and I've met Patrick before. I gave him and I think, gosh, I don't want to get in trouble here. I think his girlfriend at the time, I can't remember, amongst other people, a tour Golden One Center many years ago. They'd won a contest, and that was fun. It was good to hang out with them. And
you gave a Warriors fan a tour of Golden One Center?
Well, he was. So the thing is, if I remember correctly, is Patrick's active in many of the Kings forum groups, Facebook and all that.
So he was a Warriors fan that was active, so he's a troll.
No, he was never a troll, but just his profile picture would be Warrior hat, jersey, and go Warriors in the logo and all that. And Patrick, I hope I'm getting this mostly right. I apologize for that. It's all
a little too much about Patrick.
I always, I tried it. I don't want to just engage with people. I actually want to interact and get to know people. And
why don't you go to Chris Guerrero's house when he invites you over?
Not all people I want to interact with. So And then Patrick, I think, switched to like Kings.
Oh, okay.
And then everyone was like, "Hey, bandwagon!"
Ooh.
And then that became a thing. And then he switched. He went back and forth, and
You know what that is?
what is that?
Is all poppycock boulder dash.
I don't like bandwagoning. I don't, but also I don't like gatekeeping either.
I could care less.
As we've
Root for
talked
who you
about
wanna root for,
before.
bro.
Yeah, and I think it has something to do with like Patrick is from the Bay or something, and so I mean, are we okay with Warrior and King fans? I mean, just as a general rule.
I don't know. Are you okay with Giant and A's fan? Like, if guy shows up with Warrior Kings fan split hat, you do what?
I
throw up.
I popped some Tums. I was going to say, yeah. I'm also a big proponent of everybody should be able to fan how they want. But I guess it's just a respect thing on some things too. Yeah, if I see that split hat.
Like you saw a Niners Raiders split hat.
But
diarrhea, right?
Yeah, I think also it's one of those things where I feel bad because you're not getting the full fan experience.
I agree.
How much of this year's enjoyment of the Kings, it comes simply from the fact that they've almost always been terrible. It's like a movie. You have to, you start out, you meet all the characters, then everything's going great. Maybe it's going really well, but then at some point in the movie, the protagonists, bad things happen and they're never going to get out of it. They might die or they're going to lose the job or whatever the movie is. It's really bad. And then the proverbial Rocky music plays, and in the end, they triumph, and everything's great. But that triumph doesn't mean anything without, the guy lost his ankle in the car crash and somehow still won the race.
The journey.
The journey is what matters.
I think we can both agree. We're not here for sports polygamy. Okay, no marrying multiples.
We're not here for sports polygamy. Okay.
Do you have that on your bingo card this morning?
I didn't, and you know what, dude? I have nothing that's going to top that. Let's just switch over to leading off.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
Rebounds to Russ. Great numbers for Russ this half. 9, 5, and 4. Russ. LeBron! Throw it down! The lob in the jam! What a play! Russ to the team!
You know, that's a LeBron highlight, but it felt like more of a Russ highlight now that I hear it back.
Is it?
Yeah.
Is it bad of me that, like, I never hated Russ, never liked Russ? I kind of put Russ, James Harden, and Luka Doncic all sort of in the same category.
Russ is in my sports Switzerland. I'm just neutral.
But that clip the other day when the lady asked him the question, he got all smiley. And like, I don't know why that really endeared me to him. And it makes me kind of think, and this is true, by the way, for a lot of athletes, maybe behind the scenes, he's just a good family guy who doesn't really trust the media. I started coming around a little bit on Russ when his wife, God, Dave, think about things before you're going to say them.
I'll say it anyway.
I'm going to have to finish this, but it just,
hey now.
When his wife was a guest on the Pioneer Woman on the cooking channel, and what's her face?
Ree Drummond.
Ree Drummond, thank you. So she has this. She lives on this farm with her husband in the middle of Oklahoma. Yeah. And so it's
a ranch. Call it a ranch.
Ranch, excuse me. And this is when Russ was in Oklahoma City. And so I can't remember how they got to know each other, but she had Russ's wife out to cook and do things and do a show. And I was like, you know what? I never really thought of that side of Russ. Okay.
Yeah. I wonder if there's an LA connection there because Ree Drummond went to college at USC.
I did not know that.
Yeah, so maybe there's an LA connect there because obviously Russ, and I believe
Mrs.
Mrs.
Drummond went to USC.
Yeah.
She's a Trojan?
Oh, yeah.
That's random.
Mm-hmm.
How do you go from USC to a ranch, a huge ranch in Oklahoma?
Money.
Well, I'll say this, man. Don't sleep on ranchers.
I've done my research, dude. That's a generational ranch. Like, they're paid.
Well, you know what? We have sports polygamy and we have Pioneer Woman talk, which I'm always good for, because we need to talk, or we're supposed to talk, and we will talk about the All-Star starters. This whole thing is just hullabaloo.
Wow.
It's just a big pack of hullabaloo. We do, however, the fan vote is 50%, the player vote is 25%, the media vote is 25%. What's interesting is we have a breakdown We know obviously how the fans voted.
Stupidly.
Yeah, as usual. But we do have a breakdown of the media and player vote. It'd be very interesting to see where Fox, where Sabonis both are.
Also, would like to task you with something. There were multiple Kings who received player votes. If we could get all of those before the show's over.
Oh, I didn't know.
A multitude of Kings received player votes.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Can I ask you one thing, though? Did Kevin Huerter?
Yes.
Ooh.
I think he had something like 10.
Oh, Patrick has made a statement.
Okay, well, we got to go to number 2.
All right, number 2.
Cut number 2.
I'm emotional because I love Frank Reich. I really do, and he's one of the best damn football coaches I've ever been around. So yeah, I was hoping that him and I would be able to coach against each other in this game. But he's one of my biggest mentors.
That is Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Eagles, talking about Frank Reich, who is the newest coach in Carolina. Now, on the surface, I mean, Frank Reich crashed out of Indianapolis. Jim Irsay is a little weird, so you always wonder.
Does he get? Is that the pass he gets? I had to.
Well,
they have like 5 QBs in 5 years.
Yes, and also look at some of the crash outs in the past. Tony Dungy, Jim Caldwell. People that maybe shouldn't have been fired. But there's a little trouble on the horizon in Carolina because Carolina, I think, had 1 win, and then Coach Wilkes came in and took over, and goes 6-6 the rest of the way, and they were a game out of winning the division. And they didn't. And Wilkes was a finalist, and he didn't get hired. And Wilkes made a statement we'll get into later about maybe one of the reasons why he wasn't hired in Carolina for the head coaching job. And it's tough to make a case that he did not deserve to retain that. He was the player's favorite. He was the sentimental choice.
He took a crap team that Matt Rule had basically taken and put into a mental place where none of them wanted to play football anymore, and took him to 6-6.
At 628, we're
with 56 different quarterbacks.
We'll get into that. We'll also get into the legend Billy Packer passing away. Anybody who watched NCAA tournaments over the years knows exactly who Billy Packer is. We'll take a break. When we come back, all right, the starters are named. We'll go over that. But will Domantas Sabonis still start? There is a chance. We'll tell you why next.
The only place you'll find Kevin Huerter is Sactown Sports.
Huerter's open, steps into 3. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Huerter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
Every pro is an MVP to us. As a Lowe's MVP's Rewards member, you can earn bonus points when you shop select products and brands. Then redeem them for exciting rewards like tools, sports memorabilia, e-gift cards, and more. Join today to become a member and start earning. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. Subject to program terms. While supplies last. Points expire at end of calendar year. Visit Lowe's.com/MVP's bonus points for details.
Live and local.
Carmichael Dave on Sactown Sports.
Hey, listen to that. Patrick gets on the text line. Hey, Dave, it's Patrick. I've always been a Kings fan. Just a very bad mistake by me doing such a horrible thing. At the time, I was just an angry fan, but my heart and love will always be with Sac. And by the way, the girl I was talking about is his lovely wife, Katie. Okay, there you go. No harm,
we all
no
make
foul.
mistakes,
We all
Patrick.
make mistakes.
It's fine. Welcome back.
Welcome back, Patrick. We got a nice chair for you and everything. And I'm sure Patrick is out there voting like a lot of people.
For Zion?
I hope not. That's low. That's low in his time of need right now.
Listen, I'm a little fiery today. I don't know why. I actually got a good night's sleep. I went to bed at 8:30 last night.
Did you really?
I was tired. It's been an exhausting week.
Hey, text line from the assistant program director, my father. Oh. Your camera angle looks terrible. Dad, I fixed it. Thanks. You know it's bad when your father says that the camera is too close.
What the hell?
Did you just make an old man joke about my dad?
That's not young.
Dude. What are you talking about? Yeah, he's not young. Thanks, Dad. Got it. Not old either, though. Young at heart.
There you go.
The Sacramento Kings, specifically Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox, shockingly were not starters, which means, just want to point this out, everyone voting who voted on triple vote day, double vote day, who went out and voted, who posted, it meant absolutely, it didn't mean anything. It meant nothing. It was all a sham, and now your info.
Yeah, take your victory lap.
Now, it's not a victory lap.
It's a victory lap.
Public service announcement
/ victory lap.
Not being a corporate shill. Your info is now owned by the NBA and AT&T. Have fun being on those lists. Just remember that next year, because that's the only way this is going to change, is if you do not vote or participate in this Travis Shamockery.
It's all poppycock balderdash.
It's all poppycock balderdash. Now, what we do have is we have the way the fans voted, the way the media voted, and the way the players voted. Now, LeBron James and Nikola Jokic were 1 and 2 in all three of those categories. That's fine. They tied with a weighted score of 1.5. Here's where it gets interesting. With the fans, which again, just another reason why the fan vote is stupid. The fans voted Domantas Sabonis 9th. 9th in the front court. Not
total Western Conference players.
Total Western Conference play. 9th in the front court. 9th.
It's better than 10th, I guess.
Sort of. No, not really. The players, the ones that match up with Domantas Sabonis every night, they voted him 5th. Now, you could argue that that's still a little bit too low, but here's how the players voted. Jokic 1st, LeBron 2nd, Zion 3rd, Lauri Markkanen 4th.
That's that big market Salt Lake City advantage.
Huge market. You know, in that situation, though, I may disagree with that, but I understand the argument for Markkanen. I don't think it's a very particularly good one. But I do respect at that level, I respect the player vote. I don't respect their lower level votes because they waste a lot of their votes. But when it comes to something like that, that means enough players all agree, and that's fine. I disagree, but I respect it. The media. Nikola Jokic 1st. LeBron James 2nd, Domantas Sabonis 3rd. So a few times the media got it right. Good for the media. That gave Domantas Sabonis a weighted score of 6.5, which ranks 6th in the front court. By the way, Sabonis was followed by Paul George, who was just a quarter point behind him. And then way down the list, Andrew Wiggins and Draymond Green. I guess Kevon Looney finally fell out of that top 10.
Shucks.
Guards. Here's where it comes for De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox finished 6th overall in the weighted scoring, just behind Dame Lillard and ahead of Devin Booker. Now, the fans had De'Aaron Fox 8th in guards. Again, dumb. The players had De'Aaron Fox 5th in guards, as did the media. Now, if I'm doing my math correctly, if you take an equal amount of players from both sides, that means that both Fox and Sabonis would actually be, if you take 6 front court, 6 back court, both Sabonis and Fox, interestingly enough, have a weighted score of 6.5, which means if the coaches just go off of that, they would both be the last players picked on a 12-person roster.
I'll take it.
6th and 6th.
I will take it.
Sabonis would be the last front court. De'Aaron would be the last back court. And yeah, you know what? Honestly, if I'm a coach, why screw around? Just look at the weighted voting and say, I'm gonna keep it true. And we've talked about this before. What's interesting about this is that Mike Malone will be the coach, I believe, of the Western Conference. I'm just looking at the standings to make sure they're 2.5 ahead of the Grizzlies. He'll be the coach. It'll be very interesting to see. And I think that's announced, what is it, next Tuesday? Sometime next week, they announce the reserves. It makes you wonder, like, on one hand, could Mike Malone be like, Yeah, screw you, Vivek and the Kings. I'm taking these other guys. I think he'll side with the fans.
Yeah, for sure. Mike Malone's. I think enough time has passed. Number one. B, that Mike Malone doesn't strike me as the guy that would screw De'Aaron Fox and Domas out of All-Star games because of some sort of tension he still has with Kings ownership. I just don't see that being a thing.
I don't. And honestly, I don't. If we're being really honest with Mike, I don't think either the fans nor ownership will. I think he'll take his time and evaluate.
Mike seems like someone who'd actually take that really seriously.
I agree with you.
There's coaches I look at in the past that they're probably like, yeah, that's fine. You know, like if Don Nelson was the head coach, like Don Nelson ain't giving a damn.
You know, no, he's not. He's popping a beer, smoking a joint, going, throws a dart.
That one.
You know, we still do have Coach Malone's contact info. We do have his phone number.
Are you going to try to work him?
I'm just saying, could it maybe hurt to bring him on?
And sell him on the idea of De'Aaron and Domas?
I'm sure he'd 100% agree to do that.
Absolutely.
No, I'm sure Mike would 100% agree to do that.
Most of the time around this year, the head coach of the All-Star team gets on their former markets and starts discussing who they should pick with the radio host.
Yes.
It's a yearly tradition. We'll get a sponsor.
What if we got him? Okay, where would it rank in top interviews if we got him on and got him to commit live on the air to picking both Sabonis and Fox?
I don't think.
I feel like that'd be number one.
Yeah, I don't think you'd find anything, at least in recent history, that would top.
That'd be the greatest accomplishment in local sports radio history. I think
pretty good.
I wonder if he. You know what? Would it be unethical to pay him off?
Yeah.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
Doesn't mean you shouldn't do it.
What if he has a charity? What if Mike has a charity? What if we just raised a bunch?
What if Mike has a quote unquote charity?
What if Mike has a foundation? Can we have a bake sale? Raise some money, Venmo a bunch of cash. Hey, we just want to see this.
Well, yeah, we can make baked goods after the players. We could have De'Aaron's lemon bars, Domas's brownies. Come get one.
De'Aaron's lemon bars. We'll take him.
He looks like a guy who likes lemon bars. I bet you De'Aaron likes lemon bars.
Well, who doesn't?
Bad people.
Yeah, that's a great point. We'll take a break. When we come back, there's a new coach in Carolina for the Panthers. It might bring a little trouble with it. And college basketball loses a legend. We'll get into that next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee, or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
I'm always on the lookout for a great cheeseburger at the Turn, and the best I've found is served at San Francisco's famed Olympic Club. Hot Dog Bill's makes theirs from Bill Parrish's original 1950 family recipe, and their tasty treats are served on a hot dog bun. Before they were invited to set up shop on the course, Bill and his wife Billy served their burgers from a trailer on the other side of Lake Merced. During the golf round, Olympic Club members would send their caddies over to pick up the mouth-watering delights. Parrish's daughter Candy now runs the original Hot Dog Bill's in 2 locations, on the driving range and on the course. That's a great excuse for 2 burgers in one day. Candy says the signature hot dog bun for the burgers and dogs was initially a cost savings measure for Bill. If you're bummed not wrapping your mouth around a Bill's burger because Olympic is a private club, you're in luck because Candy's brother serves up the same taste treats at Napa's Silverado Resort. Trust me on this one. Have it with everything. You won't even care if it comes with double bogeys. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Time to check out Coastside Medical Clinic, who's dedicated to providing breakthrough remedies for men.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Frank Reich is the new head coach in Carolina. Reich spent the last 5 seasons as head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, amassing a 40-33 record, including 2 playoff appearances. Reich was the starting quarterback for the Panthers in their first game during Carolina's inaugural season in 1995. It's Championship Sunday this weekend in the NFL. The 49ers look to get back to their second Super Bowl in 4 years when they travel to Philly to take on the Eagles at noon, followed by the Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC title game at 3:30. Coverage starts Sunday at 11 on Sactown Sports. The Kings begin a 7-game road trip tomorrow night in Minnesota. Coverage of that game begins at 3:30 right here on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to Carmichael Dave on Sactown Sports, your local sports leader.
Carmichael Dave, weekday mornings on Sactown Sports.
Who else but Simon? No foul! They're not going to foul him. It's only right. The ball's in his hands. A milestone victory for Arizona.
Simon says championship.
That's Billy Packer, along with a young Jim Nance. Billy Packer passed away yesterday. One of the, if you're making a Mount Rushmore of college basketball voices, Packer's in there, Vitale is obviously in there, Raftery's in there, probably Al McGuire is in there, although Nance has an argument too in there. Bottom line is this: Billy Packer was synonymous with college basketball, especially the tournament, the Final Four. Always interesting about this call. I always wondered, and I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. So that's the famous Simon Says championship call from Billy Packer. And that was a team with Miles Simon and amongst others, our very own Mike Bibby, that won the championship at Arizona. By the way, Jim Nance ends his call as he says a milestone victory for Arizona. And I was just like, is he doing this a Miles as in milestone victory for? Anyways. Billy Packer was crusty at times, which was part of his charm to some, including me. He did not like the Suns gorilla.
66 car heels, and watch this.
The gorilla's dunking right now. Big giant dunk.
You might be the player of the game, Billy. Well, I'm going to tell you something. It may be neat from a standpoint of an exhibition, and I'm sure that they had to pay the guy to come here unless he's a wild student. But I don't really see any reason for that in a game where he could tear down the basket, hurt somebody, and delay the game.
Billy Packer, not a gorilla fan.
Billy was not there. That was one of those trampoline dunks in between quarters.
Right.
Why don't we just get the gorilla to go down to the post and do a jump hook? That's what the fans want to see.
The call that meant the most in my life personally was the Kansas-North Carolina final, in which Billy, after Kansas blew the brakes off of North Carolina to start the game, Billy said this.
Early in this ball game, Rush way outside 3. Of course, this game is over. Is it? Yes, it is.
Now, at the time, I forget what it was. It was like 33-12. It was 30-something in the teens. And my roommate at the time, Patrick, is from Kansas, massive KU fan. And so, I didn't have a dog in the fight.
So you decided to be a troll.
No. The opposite. I was on his side. I was rooting for him. I knew how much it meant to him, and I didn't care about North Carolina. So, hey, let's go Kansas, right? So he says that, and Pat and I immediately look at each other because we're both very similar this way, and we're like, what did he just do? Because he says this game is over. And of course, North Carolina comes back and wins the championship. To this day, if he and I were watching the Niners game, Eagles come out and score 7-0. This game is over all the time, constantly. That's probably the announcing line I've said the most in my life. Not a high moment for Billy Packer, but you know what? He always wore his heart on his sleeve. He did it from a player and a coach perspective, and obviously will be very missed. Carolina has hired Frank Reich as their new coach. Steve Wilkes did not get the job. Steve Wilkes is the guy that came in for Matt Rule, who was a disaster. He was fired in October. The Carolina Panthers were 1-5. They had lost 11 of their previous 12, and they decided we're going to get a draft pick. So they traded Christian McCaffrey. They traded Robbie Anderson, but that's not the whole story. Remember, Robbie Anderson threw a fit on the sideline, and the brand new interim coach has him traded the following week. He won that power struggle. That, according to many, got him or helped continue to get him respect from a lot of the other players in the entire locker room. Oh, by the way, the Baker Mayfield experiment completely exploded.
Whoops.
Yeah, all this stuff's going on. Yet somehow, Steve Wilkes was able to take a team that started out 1-4 and go 6-6 the rest of the way, and was, remember, a Tom Brady massive comeback away from possibly winning that division. Frank Reich, through maybe not a ton of fault of his own, but had been in Indianapolis for a while, had to start all those different quarterbacks. Obviously, Andrew Luck retiring, that's kind of sent the Colts on a tailspin there. He gets the job instead of Wilkes, who, by the way, Sam Darnold, not that means much, very much came out in support of Wilkes. Shaq Thompson, quote, "We ride behind Wilkes. He came in here. He's a true alpha. He's a true leader. Guys follow behind him. He's done amazing. Look at what we've been going through." Players on and on and on were standing up behind Steve Wilkes. That was the guy they wanted. They go and they hire Frank Reich. Now, this is in addition to being a questionable call as to why you wouldn't. And let's be fair, by the way. There's not really a great track record of hiring interim coaches in the NFL. It doesn't happen as much as you think. More often than not, they're turned over.
When Jeff Saturday gets hired in Indy, though, that'll be fun.
That's going to be hilarious in a weird way. Douglas Wigdor, who represents Wilkes in Brian Flores' pending racial discrimination case against the NFL, said, quote, "We are shocked and disturbed that after the incredible job Coach Wilkes did as the interim coach, including bringing the team back into playoff contention and garnering the support of the players and fans, he was passed over for the head coach position by David Tepper. There's a legitimate race problem in the NFL. We can assure you that we will have more to say in the coming days." Now, I can hear an eye roll from many people out there, and I'm not afraid. I have no problem saying, hey, listen, when you're making hires, you hire the best candidate. And you know what? Sometimes people of color who don't get hired has nothing to do with their color. And sometimes people who are Caucasian who don't get hired has nothing to do. Sometimes it's just, I like this guy better. Here's a problem. You're in the NFL. You have 3 black head coaches, and one of them just got fired, Lovie Smith.
In a very bad
In a
situation.
very bad situation. I believe that's the third black head coach Houston has fired in 3 years, which also means they've hired 3 black coaches in 3 years. I understand that, but when you look at, there's actually numbers on this, the average winning percentage and then the leash that some coaches get versus that other coaches of color do not. Listen, it shouldn't even be a point of contention. The NFL is, as we've said before, a racist cabal of mostly, in fact, entirely old white men that own teams. There's documented racism. There's literally court cases of recent racism involving, like we talked about before, race norming. And any surprise that a situation like this, the white guy's going to get the job, we just need to be able to talk about it without getting offended. He's going to get an attorney. They'll probably maybe settle out of court with no admission of wrongdoing. I just hope that he does not, it didn't happen to Flores. He's still in and up for a new head coaching job. I just hope he doesn't get blackballed by doing this, which he very easily could. It's a tough situation. It's a tough one to talk about, but Steve Wilkes should have gotten that job.
Yeah, no, and we've talked about this at length with interim coaches. You especially have to earn that job, right?
Yes.
If Wilkes had went 3-9 down the stretch, we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. But put it all in its context. That organization was dead. Do you remember when the 49ers went in there and played them earlier in the year? And just watching the Niners, you saw that. Was that Matt Rule's last game? Or did he get one more after that?
It was either his last one or the one after.
Okay. And you could just tell that organization was in the dumpster.
Yes.
Guys out there did not care.
They gave up on the season. They were done.
They were done. When you can bring a team back, and I know they're in a crap division, I get it, but and go 6-6 and be in playoff contention, at the very least, you deserve a couple years to be like, all right, let's see what you can do now with a full season, with a training camp. Let's get you some better guys. You've already proven the hardest thing as a head coach of professional players, football, NBA, managers, MLB, is to get the respect of the locker room.
That's right.
Because if you don't have the respect of the locker room, it doesn't matter how good of an X's and O's guy you are, you will never survive. If you have the respect of your locker room, look at the Kings and Mike Brown.
Yeah.
Mike Brown came in, instantly had the respect of that locker room. Now, also had some roster turnover that helped.
Sure.
But that's how you change the culture. He changed the culture within a season. Do you know how extremely difficult that is?
Within the season. Not in
within
the
season.
They lost. By the way, it was the game after the Niners. They lost to the Rams 24-10. Rule was fired. Immediately, Wilkes comes in, and they take on the Buccaneers and beat them 21-3 the first week Wilkes is head coach. They lost the following week to the Falcons by 3. The Bengals blew them out. And then they went back and they beat the Falcons by 10. And from that point on, we're a game above 500 for the rest of the year, including wins over the Lions and the Seahawks. Won a playoff team, won almost a playoff team.
Dude, if I'm the ownership group in Denver, and I looked at what just happened this past season, and we talked about, again, getting the respect of the locker room. Nathaniel Hackett, the complete opposite of that, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at a guy like Wilkes and being like, hey, man, we got this quarterback that we've paid $1 million kajillion to that just ain't here right now.
Right.
I need you to come in and get this group going because we got a lot of talent on this team, but we need somebody that they're going to listen to and follow through with. That's all I'm saying is that I'm putting in a phone call right there.
100%. It's just super sad, dude. This shouldn't be a problem. And by the way, forget the whole race thing for just 2 seconds. He's a good coach.
Yeah.
He's a good, excuse me. You're not doing a charitable donation. It's not a tax write-off. Forget the color of the he's a really, I mean,
yes.
Listen, I don't want to go too far. He seems to be a really good coach.
The sample size we have right now says he's a really good coach and deserves a head coaching job somewhere and an opportunity to lead a franchise.
Now, I can acknowledge that sometimes, for example, coach isn't the same as a spouse or somebody you're dating, but let's say you're dating somebody just toxic and terrible and horrible, and then you finally break up, and then the next person you date, well, maybe they're just an average person with some flaws, but compared to the one before, you're like, oh, you're singing in the rain.
Look what happened in Jacksonville this year.
Yes, absolutely. You go from toxic Meyer all the way over to Doug Peterson, now a Super Bowl winner. who knows? Maybe Doug's doing an okay job, but it's just the difference between that and this. And I think you saw a little bit of that with the Raiders last year. Not that John Gruden was necessarily
Rich Bisaccia.
That situation was toxic, and then Bisaccia comes down and calms some things down. They go 7-6.
Don't you think the Raiders wish they had Bisaccia this season? Just saying.
That's actually a very, very good point. We will take a break. When we come back, if you missed Sam Amick yesterday, here's your chance to hear him talk. We talk Monty McNair, Kings moves, and more. We'll do that next.
Join the Sacramento Kings on Thursday, January 26th for the Kingpin Classic Charity Bowling Tournament, presented by Rayleigh's. Bowl and mingle with your favorite players, coaches, Kings dancers, the 916 crew, and Slams It, all while supporting the Sacramento Kings Foundation. Learn more at kings.com/bowling.
What's going on? Joined as always by Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Chad, what's up with the Chrysler Start Something New event?
Hoblet is the most trusted dealer in California and is known for having the largest inventory of heavy-duty trucks in the state. We have every type of Ram 2500 heavy-duty available and zero dealer markup. In fact, right now you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cabs, with financing starting at 1.9% and prices as low as $39,630.
Oh, is that all?
No, that's not it. We also have up to $8,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cabs as well.
What are you waiting for? Stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center off County Road 102 and I-5 today, or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period.
$12,000 in total net savings after $6,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. Rebates include $2,000 Chrysler Captive bonus cash. Must finance with Chrysler Captive qualify. 1.9% financing available for 36 months on approved credit. $28.61 per $1,000 borrowed. $8,000 total net savings after $2,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. 10 at each net savings. See dealer for details.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With CalHope's free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our warm line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Are you scared to open your energy bill each month for fear of how much you might owe that month? Well, did you know that replacing or repairing your roof can have an immediate and drastic effect on not only your energy efficiency, but also saving you money each month? Hey, Jason Ross here, and I needed a new roof. And when I was researching companies and talking with friends, one company stood out as the premier company in our region, and that's ACR Solar and Home Services. I set up a meeting with John, the owner, and Joe, the roofing expert, and the office staff. Well, they were amazing. They worked with my schedule, set up an appointment to come out to the house, and walk me through how they could save us money and protect our home. If your roof is showing signs of wear and tear and you think you might have a leak, or you simply want to save money on your energy bills, well, I encourage you to do what we did and research ACR Solar and Home Services. ACR Solar and Home Services, your Sacramento region's premier solar and roofing company dedicated to quality, value, and integrity since 1979. That's acrsolar.com.
Carmichael Dave on Sactown Sports.
Joining us each week, apparently joining everybody each week, from The Athletic, the one, the only, Sam Amick. Hello, Sam.
Good morning, gentlemen. How the heck are we?
Good. Haven't heard you on the station in a while. How you been?
Wow.
Do you have anything new for us today, or should we just replay yesterday's interview, Sam?
You're just coming in hot, aren't you?
We actually had an off-air conversation. It was like super nice. I'm like, oh, no, that's great. Big news broke yesterday. He was on with Deuce and Mo, which is awesome get. And obviously you want Sam on to break all that stuff down. No problem. But Sam, you had to kind of know I was going to play Jilted Ex-Lover today.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this how you are with Melissa?
Yes.
When she goes to the grocery store? Like, I saw you looking at that guy in the frozen meat aisle.
Aisle 3. Keep your eyes off the meats. Wait. Okay, never mind. Yeah, that did redirect. Well. Let's just redirect here. Well, let's start off with what the big news of the week. Obviously, I know you talked about it yesterday. I know you wrote about it as well on The Athletic. But hey, guess what? The Sacramento Kings have a coach and a GM. Their contracts are aligned. I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah, they do. Timing is everything, as they say. And although in this case, it's like timing didn't matter. You had Mike out there, Mike Brown, on a 4-year contract with the somewhat awkwardness of like, hey, I'm good to go with the Kings contractually, and then the GM was a lame duck for quite some time. And as you guys know, there was never that like serious angst around the situation. At least I didn't think that was the case. I think there was some from Monty's side, as far as, a desire to get a deal done, but it was never this thing that was, tugging at their group. And all in all, I think that all parties seem to handle it pretty well, but now they get the deal done. They settle on a 3-year deal with Monty that, like you said, gets Mike and Monty, and I believe Wes Wilcox as well on the same timeline, same track, pulling in the same direction. Good things are happening for these guys.
Yeah, Sam, all of it makes 100% sense based on the success they've had, based on the moves Monty has made. Just that last part, I guess, you said there was no real angst. I think we all thought it was going to happen, but it still has to. Why? I guess the question is why now? What was that final push to make sure it was all locked in?
There was, even though Monty had, publicly and privately, even in my experience, not been, like I said, having angst, talking about it a lot. And I guess to maybe juxtapose it a little bit with a story we wrote yesterday about the Bob Myers situation with the Warriors, that one I would say is very different. He has no contract for next year. And there's tons of behind the scenes conversations with people who love Bob saying this is garbage. This is ridiculous. How do they now lock him up? And so there is a lot of angst there. This one, the why now component, I think, is that all of that being said, Monty's, representation was pushing, with Monty's blessing behind the scenes to get something done. And I think there was a sense that, like, if you wait toward the summertime, and this is just common sense in life, is like if person A has a lot of success at this job and then hits a period of time like the off season where other opportunities might come their way, then it's only natural to consider other stuff. And I think, like, they, if you're going to troll me, Dave, I'm going to quote Deuce and Mo on your show. One of them mentioned yesterday, like, just the general mentality of yesterday's price is not today's price. And that was, I think, from a market standpoint, some of that was happening with Monty. Like, listen, if you become the GM, and this is where it gets tricky. We'll get into this. Like, if you become the GM that got the Kings back in the playoffs, that's a pretty darn good thing to put on your resume, and would come at a steeper price in the summertime.
Yeah, and I think that, to your point, Sam Amick joins us from The Athletic. I think, to your point, the Kings are hypersensitive right now and always to bad PR. And obviously the team making the playoffs, there's just, you can't let him go. It seemed like with every win, Monty had more leverage. And then I also find myself wondering, is it a coincidence that a week ago they kept showing him on TV with Daryl Morey, who was in town, and maybe Daryl was saying, he was saying really loudly, like, "Hey, Monty, if it doesn't work here, you can always come back to me." And somebody heard it and signed him, but he had a lot of leverage, I would imagine, with the Kings.
Yeah, and I only Monty knows, like, where his head is at. But it's funny you highlight that. Like, I did find that interesting. Again, this is just regular life stuff that everybody can relate to. Saying this somewhat lightheartedly, but if Sactown Sports decided they weren't sure if they wanted me to be a friend of the show anymore, I'd tweet out pictures of Dave and I going to dinner.
Right.
like Monty was hanging out with Daryl Morey, who was a guy who, it's pretty widely known that Vivek Ranadive had, thought highly of and kind of, the type of executive he'd been interested in for quite some time. In that same vein, Sam Hinkie, formerly of Philadelphia and Houston with Daryl Morey, was in town recently, and Monty spent time with Sam sitting at a game. It was all very public, and it did kind of feel like it was a bit of an optics flex, if that makes sense.
Talking with Sam Amick again. All guests come to you from the Folsom Lake Honda Hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Sam, if a coaching staff, a head coach has some success over time, generally an assistant, a lead assistant might get picked off of that team and go and start another, lead another franchise. Kind of in that same sense, Monty and the whole front office, Wes Wilcox, you mentioned him, and others this has worked. They've done a really good job. What are the odds that anybody in that front office also gets looked at elsewhere?
I think typically that would be the case. It could be the case for now, and this could change. I sense, I don't necessarily foresee that happening. Wes seems to click well with Monty, and honestly, to his credit, has kind of convinced me and a lot of others that is truly the case. When there was a time when, we're all kind of guilty in the media of like, you kind of look at power dynamics and you go, well, this one guy, meaning Wes, used to be a GM, and surely he'd like to be on top again. So what does that mean for Monty? And we were all kind of waiting to see if those power dynamics shifted. And instead they've had a very comfortable, cohesive partnership that I think they're both good with going forward, and really seem to have really good chemistry. And personality wise, they complement one another. Roster wise, obviously they've done some good stuff. So, I could see it happening, but I also think that this Sacramento story, if it does continue down this arc, that, everybody with this group is mainly just excited to try to see it through, because it will be something that you're talking about, a very passionate fan base and a vibrant market. It is going to feel, honestly, like it's part of the NBA again after this incredibly terrible 15, 16-year stretch.
Sam Amick with us. Sam, last thing. I'm not going to ask you specifically about Monty. That's unfair. Let me ask you philosophically from a GM's point of view in your experience. When a GM gets locked up, does that generally, more often than not, enough to notice, affect his decision-making process both now and for future deals? Do you see a difference at all over time?
Yeah, generally speaking, I can see that being the case. But who knows? It's hard to handicap this stuff. Earlier this year, Rob Pelinka was the Lakers GM, of course, was moving in the kind of way that you I remember wondering, like, I don't know, Rob's contract is he doing this? Is he doing that because he's a little desperate because, he might be in trouble? And then we found out that, unbeknownst to us, during this time of analysis in my head, he had already been given an extension. You know what I mean? So that theory certainly fell flat. So they have, without question, there'll been examples of executives that made moves that were just, to save their own hide and propel their own career. So it's a factor. Monty's pretty even keel, and I give him credit because he's just not, he just does the job and almost seems to kind of holistically and organically just kind of see where it takes him. And he just kind of focuses on the work. And so I give him credit for that. But yeah, again, I go back to human nature. If you're not as angsty, then you're going to inevitably look at the long road a little more, maybe, and make sure that what's best for the organization is kind of the absolute top priority.
That's Sam Amick from The Athletic. Sam, really, really, really appreciate you giving effort this morning. I know it's been a long week for you on the airwaves here at Sactown Sports. Appreciate the double duty, and we'll talk to you in a week.
Okay, guys. Be good.
Thank you.
That's Sam Amick. We will take a break. When we come back, quick break here. We're going to talk about, for the very first time today, Niners, Eagles coming up this weekend. Obviously, we're going to have a lot of coverage of this game, and we'll dip a little bit into the AFC as well. Don't forget Greg Papa at 8 o'clock. Kevin Huerter coming up at 7:27. We got a packed show for you. Jason joins us next. We're right back on Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local
from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports, your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and after a cool start, we are going to be warming up today, but not as warm as yesterday, with temperatures in the upper 50s to lower 60s and partly cloudy skies this afternoon. Chance for rain rolls in over the weekend. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
Buying a new Acura is an easy decision, and Acura of Stockton makes buying easy. Come and see us today or shop online. If we don't have it, you can pre-select your favorite Acura and pick it up when it arrives. No contracts or deposits required. It's that easy. Plus, we'll pay top dollar for your trade whether you buy from us or not. Don't settle for less than the quality of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or online at AcuraofStockton.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
American Energy wants to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up. Plus, if you're ready for a new one, get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. With 0% financing and payment plan options available, there's no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfy for you and your family this holiday. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990 or visit AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. 50% off furnace when you purchase a whole home HVAC system. Limited time only. Cannot be combined with other offers or specials.
Don't miss your final chances at $50,000 with Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge Big Guy Vince Bloom and Sactown Sports Pick'em Contest. Win a Twin Peaks gift card and a chance at $50,000 at the Hard Rock Casino Resort at season's end. Visit SactownSports.com for details.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
KHTK AM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your home for the Sacramento Kings.
It's Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Frank Reich is the new head coach in Carolina. Reich spent the last 5 seasons as head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, amassing a 40-33 record, including 2 playoff appearances. Reich was the starting quarterback for the Panthers in their first game during Carolina's inaugural season in 1995. It's Championship Sunday this week in the NFL. The 49ers look to get back to their second Super Bowl in 4 years when they travel to Philly to take on the Eagles at noon, followed by the Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC title game at 3:30. Our coverage begins Sunday at 11 on Sactown Sports. The Sacramento Kings begin a 7-game roadie tomorrow night in Minnesota. Coverage begins with game night at 3:30. Yes, right here on Sactown Sports. While Dave tries to figure out a camera, we're going to get to hour number 2 of Dave, but hour 1 of Dave and Jason together. It's a lot to sit with right here on Sactown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Welcome back. Hello, Jason. We're trying to fix your camera.
Don't touch it.
I'm very curious if this is my error, because I'm hitting camera 2, 3, and 4. Nothing. Trying to zoom out. Nothing. I know Jay will be able to come in here and get it, but I want to know what the problem was. Because I was doing my camera earlier today, much to my dad's chagrin. A lot to talk about, but how are you?
I am good, thank you.
Yeah? How's your day?
Day's good so far.
I want to be on the camera. Hold on. Hey, what camera number was it, Jay? Well, that's what it was. I just assumed it was a different camera than mine, which is why my camera is now off. So they're both camera 1 on the remote, but you have to point it at different cameras. That makes all the sense in the world. We have 4 camera presets, but put both cameras on camera 1. That's why. We're going to get to the Niners and Eagles. But on my camera screen, which is fine for a lot of people watching. Hello to everybody in YouTube, by the way.
Let's get my back.
Chris Guerrero wants a gardening show tomorrow. We'll do that right between the Ken sub. Sure, they'll love that.
We'll do that off air.
Just a couple of things I want to put in front of you real quick. Let's start. Did you hear about the big golf controversy going on right now? Oh. Patrick Reed, Rory McIlroy.
Yes. There's a feud.
So apparently, Patrick Reed is on the LIV Tour, and Rory McIlroy, along with Tiger Woods, are probably the most vocal. Hey, you guys are a bunch of traitors,
right?
So they're playing together at a tournament, and Patrick Reed goes up to Rory McIlroy, tries to say hi. Rory ignores him, and it's caught on camera. And then Patrick just kind of walks away and kind of tosses a tee behind him in Rory's general direction. All heck broke loose in the media.
Man.
And
you get golfers going, forget about it.
It's gonna be coconut oil and sandwiches flying everywhere. So Rory commented he didn't see the tee throw.
I was busy working and sort of doing my practice, and I didn't feel the need to acknowledge him. So I didn't see a tee come in my direction at all, but apparently that's what happened. And if roles were reversed and I had to throw that tee at him, I'd be expecting a lawsuit.
One of the reasons Rory's mad is because he said that Patrick Reed's attorney served him with a lawsuit, summons, lawsuit, whatever, right around Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Right. So
it's hard to be mad at Rory when he talks like that.
Who would you take, Rory or Patrick Reed?
Rory.
Yeah, I think so too. Rory. Yeah, exactly.
You don't ignore.
Patrick, Philadelphia taking on the San Francisco 49ers over the weekend. As we get into the 49ers specifically, Peter King, the legendary journalist for the NFL covering the sport, he made an interesting comment on quarterback choices.
How strange is it to think that if I were starting a franchise right now, I'd rather have Brock Purdy be my quarterback than Dak Prescott. That sounds totally, absolutely insane, but that's the way I feel. In 8 NFL games, Brock Purdy has not fumbled the ball, and he's only thrown 3 picks. He is the perfect quarterback for a team that has a defense like the San Francisco 49ers.
That's interesting.
It is, and I mean, I don't even need to be fair to Dak. I'm sure there's an 8-game stretch where Dak was electric.
Sure.
But we're on a stretch. All we know is the 8 that Brock's played. The Purdy's played. What we've seen from him has been tremendous.
Yeah, it is. And it's one of those, well, is it because Purdy? I thought it was, there was an interesting conversation I caught on Dan Le Batard's show yesterday. And I think it was Emil Hassan and Stu Gotts and a couple of other people in there. And they were saying, why is it that Kyle Shanahan this is just a weird angle, but it did make me go, why is it Kyle Shanahan can't ever have success with a good quarterback? Like, it's always these middle-of-the-road quarterbacks, and does he purposely set it up like that because he maximizes these low-rent quarterbacks in order to make himself look better? And then the one he picks, Trey Lance, this is their conversation, wasn't very good in the limited amount of time that he had. So they called Kyle Shanahan the Aaron Rodgers of NFL coaches, and comparing to Aaron, where he has a bunch of garbage around him or whatever, and he manages to do well every year but falls short. I obviously don't agree with that, but the way the defense is, what Peter said that I do agree with is he is the perfect quarterback for a team with a defense like this.
Yeah, and I think it's when you have a defense and an overall team that's this good, I almost feel like the quarterback may not get enough credit. You're still the leader of that offense. Yes. You're still, and we heard it with Jimmy G. The supporters would back up statistics with, look, what do you want? He wins. Yeah, but anybody could win with that.
Sure.
Well, is that true? I mean, I don't know the answer to that. If Aaron Rodgers, Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady, I believe they would win a ton. Mm-hmm. Now, would they shine as much? Would they have to have those fourth quarter drives? Or would games be put more into doubt? Would they win more comfortably? We would never know until someone else is put in that situation.
The Eagles are favored by 2.5. They are a bigger favorite than the AFC Championship game. When it looks at when you read Philly media, they're focusing in on a couple of weaknesses. They assumed weaknesses from the 49ers. Number one, their secondary. They point out Devontae Adams had 7 catches for $153, Tyreek Hill at 146 yards and a touchdown. That the secondary allows explosive plays, and it'll be a very good scenario for A.J. Brown and or Devontae Smith to have big games.
Okay. That again, now you try to figure out a roadmap for Philly. That would be the one. I could see that.
They point out again that deep passing game as well as a weakness. Short yardage, the Eagles' heavy rushing attack. It seems like this game's going to be either one on the ground or the ground game's going to cancel each other out, and it's going to come down to Hurts and Purdy.
Yeah, and that's probably the one area where I think we seen Brock Purdy in a situation, Dave, where he's had to win the game.
Yeah. We've seen him in situations where he has to come back. We've seen him in situations where he has to, I think what we've seen is a lot of, as silly as it sounds, a lot of situations where the Niners are in a bit of trouble and Brock Purdy has to not lose the game.
Mm-hmm.
He's done very good at not losing games. Now,
by not turning it over. But he's made a few key throws. But I'm thinking of they're down 4, less than 2 minutes to go. You'll probably mix in some run, but most likely have to work down the field via the pass. I don't think he's been in that spot to my knowledge yet, but until you're put in that spot, we'll see.
There are a lot of analysts out there that think Kyle Shanahan, they point to the running game and look at Kyle Shanahan creating a game plan that takes pressure off of Brock Purdy by running the ball off. And also with the 49ers running the ball off, and can also be those quick dinks and dunks to a guy like Deebo Samuel, Brandon Ayuk in the flat where it's a lot of yards after catch. We've told you this before. Brock Purdy will now be, I believe, the 5th rookie quarterback to participate in a championship game. The previous ones are 0-4. However, I would say this. A lot of times we like to look, which it really doesn't matter. Previous performance does not predict what's going to happen this weekend. But if you want to do that, I think more than Brock Purdy becoming the first rookie player to advance to the Super Bowl leading the team, he's already breaking bigger traditions by being Mr. Irrelevant. Like, none of this applies to Brock Purdy.
Right. Yeah, some of those other guys. Also, I remember when you went over the list earlier in the week, now that the history has gone past, some of them you go, they didn't turn out to be that great at quarterbacks.
No, I mean, I think Ben Roethlisberger really is the one standout.
But like Sanchez, okay.
Yeah.
Flacco had a good career, but yeah.
Niners get the edge in the backfield. I think Miles Sanders is underrated, but he's not your crazy flashy guy. Miles Sanders and Kenneth Gainwell, your main guys in the backfield. Christian McCaffrey and Elijah Mitchell are both guys that would start on a ton of NFL teams. What I find interesting is when you continue to go on the offense, I would also give the receiving core of the 49ers a very slight advantage. Listen, A.J. Brown and Devontae are both phenomenal wide receivers, very, very good. I think Kittle, because if you count him in there, which you should, I think Kittle becomes a little bit of the difference.
Well, it also feels like you had Kittle, but you had McCaffrey. I mean, that's another player they utilize as a receiving weapon. Kyle Shanahan's going to use everybody that's out on the field. Not that Philly doesn't, but I just think we see how the Niners utilize all of the 11 in their passing game.
Right. Offensive line, most are giving the edge to the Eagles, and I can wear that, I guess, a little bit. I think what will be very interesting is the defenses are close and the Niners are better. The lines are close offensively. Let's give the edge to the Eagles. I think a lot of this is just going to come. It seems like they're so very much canceling each other out. It really seems like this is going to come down to Jalen Hurts versus Brock Purdy.
And if that's the case, again, it's about making mistakes. And Brock Purdy, to the date, hasn't really made that many mistakes. And if the Niners don't put the ball on the ground, I mean, turnovers, I feel like in a game that looks like it's this close almost all the time, settles it and is the difference maker.
Coaching edge, Niners?
I think so. I'm a big fan of Shanahan. I know not everybody is, but I am. I think he's a really good coach.
And special teams probably edge Niners as well.
Close, probably be good. Yeah,
I think so. I mean, you're going Jake Elliott versus Robbie Gould, Wisnowski versus Kern. I understand it. Ray McLeod. Ray McLeod better dip his hands in molasses before the game and let it dry and be super sticky. We'll take a break. When we come back, All-Star reserves. We predict the next Kings roadie and so much more. 3 for Madness in just 1 minute.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local
from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports, your local sports leader.
Hi, guys. It's Mark with Coastside Medical Clinic. Are you struggling with ED and sick of the pills? Well, we have a major medical advancement that has helped thousands of men. Our WAVE technology is backed by 60 clinical studies, including from Cambridge University. It's been shown to increase blood flow by repairing blood vessels. No pills and no side effects. If you're ready to put a stop to your ED, call us now. And not only will the assessment and blood flow ultrasound be free, but we'll also include something unique that produces powerful results. You're going to love that one, guys. Trust me. This unprecedented offer is worth $600, but it's free to those who call in the next 2 minutes. Call 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000. Guys, put a stop to your ED and get your life back. Call Coastside Medical Clinic now to qualify. 916-603-2000. That's 916-603-2000.
3 questions, 3 answers. It's 3 for Madness on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Here's question 1.
Good morning, Jay.
Hello.
We're here with 3 for Madness. Don't forget, this will be a short 3 for Madness because we've got an extended version of the Kevin Huerter Show brought to you by Jiffy Lube coming up. Fun conversation, by the way, with
Yes,
Kevin. We had last
always.
You guys asked him about the 3-point contest, just a quick tease.
We asked him about the 3-point contest. We asked him about if he would want to be in it and what he would do if he was not in it.
He's got a dilemma.
Yeah, he does. There is a dilemma. That's a very good tease right there when it comes to this 3-point contest. And we spent some time on this dilemma. It's very difficult. Also, what happens when you have possession of the defensive player of the game chain? Are you allowed to take it off premises? Are there certain rules and regulations? We get into the nitty gritty with Kevin Huerter coming up in just a few minutes, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. In the meantime, 3 for Madness right now.
You know, you guys were teasing that. I felt Kings fans got teased with the idea of Domantas Sabonis being an all-star starter. Was he snubbed as a starter in the West?
Yes, he was. Zion Williamson starting is so dumb. It's so dumb. Now, listen. If you want to say you'd rather have that Zion Williamson is a better player than Domantas Sabonis, okay, fine. Fine. Let's not, whether that's arguable or not, let's just, for the sake of argument, say you're right. The Sacramento Kings have 27 wins. Zion Williamson has played in 29 games. He's hurt. And you're not, the all-star game should not be a coronation on years past and reputation. How have you been a top player this season for your team? And when he's played, Zion's been fantastic. 26 points, 7 boards, 5 assists, and a steal. Very, very good. He's played at an all-star starting level, but he doesn't play. What's the best, Jay? What's the best ability?
Availability.
Hey, well said.
And Domantas Sabonis is out there with a broken thumb, helping the biggest surprise team in the NBA, and he's the head of the snake along with De'Aaron. Yeah, he got snubbed.
Yeah, I think this is, in the end, the real snub is if you miss the team, and I can't find a scenario where Domantas Sabonis will not be on the All-Star team. He's going to be on the All-Star team. Yeah. It's a lock. It's happening. And it felt like, based on reading some of the results and when they paired the votes with the media to the players to the fans, it was between Zion and AD. So either way, I think we're having this conversation.
And you can make the same argument with AD, too.
Yeah.
You want to say Anthony Davis is better than Sabonis, which I do not believe he is, by the way. But even if you want to allow that away for the sake of argument, okay, fine.
Right.
But Domantas is playing. AD doesn't. Number 2.
Question 2.
Will De'Aaron Fox be named an all-star reserve?
Well, we talked about this earlier, Jason. If you go by, you've got the player vote, the fan vote, the media vote. If you go by the averages of both the player vote and the media vote, both Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox are 6th, which means they would both be, if you go 6 and 6, they'd be the last cutoff on a 12-person roster. I don't think so. I think De'Aaron's going to be like the first guy out. Part of that is me trying to reverse jinx here, but also, I could see Mike Malone and friends saying, Devin Booker, Dame Lillard. It's going to come down.
What about his own guy, Aaron Gordon?
And I think that would be tough to put Gordon ahead of Booker, Dame, and De'Aaron Fox. I think that final spot comes down to 1, maybe 2 of those 3. And Dame and Booker, it helps if you've been on an all-star team before. It really does. It shouldn't, but it does if you're an incumbent. We saw that with Klay Thompson a few years back as well. I think he'll be the last one out. I really hope I'm wrong.
I think he's in for a couple of, not reasons. His play, he's an all-star, but I think he's on the fringe, and right there, the numbers you said, he puts him as the last one. They are the 3 seed. His stats all back it up. And I also think there is a decent chance, the way this league is going, that someone else that will be named will be hurt too. If Zion's going to be taken out, they might put another front court player in. But we're also looking at the backcourt. Like Luka got banged up last night. If someone else gets named, it gets her. I just feel like at some way, shape, or form, De'Aaron Fox will be in the All-Star game in Utah.
By the way, not for nothing, if I'm a team owner, if I'm a coach, if I'm all that, I appreciate the money, the recognition, and everything that happens when a player gets to play in the All-Star game. With all the load management, with everything going on, I'm honestly surprised that, like the Pro Bowl, I'm honestly surprised that more NBA players aren't doing the All-Star game. And we can talk about that a little bit later as well. Number 3.
Question 3.
Predict the Kings' record during this upcoming 7-game road trip.
We've been here before, Jason.
Yes.
You look on paper, and we looked at that last 19-game stretch, and we thought they'd do a lot better, I think, than 11-8. That's what they did. But we also looked at a previous East Coast road trip. They came out 3-3. That was a tough road trip. It's very difficult. I think they split in Minnesota, so that's 1-1. I think they beat San Antonio and Indiana. That's 3-1. I think they lose New Orleans 3-2, and I think they will. I have a feeling. I just have a weird feeling Houston's going to get one. They shouldn't, but I think they will. I think the Kings go 4-3.
That's the number I have in my head. I didn't really think about a win-loss as far as the way it laid out. But I think as far as who they play, how it's laid out, it's pretty favorable for the Kings. There are more difficult trips. Even the first one.
Yeah.
Tomorrow in Minnesota. Minnesota plays tonight. So, I mean, this is going to be a situation where the Kings get there.
Yeah.
And Minnesota's playing this evening. Now, we all know that back-to-backs doesn't mean it's a guaranteed win, but that's a schedule advantage for the Kings. So, I put them at 4-3 as well, and if they did that, that'd be just fine. Coming home 4-3, they'd be in good shape.
And remember, kids, all games are either 4 or 5 p.m. starts. Yeah. So make sure you set your alarms there. Sactown Sports will have coverage.
We have them all
of it all. By the way,
the dog show doesn't come on first.
Not a single back-to-back on this road trip as well. We'll take a break when we
Hey,
come.
thanks, NBA.
When we come back, the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. You guys are going to enjoy this as always. We'll be right back.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Folsom Lake Kia.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center, and after a cool start, we are going to be warming up.
Heard there. record there. And yep. And okay. In 3, 2, 1. Joining us right now, not wearing the bling from his defensive player of the game chain, but he is wearing his beautiful white throwback Kings hat. Swaggy as always, red velvet, Kevin Huerter. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, guys. How we doing? Got to throw on the vintage touch this morning. Had to.
Well, you've been taking this journey down the road of Kings history. We talked about that a little bit last time, going back in the early 2000s. Now you're going way back.
It's just brick by brick. I'm just trying to build my house, build my Kings gear up, learn my history, just try to get fully engulfed in what we're doing here in Sac.
Well, the new history, Dave referenced it, the chain. We had talked a couple weeks ago. The quest, you hadn't gotten it. You finally got it. First off, how heavy is it? And did you really go full swag with it?
It's a real chain. It really is. Like when you put it on, there's definitely a brief moment. You're like, is this thing real? Did they actually pay for something this big? So it's legit. It's real. And it was funny. Yeah, I think we were in San Antonio and I was joking with Malik, like, man, I don't know if I'm ever going to get this year. Like we had bets going with each other, like who would get it first if either of us was ever going to put it on. And I guess a couple games later, my deflections and my just being in the right spot really got me our defensive player of the game chain. And it was before Fox, so I get to give him some crap too.
So we were waiting for you to win it so we could kind of do some inquiries. Like, is it like the Masters green jacket? Like you can't take the green jacket off the grounds at Augusta. Do you get to take it home if you want? Do you hang it in your locker? Is there added pressure to where if you messed it up or broke it in any way, who was it? Keegan? Somebody broke it earlier. Talk to us a little bit about the custody of the chain.
Yeah, I mean, you get to rock it as long as you want. They just tell you can't get it wet. So that night I was wearing it around. I think I wore it to do media. And then, I went in and did my usual cold tub after the game, so I had to take it off. But I haven't seen anybody take it home yet. For the most part, it's guys are wearing it around the locker room, showing everybody off, and then they move on and take it off.
Has there been a game, I mean, you said you wondered if you were ever going to get it, kind of joking with Malik, where it's done when you guys win a game. Sometimes there's been some high-scoring games. Have you thought, man, who's going to, like when the game ends, do you sometimes genuinely wonder who gets it?
Because there's some guys like, I don't know if anybody played defense tonight. Like we just won this game 140 to 135. There are, but there's definitely, in those moments, I think it goes, the coaching staff tries to pick a guy who had a big impact on the game. So maybe somebody that came off the bench and played well or just affected the game, somebody who was starting that may made a couple hustle plays or took a charge. And so I think they look for different criteria every game, obviously, depending on how it goes.
As we try to fill out the resume for you to get into that 3-point contest, which you absolutely should. Video came out and you were doing a row of balls all the way from one side to the opposing 3-point line, and you were nailing all that. Now that couldn't have been one take, right? Was that why? Is that secret to the sauce there? Or that was
it definitely wasn't my first take, but but all the shots were made. All the shots were made.
Now, getting in the 3-point contest is awesome and obviously an honor, but also is there a part of you that goes, man, I kind of want to relax when I sit around the house. I need the break. That's a big commitment.
Hell yeah. Like there's definitely in the past, that's been all-star break because guys look forward to being able to get away and take your mind away from the game. I think that's the biggest part. As much as you need the physical rest, for most of us, just like mentally, you just need to get out of the grind for a sec, go sit somewhere and not have to worry about basketball for a couple of days. But on the other side of the coin is it'd be really something really cool to do. It's, I've never gone to an all-star weekend yet, just like every other kid grew up watching it. And people who are in that competition are supposedly the best in the world at what they do. So to be able to represent the Kings and obviously represent myself, that'd be a huge honor. So it's something I would do. But if I don't get invited, then I'm heading to a beach and I'll be just as happy.
I was just going to ask, do you have a 2-part plan? I mean, Salt Lake City versus beach from, parts unknown. I mean, you kind of have to have 2 plans here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an East Coast guy, so all the All-Star breaks so far, I've done like the Caribbean, I've done Miami, so I've done everywhere on the East Coast. So there's some spots here on the West Coast I haven't hit yet in terms of vacation spots that if things don't work out, then yeah, I haven't made them yet, but there's backup plans on the horizon.
All right, listen, we don't want to get too far into your business, so people are bugging you on all. Again, this is assuming you don't go to the 3-point contest, which you should, or it's rigged. But being an East Coast guy, have you been to Hawaii yet?
Have not.
Okay.
Have not been to Hawaii. And that's somewhere too. I mean, for All-Star break, the thing about Hawaii is it's beneficial. You need a quick flight because, we'll practice on, I think it's Tuesday, and you can't get stuck. Like it's really a bad look, obviously, if you miss practice that day. And so I feel like if you're going to go all the way to Hawaii, especially for the first time, it's somewhere that I want to really truly see and explore and be there for a week. So for me, it'll be somewhere where it's kind of, I can get a quick direct flight, easy. I know Hawaii might be a direct flight here from Sac, but probably not going to fly 5-6 hours on All-Star break.
I know last night you guys had a team function. You guys had a little bowling experience out there. That's the time to gather with some Kings supporters and your teammates as well. If there was a chain for bowling, who would have won last night?
That's a great question. I had a strike, so I hit my for the round. Fox had some good spin. He threw some good balls. I don't think Domas was playing. Keegan was all right, but I think the one guy was disappointed. Malik was trying to throw some spin on it, and it wasn't biting as much as I think he would have liked. So he was trying different things. It just wasn't going as well.
Fox is lefty bowling, right?
Fox is lefty bowling. Yep.
Did you been there in the past? Did you guys get the cool collared gas station shirt swag?
Yeah.
What color was it this year?
Gray and black.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
So it was nice. It was nice. Never put on one of those shirts, but I felt like a true pro.
Also Cabo, that's a short flight. Puerto Vallarta might be a little long.
That's on the list. Sometimes leaving the country is cool, but sometimes like that customs, and it's just like another layer of something you don't want to deal with. So we'll see.
I think you guys have a bonus day too, Kev. I know you said you have to be back by Tuesday, but I think you guys play on the Tuesday prior. Sometimes teams play Wednesday or even that last Thursday. So I think you even have an extra day in there on the plus side.
Yeah, I want to say last year we played back in Atlanta. I believe we played on that Thursday because I remember I think I flew out Friday morning and I was back Monday night. So if we go Tuesday to Tuesday, that's a pretty solid break. That's a lot of rest and relaxation.
Bro, you go Hawaiian Airlines straight up if you get that week, Sac to whichever island you get. And, you got a decent contract. So, you go for the first class. They got the lie flat seats. You get a Mai Tai. It's 4 hours, but you can watch Mulan or whatever show they have. That's what I watched on my way out there. That's why I said Mulan. And, if it's a week, you got to at least consider it.
You might be talking me into it. There's a possibility. There's a strong chance.
So, what did I want to? Like the night they mic you up, they had to pick that game. I mean,
Toronto game.
Obviously a coincidence, but how hard was it not to? Or maybe you did lay out some choice words and they just edited them out. But I was sitting there watching it, going, "Oh God, that's a tough call."
Yeah, it is. It is, especially when you're on the bench and you're trying to talk about the game. It's just like, what are you gonna say? Damn, we're down 20. Like it's people aren't trying to hear that type of content, so it's tougher. They always edit out when you say something you shouldn't or you cuss or something like that. So you have fun in warm-ups. The funniest part is telling everybody you're mic'd up before the game. It's one of those things like back in the holidays, like, hey, everybody, by the way, I'm mic'd up. And everyone's like, whoa, hey, like, looking at you like you're the feds or something. But it's
you're wearing a wire, Herter.
I'm wearing a wire. I'm getting everybody. So it's fun. Obviously, you wish it would have came in a win, but it's always something fun to do and look back on.
Yeah, Dave and I were talking on the show. Obviously, nights like that happen, but that's really rare for your offense. What did Toronto do that was so stifling to you guys? Because it really didn't look like your normal offense at all.
Yeah, their physicality to start the game and their length were definitely bothersome. We had a lot of uncharacteristic turnovers over the course of the game. They took 24 more shots than we did. And so between turnovers and offensive rebounds, like you're not going to win many games if you're getting outshot by 24. So that was a big part of the game. Mike kind of said after in the press conference, like they really kind of just kicked us pretty good. Like I said, their length was bothersome. They switched, and when we got to the second and third layer of our offense in that first half, we got good looks. We got to our shots, and just felt like in that second half we were turning the ball over before we really got to the second and third parts of our offense where we can move and drive and kick. And you give credit to them though, and they're they lead the league in forcing turnovers. There's something that we talked about. You really can't replicate it in practice, obviously, and it's just something you talk about going the game like, hey, we need to take care of the ball. This is something that they really excel at, and they're also one of those teams, and this happens a lot. Like they're a team that fouls a lot, And so if you foul a lot, you can't call every foul. So the usual fouls you get in other games that, now the games aren't physical, they're letting it go. And it's just, that's Toronto's, that's their style of play. And a lot of times if you can get past their initial attack, their first defense, you can find open looks, but we weren't able to do that.
We were, as Kevin Huerter joins us, Kevin Huerter brought to you by Jiffy Lube each and every week. We were having a conversation in the morning about, is there not a blueprint necessarily, although we use that term, but just if you're a scout around the league and you're looking at the Kings, obviously you've won more than you've lost. You're a good team. But if there's a way to come at you guys, we noticed it with Philly, noticed it with Toronto, and noticed it in a few other games. Nobody's going to keep up with you guys, or very few are scoring. But it seems like when there is extra physicality, when they are playing up on you guys a lot more and trying to lock down, it gets you out of a rhythm. Is that accurate, do you think? And is that something you guys are working on to kind of fight through as you get closer to the playoffs with teams like that?
It is, but that's any defense. The defense is the first thing you do at any level on any team, whether you're in high school, you're college, or NBA, your coaches. On defense, we got to be physical, we got to be tough, we got to that's how any defense always tries to play. And so, especially for an offense like us, where we have so much movement, we have guys that can go get a bucket, but I don't say we're a heavy isolation type of team where, we don't have anyone on our team going to the line 12, 13 times a game. Fox obviously has, and HB can draw fouls, but our offense is obviously generated by movement and pace and cutting, and physicality and length can disrupt that. And there's a lot of teams that personnel-wise don't have the ability to do that. I think Philly and Toronto did, and Boston's a team that does. Even OKC, they're switching a lot this year and doing different things. So for us, it's those are great games to play in. It's just another step for us to get better. Our offense is very similar, and it's no secret, very similar to what the Warriors have done in the past, just with different personnel. And the first thing you do every time you go to play the Warriors is, hey, we gotta be physical on their cuts. We can't get backdoor. We have to be touching them. We have to be we have this and that. What the game plan is. And so every team is starting to try to do that against us. And we just got to be a little bit better, more crisp, bring our own physicality, and continue to play our style of basketball. Because I truly think, and I can feel this in some games, we can wear teams down. I think there's times where I felt in the third and fourth quarters, other teams are wearing down. They're sick and tired of chasing us, or I'm sprinting around the court and they're not trying to keep up. And all of a sudden, late in games, you're getting layup after layup, and other teams are working for shots. So we just got to stick with it. I think that's why our offense can be so potent and so good, is that we can score in such a variety of ways that we can wear teams down.
Yeah, to your point, it felt like that's the example of that might have been the Memphis game you just had. That's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then that fourth quarter came. And was that a game you felt that?
Yeah, that was, that was a game we also were just hot. We just made a ton of threes, but it's those games where you just feel like our running and our pace, or we get in the second half and we're preaching on the bench, we got to run. And, we're rotating guys in and out every couple minutes. Fox plays 5 minutes at a time. He's in and out, ends up with 36 plus, and we're able to just continuously sub and keep guys fresh on the court to keep pace. And you start to notice other teams start to wear down a little bit.
Kevin Huerter with us, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. As we wrap up, you're about to not see your house for a long time. In fact, we were looking, I think, between the 28th when you play Minnesota and the 28th of February. I think you have 3 home games, and these are some doozy trips here. We've talked to you before about clearing out your fridge. You said you can't keep too many leftovers in the fridge because of the job. But when you're off on a road trip like this, are you bringing a big giant suit? How do you pack for something like that?
Yeah, I bring 2 suitcases. I bring everything. I'm this trip, I'm bringing the PS5. I'll bring a laptop. It's like you basically just set up a little, a mini apartment everywhere you go. I basically just, I bring 3 or 4 sweatshirts, 3 or 4 pairs of sweatpants, and obviously enough, underwear and socks to make it through the week. But I wear a lot of team gear on the road. Unless we're going to games, I'm rocking a Kings hoodie. Do a little shopping on the road, and if you really need it, a couple pairs of jeans. But once you're out there, you find you don't end up wearing most of the stuff you bring. So right. I'm gonna stick with the sweatshirts, try to keep it simple, and it's a long time. These 2-week trips, the first week is always fine. It's always like, you're okay to be on the road. It's cool being back in different cities and just to change up. And then that second week, you're like, man, my own bed would feel really good right now. Like I'm sick of packing up in this hotel. Like that's one of the more annoying parts is like we pack once here at home, but then you're packing up in each city to move to the next one. It's not like my suitcase is coming fully apart everywhere. Every city I go, I got clothes everywhere. Everything's so that's the annoying part is just lugging everywhere to every new city.
Quick thought on, I know you're a huge sports fan, the Giants, you're rooting for them, but who do you got this weekend? Do you root for the Eagles or do you hate the Eagles? What are your picks for the Super Bowl?
Come on, dude. Say it. You know you're not rooting for the Eagles.
I'm not rooting for I'm obviously rooting for the Niners. It's just the Eagles have done it just all year, right? They've looked dominant all year. They've looked like the best team in the league. They took care of us pretty easily last week. And I don't know who's going to knock them off. So I think I'm taking the Eagles, but we're going to be rooting for the Niners.
Okay.
Is there ever anything I just want to follow? Ever anything you sticks out that you've forgotten on the road? Like you get on the road, and you're just like, dude, how did I possibly not pack that?
A belt. That's happened many times. Like you get there and I forget a belt. Usually I'm good at my toiletries. That's like the first thing I do is okay, I have a toothbrush, I have deodorant, I have all the essentials. But you get down to it's like. I actually think I didn't bring this was actually bad. I forgot T-shirts on one trip one year. I packed all these sweatshirts and like a couple long sleeves and like this. And then I didn't bring any shirts. So the only shirt I had was the one I had on. And I just had them like give me a couple T-shirts that like you'd wear to shoot around, like team gear. And those are what made me through like a week-long trip. So that was probably the worst, but I forget a belt like every trip.
And lastly, what are we rocking on the PS5 right now for the trip?
PS5, I'm playing Call of Duty.
Okay.
PS5 is tough to take on the road. The old PS4 was a lot easier just because there's better travel cases for it. I had this game set up where it's like you're basically carrying a briefcase and it's got a screen in it. So I had a nice setup with the old PS4, but this PS5 is huge. Like it needs its own suitcase. So it's a little annoying, but if we're going to sit in Minnesota for 4 days, you need something to do out there.
I'm a PS5 guy, but have you gotten into the Switch at all? Which I've been getting into recently, all the old games.
I have not.
I'm telling you. You take it apart. You got the handheld for the playing, and then you plug it in at home. I pretty much stolen my kid's Switch. That
was what it was intended to be. When you bought it, you knew what you were doing.
Yeah, well, I always tell my kids, it's mine. You're borrowing it. So,
yes.
Kevin Huerter, have a great trip. We are, of course, all pulling for you to hit that 3-point contest. You certainly deserve it, but we'll take the consolation if we know you're on the shores of someplace sunny. Pack well, wear the belt, get the hoodie. You're going to Minneapolis, and we'll talk to you next week.
Beautiful. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you. That's Kevin Huerter on the Kevin Huerter Show, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. We will be right back. Okay, man. Have a very safe flight.
Thank you, guys. Should be fun.
All right. All right. Bye-bye.
Yes. Brought to you by Great Clips. Scan the QR code at participating Great Clip salons and save 20% on select tickets. Terms apply. Scan QR code in salon for details. Coming to Golden One Center this weekend.
Buying a new Acura is an easy decision, and Acura of Stockton makes buying easy. Come and see us today or shop online. If we don't have it, you can pre-select your favorite Acura and pick it up when it arrives. No contracts or deposits required. It's that easy. Plus, we'll pay top dollar for your trade whether you buy from us or not. Don't settle for less than the quality of a new Acura from Acura of Stockton. Shop in person or online at AcuraofStockton.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker Poker Room continues their $500 primetime football giveaway through the playoffs. That's $500 per game for the late games played Saturday and Sunday night. Still located conveniently downtown in a friendly environment for the best food, best service, and best actions. It's Capital Casino, open 24/7. And please, as always, remember to gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
O'Reilly Auto Parts provides more than just the right parts for your repair. Our professional parts people can also offer free check engine light diagnosis. We can scan your vehicle and provide a list of possible fixes. Find the right parts for you or recommend a great local repair shop. Don't ignore your check engine light. Stop by your local O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'll second guest dinners with friends because they can be interrupted by diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or oily stools. It turns out I have EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, which means I'm missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon, pancrelipase, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats EPI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon.
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit creoninfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Want the best movie experience in town? Join Sactown Sports' IMAX Pass by visiting SactownSports.com and sign up today. You can win tickets to see this week's film at the Esquire IMAX Theater.
They bleed black and purple. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on your local sports leader, Sactown Sports.
I love that rejoiner. I do. And this is a silly question for me to ask because I'm a giant Kings fan, but are black and purple the primary? Obviously purple is. But is that a thing that's like established? Are purple and black? Is it purple and white? Is it purple and gray?
You've had too many colors.
Honestly asking, or is it really just purple and colors? And
I prefer purple and black. It just
those are my favorite color combos, along with the purple and gray.
That's where we're going.
So I'm with you on that. I'm not criticizing the thing.
We are officially saying those are the official colors.
Okay,
Not that that makes sense.
Interesting stuff. You know, Jason, we got into, and it's always funny. We behind the scenes, this is true. We usually try to get Kevin in the evenings for the next morning,
right?
Because it's just going to be a better interview than
Sure.
at 7:30 in his schedule and our schedules. And then Jason and I will usually stay on the mic in the video. We'll talk for a little bit afterwards after we hang up with Kevin. And I think probably after almost every interview, it's almost become a tradition now. One of us go, he's just a treat.
Yeah.
He's great.
He's just fun to talk to.
And he's really good at this. You know,
Yeah.
like how JJ Redick and Tyrese is also very good, and they're old man in the three. Like if he wanted to, Huerter could 100% do a podcast.
Yeah. To me, what I think is the most endearing for an interview to me is someone that's fun.
Yeah.
Someone that gives you something, gives you some inside without, all the secret sauce.
Yes.
But also enough, right? And then is personable, likable. He's having a good season. The team is fun, but he lets us inside a little bit and friendly. Like I said, says stuff. And I look forward to talking to him every week.
Not afraid to laugh at himself.
Yeah.
Doesn't take it himself too seriously. And with a guy like Kevin, generally in these interviews, which I hope you guys have enjoyed half as much as we've enjoyed doing them, generally we're going to spend half of it on the life of a basketball player.
Sure.
And, like when we got into the Toronto loss and the blueprint and all that, what Kevin's really good at X's and O's and getting behind the scenes. To me, I think it's fascinating when you talk about, I love the margins. I love, what do you pack? He forgets belts.
Yes.
He forgot T-shirts on a trip. That's all stuff that we can all identify with to a point.
Right.
How good of a packer are you? And the fact that they're going to be gone. I mean, I think they come back on February 8th or something like that.
Yeah, it's a long one. And a lot of different cities, different time. At least this one, I don't want to say at least,
for the most part, maybe till Houston. Pretty much most of the places they'll be will be cold.
Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, sometimes I know they've had to do, like, I remember G-Man sometimes would have a travel where he would go on a trip like this, but also depart for racing and maybe go to Miami. So he literally would have like his racing stuff and warm weather, but they come from Toronto where it's 4 degrees. And he had to have like 3 bags almost just because of all the different types of stuff that he might have to use.
Didn't sound incredibly excited about Minnesota.
No, he didn't. Because there's several days there.
You know, and I want to ask him next week. There's a clip floating around from Richard Jefferson yesterday. And he's talking about load management. And he relays a story about how he grew up pretty poor. His dad was, I think, a security guard. And his favorite player was David Robinson. It was towards, David Robinson's prime, I think. And his dad saved up enough money for Richard to be able to go to the game, but they couldn't buy 2 tickets. So Richard was dropped off as a kid at the stadium, went in, saw his idol, left. And he's talking about load management. He's talking about Steph sitting. He's talking about all this that's going on. And it's an interesting point because usually with stuff like that, you write, okay, old player, even though we're all the same age, but okay, boomer, blah, blah, blah. I would really, and I'm sure it's out there, I really like to take a deep dive on statistics. What are the average player games now as opposed to, let's say, 10, 20, 30 years ago? What are the average player games missed? What's the average career length? Because as Richard pointed out, teams, they used to have one trainer and an assistant.
Yeah.
They have a whole group of trainers now. You have load management. You have hot tubs and cold tubs in the locker room. You have all the state-of-the-art equipment. And, oh, by the way, and this is true, the game was far more physical, even 15, 10 years ago than it is now. So why does it seem, and sometimes seem is not what the numbers say, but why does it seem like these players are missing more games now?
Yeah, and, I'm personally not a fan of load management. If there was clearly science behind it that made sense, that someone would stand up here and tell guys, listen, here's why. My argument to that would be, if you fully believe in that, honestly, Dave, then I think Keegan Murray should be resting every 4th game. Like, why does it have to be a 27-year-old, a 33-year-old? Oh, because they're fine at 21 and 22 and 23. Well, if you're trying to do this to preserve an athlete, start it from their rookie year, if that's the theory.
Sure.
So also part of that, and I'm not saying you don't look out for what's the best interest of the other player, but the Spurs started a little bit with Kawhi Leonard. He's not a Spur anymore. The Raptors did it with Kawhi Leonard. He's not a Raptor anymore.
Right.
Not that they shouldn't care about the player, but they did all that preserving. He's now a Clipper. Right? Or if you do it for kind of when the Kings were doing it, I remember when they had some older players like Matt Barnes wasn't going to play, and there was another Shumpert maybe, or there's a few guys that were maybe, and they were resting him. I think, are they going to, again, not ignoring their best interest, but also you're doing this for a player that may not be on this team. And how much time do they have left? So if rest is best, why wouldn't it start from your rookie year?
That's a great point. And I think we need numbers.
Yeah.
And I don't have the complete list in my head, but I think what would be helpful are certain things like, and again, it's the internet. Maybe this has already been done and we've missed it. I want to see, like, here's what would be really interesting, Jason. You take each year, 20 years old through 40, and you equate where applicable. Maybe there's not a 40-year-old every year. What are the average games played and average statistics for players going back through each year from the 80s to now? Because an argument could be, well, look at LeBron James. LeBron James is doing amazing things at his age. And in football, Tom Brady, where they don't have load management. But the way medicine and science is right now, we're seeing a lot of players being able to play a lot longer at a higher level. But I don't recall LeBron James doing a ton of load management early in his career. If load management and rest is leading to less injuries, more gameplay, and ultimately longer careers at a high level, okay, I understand your point. It doesn't seem with the eye test that that's the case.
Yeah, and I remember at the broadcast meetings, literally, that was something brought up as a point of concern for Adam Silver. He said, look, it bothers me, these situations. An example of whoever, lifelong Kings fan makes, or what was the one you showed me the other day? Jimmy Butler.
Yes.
There was a fan of him from, I forget what country.
Argentina.
Comes all the way into Miami to watch Jimmy Butler, and Jimmy Butler's on load management, not playing. Devastating.
Yeah.
Now, there is a risk of all these things, but when it's load management, I think that's a difficult one to for a fan to take. And so Adam Silver's thought was, we've talked about less games. I still get the feeling if they cut it to 65 games, people are going to sit out.
I completely agree.
Hey, you've had 5 days off between games. Yeah, but if I don't play today, I'll have 13 days off. I think if you stretch or shrink the season, there'll still be load management.
This season, Pascal Siakam who's, by the way, had some injury issues. He's leading the league in minutes played at 37.6. Remember, there's 48 minutes in a regular contest. When you look at, that's interesting. Sorry, I'm looking last year. Xavier Simpson of Orlando led the league with 43 minutes, but that was in 4 games. Okay, Siakam led the league in minutes last year in 68 games at 37.9. Let me go back one more year here. Julius Randle, the year before, 2021, 37.6. Just to finish off the thought, Jason, it goes back here 02-03. That's the longest I can go. Allen Iverson led the league 42.5 minutes per game. The following year, Iverson, 42.5 minutes exactly per game. The following year, Iverson had 42.3, LeBron 42.4. So those days are gone. And Iverson, LeBron's still going.
Yeah, and if it's for the better, great. I just want to know for sure that is for the better.
Greg Papa, the voice of the Niners. How can, as I wrote down in my head, how can the Kings beat the Eagles? Don't know if that's possible.
That'd be tough.
We'll ask him, how can the Niners beat the Eagles? That and more with Greg Papa next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by RC Willey Home Furnishings.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and after a cool start, we are going to be warming up today, but not as warm as yesterday, with temperatures in the upper 50s to lower 60s and partly cloudy skies this afternoon. Chance for rain rolls in over the weekend. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
This week during RC Willey's Winter Savings Event, you'll find incredible savings in every department. Plus, enjoy coupon savings from $50 up to $200 on your new purchase. Come in today and save in our Rockland or South Sacramento store near Elk Grove. RC Willey.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
Start the new year right at Maida Chevy with huge dealer discounts and great factory incentives on new Silverado half-tons with 2.7-liter engines. See all the savings at MaidaChevy.com. Find new roads.
Ends 13123, ID 107046.
I remember as if it were yesterday. I reached down to move a nightstand and was astonished at the weight of the piece. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. At that moment, I instantly recognized the difference between Naturewood's quality furniture that will last a lifetime versus lesser quality furniture found elsewhere. Now, I suppose there's a huge difference in what you'd put in your first apartment and what you would live with in the comfort of your own home. Right now, Naturewood Home Furnishings Made in USA sale is a great time to fill your home with solid, superior quality furniture to reflect your own love for life. With brands like Sam Moore, Stanton, Stickley, Hilltop Hickory, Simply Amish, and many more, Naturewood Home Furnishings has tables, chairs, couches, and, yes, nightstands, and more at their Made in USA sale. Find furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel. Hagen Oaks wants you to know about the exciting Ping G430 line of drivers. The Max is still the Max, as the 460cc model remains the most forgiving and fits most golfers. The LST with carbon fly wrap technology is best for faster swing speeds, and the SFT straight flight technology features an adjustable back weight. Ping has something for every player. Ask about the full line of Ping G430 woods and irons at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
KHTKAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Your home for the biggest matchups in the NFL. Sactown Sports. The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
All right. Without further ado,
Let's
although
do it.
We just came back from commercial, there's no doing. We're getting straight to it. I'm doing right now, as a matter of fact. Stop stalling, Dave. We got a lot of business to get to with our good friend, the voice of the San Francisco 49ers, this Sunday noon. Niners, Eagles, 2 wins away from a Super Bowl championship. Who will be there? Well, we'll find out, and Greg will tell us all about it. Good morning, Mr. Papa.
Boy, they should hire you at Fox to do the voiceover for the tees. Who's that animated football player they got? What's his name? Cletus?
Yeah.
Is that the worst ever? We gotta get rid of Cletus. But if Cletus could talk, Dave, that's how he would sound.
I'd be the voice of Cletus.
No, we don't want that. We don't want that.
How was your blood pressure during the game last week? I know you're a professional. You have a job to do. I only ask because I know we both very much want this team to win, and I found myself almost palpitating towards the end of the game. It was not enjoyable for me.
Yeah, Papa and palpitating. We don't want that. I was concerned. I mean, the week before in the wild card game, the 49ers were down at halftime by a point, and really I was not concerned. I thought they would win the game the whole time. But this one was a little bit different. Dallas was just their defensive line was just causing a lot of problems, and the 49ers could not run the ball in the game. 11 carries, 27 yards. So they had to make adjustments to figure out how to do it, and they did. That 91-yard drive, late third quarter into the fourth quarter, McCaffrey touchdown, and then that 7-minute and 59-second drive, just outstanding. And that's Chris Foerster, and figuring out how they want to run, and they changed. They went from left outside zone stretch game to more power, pulling guards and gapping them. So and then going into this game, I think it's kind of similar. You have to figure out how you want to run the ball against the Eagles, and I think Philadelphia. I think actually it's somewhat easier to run on Philly than it is to run on Dallas. So I think that's going to be where it's all going to start on Sunday. Is how do the 49ers take that figuring out of the Dallas front into this Philly front, which is deeper. Dallas had those 2 great players. They had a bunch of really good players, but it was mainly DeMarcus Lawrence and Micah Parsons. Philly's got like 9 guys that are coming at you, including, situational guys named Ndamukong Suh, who doesn't even start for him. So, but I think that's going to be the whole thing, Dave, is it took them a while to figure out the running game against Dallas. How long will it take them to figure out how to run on Philly's front?
Absolutely. So we're talking with Greg Papa, the voice of the 49ers. All guests come to you via the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. Greg, I was going to ask you about that run against Philly, how they do it. I mean, Dallas sideline to sideline speed was great. Parsons is everywhere. Is Philly more physical than Dallas? Maybe that's why if the Niners can get the lanes they want, they might be able to run better?
Philly's going to line up in a five-man front, Jason. So Hassan Reddick, number 7, will stand up in a 2-point stance. And then their other 4 guys are all – Josh Sweat on the other side is up sometimes as well. So they're going to come at you in a 5-man front. Not 4 down, 5 down. And they got big guys in front. You know, Javon Hargrave, Fletcher Cox, Brandon Graham, and Dominican Sue, Linval Joseph, Jordan Davis. Hell, they got Robert Quinn. That guy had like 18 and a half sacks last year in Chicago. He hardly plays, but he'll mix in. So they're first of all, if you have a 5-man front and you got 5 offensive linemen, it's 5-on-5. It's single block. So, you know, do you need to keep Kittle in more against a 5-man front to block? What do you do with Juszczyk? So how do you help if McGlinchey's struggling with Hassan Reddick, say? So that's that. The 49ers have seen a lot of 5-man fronts this year, and even teams that don't play a 5-man front play it against Kyle because you want to stuff the run. So what I would like to see them do in this game is break tendency a little bit. Maybe throw on first down in this game. The 49ers are, you know, they're very balanced. That throughout the year, they had about 500 runs and about 500 passes. It was right down the middle. But on first down, 1st and 10, that's who you are. And the 49ers were like 65% run on first down, very high, 1, 2, or 3 in the league all year. Philly knows that, and they're going to come down and try to slam that. So maybe you just, you know, break tendencies and just throw on first down a little bit early in the game. The one thing is watch their corners. They're both very good players. Darius Slay, number 2, and James Bradbury, number 24. But they play off. They give you a soft cushion on the outside. So, you know, Philly's got this RPO offense. Maybe you let Brock RPO it at the line and just look. If those corners are soft enough and they're giving Ayuk, you know, a 7-yard slant right in front of Bradbury, give him the ball and let's see if Bradbury can tackle him. So they are going to be tough to run on. They're very aggressive and they're big and powerful, and they come at you in waves. But I think the interesting thing is that you know the chess match between Kyle and their DC Jonathan Gannon, and don't be predictable with the run, and maybe let's just see the run pass balance on first down in this game, especially early in the game.
Greg Papa, voice of the Niners, joining us. We had, being a Sacramento guy, we have Eric Armstead on each week throughout the playoffs, and we talked to him about the Dak Prescott shove, whatever it was, in the end zone. And he had mentioned this a little bit after the game, Greg. I know you heard it, that he was, in the back of his head, he was worried about getting a roughing the passer call. It was a little indecisive. He obviously wishes he'd have pancaked him in retrospect. And it made me think, Greg, I'm curious as to your thoughts with the way the refereeing is right now, the way the rules are, I should say, right now, and the referees executing them. It really did make me a little bit angry that these guys have to have that in the back of their head. And Eric really missed what should have been a game-ending safety.
He's got to get it out of his head, Dave.
Yeah.
That was a terrible mistake he made. Elijah Mitchell stepping out of bounds was really not a smart play.
Yeah.
But he's a young player, but he should not have done it. The game was over. He should not have done that. So I wasn't a fan of that one. And then whatever Eric's got in his brain, even if you take a personal foul on that point of the game, they're on the goal line.
Yeah.
The pros versus the cons. He could have had him for a safety in the end zone. I mean, you can't worry about that. Now, I understand, but where it comes into this game more is this quarterback sliding. That's the point here, because they have had problems with personal fouls. Go to Justin Fields' first game of the year in Chicago, Dre Greenlaw. The one on, Justin Herbert, Dre Greenlaw gets kicked out of the game. This quarterback, when he runs, and that's the whole story of the game, is dealing with this guy and his running and that mesh point, the give to the back and the pull, and when he runs it, he RPOs it, all that. But then when he gets out, and unlike Brock, he gets out to his right. He finds an escape hatch going right. He's not fast. He's closer to a 4.6 than a 4.5. He's like Russell Wilson that way. He's big, strong, powerful. He knows he's decisive on where he runs. You hear the term, put your foot in the ground, and watch this guy put his foot in the ground. He'll put that right foot in the ground and just change direction and come right at you. So he's powerful. But what he does, he doesn't take big hits like Russell. You never see him just get lit up, except the one time in Chicago when Tevin Gibson, buried him on his right shoulder, and he's not over that. So keep that in mind as this game goes on. He's got a bad shoulder. But when he does go down, he runs out of bounds, he slides. So the personal fouls that concern me in this game are, Jimmy Ward sliding up, late in the game against Seattle and taking a personal foul with Geno Smith. You can't do that. When he goes down, when he goes feet first, he's tackled. You don't need to tackle him. Once he goes feet, any runner, not even a wide receiver or running back, when they give themselves up, they're done. You don't have to touch them. They're done. So do not touch him. So I think that's more than anything in this game is when he gives himself up as a runner, don't give him 15 free yards by a dumb personal foul penalty.
Greg, as far as concerns for DeMeco Ryans about Jalen Hurts' running ability, do you think he's more concerned by those kind of designed runs that Philly, may call for him just out of read and reaction type thing, or the improv runs that, hey, it's good coverage downfield and he takes off? What's a bigger concern, you think, for the Niners defense?
All of it. He does it all. He does it all. I mean, they do everything. The fulcrum of the game is going to be that mesh point read where he takes the shotgun snap and he's got it back to his side and he reads that, how your ends are crashing if he gives it or pulls it. And then he can pull it and throw it or pull it and run it. But then they've got all the conventional quarterback runs. If you want to run Cam Newton, quarterback power, quarterback sweep, quarterback draw, they run everything. This guy's a big, strong runner. Last year, he was mainly a runner. Now he's become a very solid pocket quarterback, but he's a runner, and he's a dangerous runner. So, and then, do you have to play more zone in this game than man? If you're churning and running with receivers, Jason downfield, and you lose sight on him, and then he just runs. I mean, Dak Prescott's not the runner. This guy is not even close. And that 4th and 4 that he ran against the Niners last week coming out of a 2-minute warning, that's a play. Jalen Hurts will stick that in the end zone on you. So you got to be careful with this guy. So it's all of that. And then they just do, I saw, Indianapolis played them great. They were crashing down with their ends and beating them up, and they weren't scoring. And then at the end of the game, coming out of the 2-minute warning, he does one of those design quarterback draws, just takes a snap, everybody fans out, and he just runs right to the middle of the defense for a touchdown. Nobody touched him. So it's tough because they spread you out. It's a spread offense. It's a college offense where he's in the gun, back to the side. They go 2 by 2, 2 receivers left, 2 right, outside the numbers. So they're using the whole width of the field, and that opens it up for everything they do, not just him running, but Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, all of it. But the one thing, people, when they talk about the 49er defense, they use the word physical. They're physical. And they are. They're physical. But the one thing I don't appreciate enough is how fast this defense is. They are fast. And it struck me, it does all the time, but that Thursday night game in Seattle, when you played the Sunday before and you may be a little slower, and they're just flying. I mean, they're linebackers with Warner and Greenlaw and Aziz and, the D-line. They play a wide 9. It's up the field. They got fast guys. Menahue is fast. Drake Jackson, Nick Bosa, Ebukam. They're fast. So I just love this matchup, not just the physicality of Philly, because I think their old line is more smart than physical. But I think the one element, because they want to spread you out and use their speed and space against you, I think they're going to be shocked. They know how physical the Niners are. I think they're going to surprise when they have to line up and play them, how fast this defense is.
This Sunday at noon, Greg Papa, the 49ers. It's on 2 away from the first ring since 1994. And Greg Papa is going to tell the story. Love it, buddy.
Drop the mic, Cletus. Drop the mic, Cletus. You nailed it.
Have a great call, and we will talk to you next week.
I'm going to have fun.
All right. Have a blast. See you, buddy. Bye-bye. That's Greg Papa.
Let's go. Let's play now.
I'm so ready.
Yes.
Oh, we had on the YouTube chat, we had little heart monitors and blood pressure monitors ready to go. My hands are actually a little clammy right now. I'm so nervous and ready for this game. Let's flip and go. You know what they need to do?
What do they need to do?
Smash those fools.
Yes, they do.
100% do. Just like Hobble is smashing all kinds of records left and right with their amazing deals on the Start Something New event. Save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew cabs with special 1.9% APR financing, starting as low as $36,630. $8,000 off MSRP on those new 2022 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew cabs. Listen, tons of HDs on the way. You can get your truck today instead of waiting, because, the tax reasons and all that. See Hoblet's true pricing at hobletdodge.com. What do you guys say? Listen. Oonga. I couldn't have said it any better. No dealer markup on the most popular Ram and Jeep models. J.D. Power's customer first dealership since 2019. They're marking down. Everyone else is marking up. Search, select, and save at hobletdodge.com. No hassle, no pressure, ever. Go to hobletdodge.com. You tell them your good buddy, Carmichael Dave, sent you. And my goodness, as we head towards the NFC Championship, I'm excited. You're excited. Maybe nobody's more excited than the lovely and talented, the legendary George Kittle.
It's exactly where you want to be, right? I mean, at the start of the year, back in OTAs, all you're doing is preparing, for the Super Bowl. And to be one step away from that, it's awesome. To go into Philly, which is fantastic, atmosphere. I don't know if you can say, I love Levi's. I think it's a fantastic atmosphere, but if I'm not going to be biased, besides Kansas City and the Eagles, they're pretty top tier. So it's going to be wonderful. I know how much the fans love their opposing team and all the fans. So it's going to be really fun, and it's going to be cold and violent, and it's going to be a blast.
It's going to be a blast. Cold and violent. Only Kittle would say that.
Cold and violent.
It will be a blast.
Who has more pressure? Taking into account where they're playing too. Who has more pressure, the Eagles or the Niners?
Wow, it feels really equal to me. There's an argument to be made that, you're the home team. You're the one seed. You have the best record all year long. You're the last undefeated team. I can tell you this, if Philly loses, let's try to do this. We're so looking at this from the Niners perspective, but if you and I are in Philly radio on Monday and they were to lose, well, one, it's the end of the world. We know that for them. But you would go, wait, you lost at home to a rookie quarterback?
Yeah.
You have home field. You've had the best record. You have one of the MVP candidates in Hurts. You have everything you need, a good offense, a good defense. I don't know, slightly more to them. There's pressure on all four of these teams.
I believe there are 5 Eagles remaining from when they won the title. I think there's 5 left, including Jake Elliott. Yeah. As well, I know this. As of April, there were 5: Lane Johnson, Fletcher Cox, Jake Elliott, Brandon Graham, and Jason Kelsey, of course, is left as well. It's interesting because they're playing at home, and you know how that goes sometimes. Not that it's easier to play on the road, but one thing about the road, you're all in the team hotel. You're all together. You're eating together. Everything is just you guys. There's no wives, kids, aunts, uncles, moms, dads. It's just you guys. Whereas the Eagles at home, they're in the comfort of their own beds, but they're also surrounded by life in general. And then you're in front of your home fans. You don't want to screw up. You want to do your thing. The Niners, on one hand, as we'll get to at 9 a.m., the Niners, over the last 10 years, they've been in this position 5 times. The Eagles do not have that type of NFC Championship experience in that recent of a time. When you think about it, though, 5 times in what will be 11 years, that's pretty much half the time. But that can also bring with it the pressure of expectation.
Sure. And I think, we've after the start the Niners had and what they've had to go through as far as to play 3 different starting quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It's been a unique season, but I think as the year goes on, they're so hot. They're so well. They've got to be supremely confident. But you get to this point, David, and the point spreads indicate it. There's not a big margin. As Greg's talking about Philly, I'm going, man, where is the weakness? And I don't know that there is. You look at the Niners. There's subtle things on the. I don't know that all the time the Niners secondary is on it, but sometimes, sure enough, there they are. There were some big plays they made last week when you get worried about them a little bit. So I think both teams are really, really good.
Yeah, they are. And you look at what, there is the question as to who is Philly beat, but you can also turn around. I'm sure Philly media, can have the same question about the Niners. Here's the bottom line. Philly did get to the postseason, and they played one game, and they beat them 38-7.
Right.
And you can say what you want about the Giants, but the Giants were in the playoffs. And Jalen Hurts, the scary thing there, Jalen Hurts threw for 154 yards in a 38-point victory. And that's the thing. He can beat you in so many ways. That's really, but that's really the key. The Philadelphia Eagles will go as far as Jalen Hurts can take them. And we've talked about this before. Unlike Dallas radio, we don't root for injuries. I want to see Jalen Hurts play 100% from the start to the finish. However, it has to be acknowledged, as Greg Papa mentioned, he's not 100% right now. And he also acknowledged not just the physicality, but also the speed of the Niner defense. If they get in there, Bosa, whomever, gets hands on him in the right or wrong, however you want to describe it, I say the right way, and they're able to exacerbate that already existing damage. It is an entirely new ball game.
Yeah, and a lot of times we said it earlier, the games come down to turnovers, or even what do the turnovers mean? Where do they happen? When do they happen? What comes out of those turnovers? Last week, what was it, 2-1? Prescott gave the Niners the ball twice. The Niners fumbled the one punt return. Both were damaging when they happen, but how damaging are they? What do they take away from the team that turned it over? How far along were they on a drive? Where do they give it in the plus margin of the field? So I think it's going to come down to the mistakes that are made.
Well, also with Jalen Hurts, it's important to point out 6 picks all year long.
Mm-hmm.
He's not a pick machine at all. This is a guy that can beat you on the ground, and not just beat you on the ground. You look at a box score and you say, "Oh, he had 8 rushes for 44 yards." Okay, whatever. But you have to go behind the numbers there. Where Jalen Hurts really frustrates you, and Russell Wilson, as Papa alluded to, kind of did the same thing. He's not just a mobile quarterback, but it's when he's a mobile quarterback. It's when it's 3rd and 6 on the Eagles' own 40, and the secondary does their job, and he checks and he checks and he checks, and everyone's covered. And then he slips out of a tackle, spins off of another, and he gains 7, 1st and 10. Not only is that obviously a positive for the Eagles, they got a first down. It's incredibly demoralizing to the defense. I very much compare that, Jason, to when the Kings are playing defense and they lock the other team down for 23 seconds, and then some stupid fall-away look from 3 goes in.
Yeah.
The result was there, but it doesn't tell the story of the great defense. It's incredibly demoralizing. Jalen Hurts is kind of like the guy that can beat that 24-second clock with 2 seconds left almost every time.
Yeah, and I think if we remember, we go back to last weekend, I mean, with both teams moving the ball effectively enough, Dave, it was 9-9 entering the fourth.
Yeah.
9-9. And it's like, man, where is it now? I think it was the first or second play of the fourth quarter. McCaffrey scored. That was the drive, was continuing to end the quarter. But it's just like, man, this is a grind. 3 field goals. The Cowboys had the touchdown with a missed extra point and another field goal. But it felt like a defensive battle. There were still mistakes that had already been made, and it was 9-9. So I anticipate another game kind of similar to that realm.
9-9. That was a Simon and Garfunkel song. 9-9. 9-9, 9-9, 9-9. No, nothing. Okay.
Yeah, there's another one that's 99, but that's not that.
99, 9-9, 9-9, red balloons, 9-9, something. All right, we'll take a break when we come back. Because Jay's about to throw something. I could see him behind us when we return. Hey, I have a couple questions. Who's hot? But also who's not?
Okay.
We're going to do that at 8:44, but let's get into the AFC Championship next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Arnold Law Firm.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and after a cool start, we are going to be warming up today, but not as warm as yesterday, with temperatures in the upper 50s to lower 60s and partly cloudy skies this afternoon. Chance for rain rolls in over the weekend. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
The recent storm has caused dangerous driving conditions for us. The Arnold Law Firm has seen how a collision can turn anyone's life upside down. Be alert and stay safe. The Arnold Law Firm, providing real justice for you since 1975. Call 916-777-7777.
It's hard to find a better selection of 4x4s in stock and ready to drive home today than you'll find at M&S Auto on El Camino right off the Cap City Freeway. New truck prices keep rising. M&S invites you to tour their selection of super clean 4x4s and trucks and save thousands. Tacomas, F-150s, Jeeps, Rams, Silverados. Great deals today on hundreds of 4x4s, SUVs, and muscle cars. First-time buyers are welcome. M&S Auto Sales, El Camino, just off the Cap City Freeway. MSAutogroup.com.
We all know the pain of being stuck in the past. But with Roseville Electric, you can get current with clean, reliable electric solutions for your home or business. For more info, visit getcurrentroseville.com today.
It's time to get your wallet back in top condition. Talkin' Money with Jeff Tarbell is back. Saturdays, 10 a.m., right here on Sactown Sports.
Talking money.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be EPI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. EPI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But EPI can be managed. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
This week during RC Willie's Winter Savings Event, you'll find incredible savings in every department. Plus, enjoy coupon savings from $50 up to $200 on your new purchase. Come in today and save in our Rockland or South Sacramento store near Elk Grove. RC Willie.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's rating season.
No home internet? It's not that bad.
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Capital Casino back with indoor gaming and dining located inside at 411 North 16th Street, downtown Sacramento.
Sactown Sports
Headlines. With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Frank Reich is the new head coach in Carolina. Reich spent the last 5 seasons as head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, amassing a 40-33 record, including 2 playoff appearances. Reich was the starting quarterback for the Panthers in their first game during Carolina's inaugural season in 1995. It's Championship Sunday in the NFL. The 49ers look to get back to their second Super Bowl in 4 years when they travel to Philly to take on the Eagles at noon, followed by the Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC title game at 3:30. Coverage of Championship Sunday begins Sunday right here on Sactown Sports at 11 a.m. The Kings begin a 7-game road trip tomorrow night in Minnesota. Coverage for that game begins with game night at 3:30 on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sactown Sports.
Remember, we still go together 9 to 10, and then Jason will take the baton 10 to 11 before Deuce and Mo. At 9:13, we're going to talk Kings and T-Wolves, and I'll get a little bit more into this. But did you know in the Western Conference front court, we all know who finished tops in fan voting and, second, third starts.
Who's feeling their tops?
You know who finished last with 433 total fan votes? Chima Moneki. I always mess his name up. How do you say it?
It's Chima Moneki.
Moneki. Third to last with 564 fan votes. KZ Akpala.
Huh.
Kings got 2 of the bottom 3 fan vote getters. Amongst others that received player votes, Chet Holmgren received, I want to say, was it 4 votes? Oh, no. Yes, he did. 4 players voted Chet Holmgren into the All-Star game.
So remember, as much grief as we give fans, let's put it in the media or the players' hands.
I mean, the media.
Vedova got a couple.
Jay Crowder got votes. He hasn't played. He makes Zion Williamson look like Lou Gehrig is an Iron Man this year. He hasn't played, but players voted for him. You know what I say, Jason? What a wiener schnitzel.
Yes, that's what you say.
You want to talk about somebody who has played? Patrick Mahomes has played.
Patty.
Oh, has he? And, of course, we're all wondering, Patty, how's your ankle? He answers.
It's doing good. Got a few days of treatment, a few days of rehab. Excited to get on the practice field and kind of test it out and see where I'm at. But it's feeling good so far.
It's always one of my favorite bits. Also, Patrick Mahomes joins us. Patrick, how would you compare this injury to your previous one?
So the last one, it was the leg that I landed on, so I had to find ways to throw where I could land and keep it in the right spot. And this time I'll have to find ways to be able to push off and be able to still make the throws the right way. So definitely similar in a sense, but obviously different limitations and stuff that I'll have to work through.
Welcoming in right now, Joe Burrow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Joe Burrow. We got Patrick Mahomes and Joe Burrow back to back. Seriously, Joe Burrow, the Cincinnati Bengals, joins us. Joe, you're fairly familiar with the Chiefs. How's it feeling facing somebody you know so well?
We know the team we're playing. We've played them a bunch, and so I'm sure they're going to have some wrinkles off of things that they've shown us in the past, whether it was last game or the playoffs last year. They're going to be studying that all 3 of these games just like we are, and so we're going to have to be ready for anything.
Well, the Bengals have been very, very hot. Last question for you. Are you guys the team to beat?
We've been in these spots. We have the experience. We know what team we're playing. Team that's been to this game the last 5 seasons, and they've all been in that stadium. So, to me, they're still the team to beat, and then we're coming for them.
Wow. Follow-up for both of you guys, for Patrick and for Joe. Do you have a thought on the NFC Championship game?
Hello?
Did we lose them?
I think we lost Burrow.
Wow, they're just
they're not even paying attention to it.
Is mine on? Can they hear me?
Wow.
Rude. I'm rooting for both of them to lose.
I guess we could add. Well, Brock Purdy just joined us. I know we're on the AFC, but he's on line 6 right now. Cool. We were talking last week about how he faced off with Jalen Hurts.
Yes.
Remember that? Brock, do you remember anything about that?
It was a fun college game. It was a great experience to go against, Jalen, and they had a great team, and he was making plays and stuff, and feel like we had to do the same to keep up and stay alive in that game as well. But, this is a different situation.
Interesting.
Wow.
Interesting.
I mean, it would be pretty great if we were able to get Jalen Hurts, too, to get the quarterback sweep. But I don't know that you can. Is Jay able to get all of them?
I was told Jalen will only, and Jay's done a phenomenal job this morning, by the way, getting everybody. I was told that Jalen will only talk about preparation for the week. And there he is right now. I see him on the screen. Jalen, talk about preparation.
We know how good our fans are here, and how rowdy they are, how loud they are. This place is incredible. And, this is, obviously you get the bye when you get the 1 seed, but you also get the home field advantage. And they're equally as important.
Was that Jalen?
That was Jalen Hurts. 100% it was. Not Jalen Hurts. That was
someone else grabbed the phone.
You know who grabbed it? Coach Sirianni.
I thought so.
Here's Jalen Hurts on this prep. Hey, Jalen, how are you?
We're trying to stay focused on what's important, and that's just, truly enjoying the moment, enjoying and attacking the process in front of us this week and taking it day by day. So kind of want to never get too high, never get too low.
I think that was Andy Reid.
That was drawing mustaches on people.
Yes.
Thank you, Jalen. Do me a favor. I know you guys are in the same city. Would you hand the phone over to, I know you guys are playing each other Sunday. would you mind handing the phone to George Kittle? Because we want to wrap this.
All together?
They're all hanging out. They're
What is
at
happening?
the buffet.
Okay.
They're all at the buffet right now. I just want to ask George Kittle the question. Hey, George, I want to ask you a question that's on everybody's mind. Talk a little bit to us about the Eagles D.
I mean, they've got like 6 first-rounders on their D-line, and they're fantastic. They're vets. They know how to play the game. They're going to be violent. They're going to talk a lot of crap. And, I mean, that's just something I'm looking forward to because every time we play Philly, it's a great game, and it's going to be really fun.
Is there any show anywhere that has that guest slate?
You got all of them.
Kevin Huerter,
Yeah.
Greg Papa, Jalen Hurts, Nick Sirianni, George Kittle,
Joe Burrow, Patrick
Mahomes, Joe Burrow.
On 2 days before the championship weekend.
This Chiefs, I know we all have recency bias. I just don't remember a time where I was this stumped on. I literally could see easily all 4 possible Super Bowl matchups.
Well, okay, we got to do this. I'll ask you as a longtime Niner fan.
Yes.
Obviously, you want the Niners to win. That goes without saying. So if Philly wins, this all doesn't matter. But if the Niners were to win, who would you rather them play? Like as a fan, because I don't know that you go, oh, Cincinnati will be easier or Kansas City will be easier. I don't think there's an easier.
I don't think there's an easier. I would lean towards the Bengals because I saw what the Chiefs did to us in our last loss.
Yeah.
It's a different team.
Sure.
And yes, there's a part of me that says I'd love to it'd be if you could ask me to pick the scenario. My favorite scenario would be to play the Chiefs in the Super Bowl and then to beat them in the Super Bowl and say, okay, yeah, you got us at Levi, but we're the ones with the ring. Ha, go home, Jackson Mahomes. Okay. But if you're asking me the scenario that I want pre-Super Bowl, it would be the Bengals because I've seen what the Chiefs can do to the Niners. The Bengals are hot as heck, and I know they can beat the Niners. I know they can.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen that. Plus, it'd be kind of like I said yesterday, the Super Bowl trilogy for them a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, for Cincinnati, they've got to be so confident in the fact that they could go into Arrowhead and win. They did it last year.
Yes.
They did it last year twice, I think, in the regular season and in the postseason. And especially with most of those guys are back, it's just not even there's a lore a little bit to Kansas City about how good they've been.
Yeah.
But they now know, I mean, it won't even enter their mind that they can't beat them.
No.
They're going to believe that they can. And there's always that confidence, hey, we're going to go in there and win. But if it's something you've never done and haven't seen done much, that doubt will enter your mind at some point. Well, that's not going to enter the Bengals' mind at all.
When you look, I think it is worth looking at who the Bengals have beaten on this streak.
Okay.
They beat Carolina. They beat Pittsburgh. They beat Tennessee. Now, they beat Kansas City that game 27-24 at home. Cleveland, Tampa Bay, New England, then the Buffalo game, of course, with the Damar Hamlin tragedy. Then Baltimore again in the playoffs without Lamar Jackson, and also that game at the end of the year was without Lamar. But then I think, and so I could accept the whole like, well, they're on the street, but they haven't been really playing good teams, blah, 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 blah. I could almost talk myself into that until they go into Buffalo and just boat raced.
Well, I think the one, you could look at the 2 playoff games and you realize how fickle this can be. They were in more trouble at home against Baltimore without Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Remember, they're that fumble at the goal line, 98 yards away from maybe losing that game.
As they were a touchdown at home away from maybe losing the game against the Raiders last year in the playoffs.
Yeah. And then last week, they didn't blow out Buffalo, but they were in total control of that game.
Yeah. They
owned that game. So it is a week-to-week deal. It is a matchup deal. They have matched up very well against Kansas City. They're going to be supremely confident, and there is that swagger confidence about Joe Burrow too. That's pretty cool.
I know that, and I agree with you. They didn't blow out Buffalo. It was 27-10. That was your final.
But they controlled it.
It was for a team that was 4th in the NFL in scoring in Buffalo to hold them to 10 points at home in the playoffs and pop 27 on them.
Yeah.
Like you said, it wasn't 44-3, but
still comfortable.
Very. And I kept watching, and I think like a lot of people, I was waiting for Buffalo to figure something out.
Here comes a run. Buffalo's going to do this. The crowd's going to get behind them. It just never happened.
And I don't want to, we can sit here, and I'm sure they're doing it on Buffalo radio right now. I don't want to disrespect the Bengals. In a weird way, I don't want to disrespect the Bills by getting philosophical and saying, did the Damar Hamlin situation, get in their heads, distract them. I mean, he was there, and the Disney ending is DeMar Hamlin's there. It's a miracle. They're going to overcome this whole thing, and they're going to win a title for DeMar. That's the Disney ending. In reality, the interviews, the stress, the mental fatigue, the people not focusing perhaps at practice for good reason, did that end up having some sort of effect on them?
Yeah, it's impossible to measure that. But the good thing for the NFL, had Buffalo won, I think we're saying the exact same things this week. Man, Buffalo at Kansas City, Allen. Yeah. I mean, it's a great matchup. I think the AFC, with the exception and apologies to Jacksonville surprised Kansas City. We're still watching the NFC Championship game, but I think you have a situation where the Bengals are favored, maybe by a score.
Yeah,
a full score. So that, this is going to be competitive. It should be. Vegas thinks so, and I'm looking forward to Sunday.
The Kansas City Chiefs, here's what's interesting. They lost to Buffalo. You'll remember that early in the year, 24-20. And they finished the year, they were 4-2 after that loss to Buffalo. They finished the year 10-1. Their only loss, and they after the Buffalo, they went in and throttled San Francisco. That was that game. Their only loss came almost exactly. As a matter of fact, I think it was exactly, 5-5. Yeah, they won 11 of their last 12. The very middle game there was that Cincinnati 3-point loss at home. That being said, I think if I can't get it out of my head, I think if Patrick Mahomes, that's my caveat, obviously. If Patrick Mahomes is severely limited, I think Cincinnati wins. If Patrick Mahomes is 90%, 80% or better, I think the Chiefs win this one. I won't say comfortably, but probably more comfortably than the line says.
I'm just looking forward to it. I'm really excited about this weekend.
I'm with you, dude. I'm incredibly excited. I'm also excited to find out, because I don't even know. Is anyone hot?
I don't know.
Is anyone not?
Who?
I don't know. And you know what? We're not going to pick 2.
No.
We're not going to pick 3.
No.
We're not going to pick 5. We're going to pick 6 for the championship weekend this Sunday. We're doing all that next.
The only place you'll find Harrison Barnes is Sactown Sports.
He's got the bucket at the buzzer, Harrison Barnes.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Harrison Barnes, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Are you scared to open your energy bill each month for fear of how much you might owe that month? Well, did you know that replacing or repairing your roof can have an immediate and drastic effect on not only your energy efficiency, but also saving you money each month? Hey, Jason Ross here, and I needed a new roof. And when I was researching companies and talking with friends, one company stood out as the premier company in our region, and that's ACR Solar and Home Services. I set up a meeting with John, the owner, and Joe, the roofing expert, and the office staff. Well, they were amazing. They worked with my schedule, set up an appointment to come out to the house, and walk me through how they could save us money and protect our home. If your roof is showing signs of wear and tear and you think you might have a leak, or you simply want to save money on your energy bills, well, I encourage you to do what we did and research ACR Solar and Home Services. ACR Solar and Home Services, your Sacramento region's premier solar and roofing company dedicated to quality, value, and integrity since 1979. That's acrsolar.com.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun.
They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language, like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Go to babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
That doesn't sound good.
Paper shredder's jammed, but I think I fixed it.
Oh, well, try shredding these $50 bills then.
Seems like it's working.
Better try another $400.
Stop. Instead of using money, use regular paper. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
Hagen Oaks is introducing the next generation of speed with the long-awaited Ping G430 line of clubs. With more ball speed, improved sound, and movable weights, the Max Driver is something special. You'll find distance with forgiveness in the fairways, carbon fly wrap in the hybrids, and 7 to 10 yards more in the irons. G430 was worth the wait. Ask about the full line of Ping G430 woods and irons at the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop, the #1 choice for golfers everywhere. Fulton Avenue at the Cap City Freeway or online at hagenoaks.com.
What's hot and what's not? Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot.
And what's not?
It's not good.
Brought to you by American Energy Air and Solar, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
Who's hot?
Who, Jay? Who?
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
Being the captain of the All-Star team, this will be his 19th appearance, tying him with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for most all-time.
Way to go.
And with his 19th straight season being selected to the All-Star game, he breaks a tie with Kobe Bryant for the longest streak in NBA history.
That's impressive.
That's pretty good.
That's hot. That makes him hot.
Yeah, but who's not?
Who's not?
Boston.
All of Boston?
Just about.
Okay.
The Bruins and Celtics lost yesterday. It's the first time those two teams have lost on the same day since January 6th of 2022. So over a year.
That's actually incredible.
That's actually really incredible.
Doesn't that make him hot?
No, they lost.
Okay.
That makes him sizzling.
Yeah, well, not
last night, apparently.
That's impressive.
That's really impressive. That's too impressive. I don't believe it. I think it's fake news.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have time for our pick six right now? I knew it. The music, the sound.
Get you ready. Where's Cletus?
Of football. Pick six, Jason Ross, Championship Sunday. What are we doing?
All right, here we go. The three of us will make 6 different picks. I've got the categories for us. Dave, you lead us off. Will a kicker miss a PAT? And if so, who of the four games or 4 teams?
Will a kicker miss a PAT? It's not going to be Cincinnati. Dude is nails in the playoffs. Bucker, Elliott,
Gould. It could be no.
I'm going to say it's going to be Elliott because it's a blocked PAT.
Okay. So
which still counts as a miss.
Yes, and Elliott. I say yes, and Harrison Butker. Jay Mars.
I was also taking Harrison Butker.
Okay, so we all say yes. I remember when they changed that a few years ago. I'm like, these guys are going to. This is the most irrelevant. It's been way more impactful. They've missed a decent amount throughout the years of extra points.
Let me ask you this. If one of the options was no extra point will be missed in either of those games, would you take that one?
I didn't.
No,
that was an option.
Oh, it is?
No,
yeah.
I think a PAT will be missed.
Okay, I switched mine. I'm sorry. I do not
say no.
Nope, I do not think one will be missed.
Yeah, that was an option.
I missed that part.
Okay.
I'm done.
I will go first on the second of our pick six, asking most passing yards from the quarterbacks on Sunday. I'm going to select Joseph Burrow for me. Jay?
I'm going to go Patrick Mahomes.
Dave?
Yeah, it's between those two. It's not. I don't see that happening in the NFC game. I'm going to go Burrow because
you guys need Brock Purdy.
I'd love it. Yeah. I'm going to say Burrow because I think Mahomes is still going to be a little gimpy.
Okay. Jay Mars.
Yeah.
Who scores the most touchdowns? So we're looking probably for someone to get 2, unless it's all.
So not a team, a player.
A player.
I'm going to go Christian McCaffrey.
Okay. Dave?
I'll go Travis Kelce.
That's who I had written down already. He just seems to.
Yeah.
I mean, does anybody double team him? I'm sure they do, but he's always open.
He's a cheat code.
He is always open. Mahomes always finds him. I took Kelce as well. Dave, you go first here. Which team will be the most penalized this weekend?
I will say,
as far as number of penalties.
I'm going to say the Chiefs, actually.
Okay.
The Chiefs get a little bit sloppy there.
I have selected the Bengals. J. Mars?
The Eagles.
Eagles. Fly, Eagles, fly. Like the penalties.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
All right.
Let me see your picks, by the way, in the YouTube chat. Also, the text line, 916-339-1140. Go ahead.
We're saving the best for last, but our fifth category here is the score and winner of the Kansas City Cincinnati game. I go first here on this one. I am picking the Chiefs, and I am going 31-30 KC. Jay.
I am going to go 30-27 Cincy.
Dave?
I'm going to go 28-17 Chiefs.
Okay. And Jay Mars, last one. Score and winner of the 49ers Eagles game.
20-16 San Francisco.
That's a good score right there. Dave?
We'll go 35-13 Eagles.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a jerk.
Is this, the thing, doing the thing?
No, it's not.
I think it is.
I'm not reverse
He's doing the
jinxing.
thing.
Nope, 35.
You know every time you reverse jinx, it never works?
That's not true. I'm actually 19-2 over the last 21 games that I reverse jinx.
Yeah, he's hot.
Yeah, but the other team was hurt.
Yeah.
Mine's close to Jay's. I already had it written in here. 23-17 San Francisco.
I hope you guys are right and I'm wrong. How about when you look at these games, we don't know who's going to win, but I can tell you a little bit about who America is rooting for if you buy into this sort of thing. Our friend Jimmy Shapiro sends over these emails every once in a while. This is according to Twitter info maps. It follows a number of things, including the hashtags for the team: Who Day, Chiefs Kingdom, Fly Eagles Fly, Go Niners. Of the teams that America appears to be rooting for, at least on Twitter, 46% are rooting for. You want to take a guess, guys? Who's in first at 46%?
This is all of all four teams?
This is of all four teams. 46% of the vote. That's pretty significant. Almost half the vote goes to this team.
Cincinnati.
Kansas City.
The Cincinnati Bengals, 46%. How about second at 38%? Now, here's what's interesting about this. That means that 84% of America, again, according to, social media, 84% is rooting for these two teams. Who do you think is in second?
Go ahead, Jay.
Jason Ross.
I'll go Philly.
I was going to go Philly as well.
The Chiefs.
Huh.
Really?
38% of America, which really surprises me.
Does America know the Chiefs and the Bengals can't play each other in the Super Bowl?
Yes.
You're sure? Which parts of
never
America
know.
are we polling here?
We're doing a lot of flyover here. Third place, coming in at a meager 12%. Only 12% of America, according to Twitter info maps, are rooting for this team to win the Super Bowl.
San Francisco.
Yeah.
The Philadelphia Eagles.
Wow.
4% of the country.
Really?
Only Oregon and California are rooting for the 49ers.
Okay, Washington probably because of the Seahawks, but other than that,
yeah, Washington's rooting for the Bengals.
Well, Arizona, I guess, because of Cardinals. That makes sense.
Arizona's rooting for the Bengals.
Who's Utah rooting for?
Utah, home of our corporate office. Wow, they're rooting for the Bengals.
Texas.
Who do you think?
It's not the Eagles.
It's not the Eagles.
Bengals.
Chiefs.
Kansas City Chiefs.
Really? What about New York?
New York.
New York's not the Eagles.
New York City. New York is rooting for
Cincinnati.
They are rooting for the Chiefs.
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Interesting. Maine, the Bengals.
Oh, big
that makes
fan
so much
base in
sense.
Maine.
Wasn't the capital there Bangor, Maine?
Yes, it is.
That was kind of good, dude.
I know.
I don't like it. I believe, God, what state is that one? So you got like right above Florida. Is that
Georgia?
Arkansas? No, Georgia's up there. Is that Arkansas or Alabama? I always forget.
No, it's Louisiana.
Is this one's Louisiana?
No, Louisiana's the L down there.
Yeah. And
right.
then next to Louisiana is
that's Mississippi.
Yeah.
And then Alabama.
That's Alabama.
Yeah. Alabama's root for the Eagles. So that's a big stinking deal.
I think they're rooting for the Crimson Tide.
Also, this is not sports related. It's very unfortunate, but I want to put this out there. Remember when Jay Leno had that accident? He burned his face like a couple weeks ago. He had that big.
I didn't know that he burned his face. I knew he had an accident.
He had a huge bunch of burns and stuff. Was hospitalized. It was a big deal and all that. He just had a motorcycle accident. He has broken several bones while riding a motorcycle just 2 months after he suffered third-degree burns while working on a vintage car. He's fine. Thank goodness.
He's fine.
Doesn't sound like it.
He's good.
He burned his face and had a motorcycle accident. I don't think he's fine.
Gonna live and be fine. He's not, he's out of the hospital, all that, but golly gee goodness. Just maybe stop, maybe take a break from the cars and motorcycles, Jay. Maybe ride a bike.
Yeah, because that'll go real well.
Walk.
Treadmill.
Well, what is the safest mode of transit? It's got to be a plane, right?
Yeah.
Train.
Train's great. We'll take a break. We'll discuss all this during the break.
We can get him with Mike Barnbaum, get him some routes.
Yes.
Just take Amtrak, Jay, when we come back. Well, tomorrow we'll get to, the Kings play in Minnesota tomorrow. We're going to get to that at 9:13. We're going to replay the Kevin Huerter interview for you at 9:27. Don't forget, today we have Friday Fun and Games before Jason kicks it off with the top 10 at 10. Coming up next, let's look at the recent, and by recent we mean the last 10-ish years, 49er NFC Championship history when we get back.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
What's going on? Joined as always by Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Chad, what's up with the Chrysler Start Something New event?
Hoblet is the most trusted dealer in California and is known for having the largest inventory of heavy-duty trucks in the state. We have every type of Ram 2500 heavy-duty available and zero dealer markup. In fact, right now you can save up to $12,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cabs, with financing starting at 1.9% and prices as low as $39,630.
Oh, is that all?
No, that's not it. We also have up to $8,000 off MSRP on new 2022 Ram 1500 Laramie Crew Cabs as well.
What are you waiting for? Stop by the Hoblet Ram Truck Center off County Road 102 and I-5 today, or search, select, and save at HobletDodge.com. Best prices, best selection, period.
$12,000 in total net savings after $6,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. Rebates include $2,000 Chrysler Captive bonus cash. Must finance with Chrysler Captive qualify. 1.9% financing available for 36 months on approved credit. $28.61 per $1,000 borrowed. $8,000 total net savings after $2,000 factory rebates and $6,000 dealer discount. 10 at each net savings. See dealer for details.
In this market, you'll find Fisher Investments is different than other money managers.
Different how? Aren't we all just looking for the hottest stocks?
Nope. We use diversified strategies to position our clients' portfolios for their long-term goals.
You don't just provide cookie-cutter portfolios?
No. We tailor our clients' portfolios to their goals and needs.
But you still sell investments that generate high commissions for you, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We're a fiduciary, the highest standard of care for a financial advisor. It means we're obligated to act in our client's best interest.
So when do you make more money? Only when your clients make more money?
Yep, we have one transparent management fee structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Sounds like you really look out for your clients.
We do, because our priority is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement. That might be why most of our clients come from other money managers. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 916-277-8599. That's 916-277-8599. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's rating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
KHTK AM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, your local sports leader in the 916. This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Frank Reich is the new head coach in Carolina. Reich spent the last 5 seasons as head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, amassing a 40-33 record, including 2 playoff appearances. Reich was the starting quarterback for the Panthers in their first game during Carolina's inaugural season in 1995. It's Championship Sunday in the NFL. The 49ers look to get back to their second Super Bowl in 4 years when they travel to Philly to take on the Eagles at noon, followed by the Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC title game at 3:30. Coverage of Championship Sunday begins at 11 o'clock on Sactown Sports. The Kings begin a 7-game road trip tomorrow night in Minnesota. Coverage begins of that game at 3:30, also right here on Sactown Sports. Those are your headlines. Back to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom,
with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Jay, help us out before we get into this. We're trying to do our Mount Rushmore of all-time worst Jasons. And Jason Voorhees is number 1.
Really?
He killed people in a hockey mask.
Misunderstood.
Jason Terry, number 2.
That's pretty good.
But then Jason had some suggestions, but they don't qualify.
Yeah, I can't use those.
I can't think of, like, Jason and the Argonauts. Jason was a good Jason, right? Like, I can't think of any other bad Jasons.
I mean, there's so many. You really have to do a deep dive into that one.
Deep dive. All right. We'll get to that. That's where we want to help.
Are there any sports Jasons that are just like obnoxious?
There have to be. Well, Jason Terry, right? There has to be. Let's see. YouTube chat.
Kid purposely spilled the drink on the court.
Oh, Jason Kidd.
Jason
Kidd's
Kidd's a great,
he's not a great person.
Yeah, he's a really good nominee as a bad Jason. Okay, we'll get to a little bit more of that later. I don't know where to put some of this stuff. We're going to get into the Niners NFC Championship history. But, Jason, I want to do this real quick because you were not here. You took the first hour off.
Yeah, I decided not to come in.
You were being a lazy pants. But I want to play this because I don't want the show to go on without getting your thoughts. Here's Kansas, North Carolina, and Billy Packer.
Early in this ball game, Rush way outside 3. Of course. This game is over. Yes, it is.
I was explaining how my buddy Pat was a huge Kansas fan. We were watching the game together. As soon as he goes, "This game is over," we looked at each other like, and by the way, North Carolina or Kansas was up like 32-17 or something crazy. They were blowing the brakes off these guys. Packer says this game is over. To this day, we will still throw that line around. And of course, Carolina came back and won the whole thing. I just wanted to spend a minute with you because you're such a huge college basketball guy, like I am, tournament, all that fun stuff. Billy Packer, I think in some order, Vital, Raftery, Packer's got to be up there.
Absolutely.
And then it could be Al McGuire. I know there's a lot of, but he was a legend.
It just was, college basketball seemed to be bigger back then. He made it bigger too. And he wasn't an over the top, Dick Vitale's got a shtick to him, and that's fine. I'm not even judging that. That's just he called the game the way he saw it. Feels like my childhood, even though that grew into adulthood. He was doing this for so long. Yeah, when I saw the news last night, I was really, really saddened by that.
Also, a little bit of a little salty. Yeah, Billy Packer could get salty. Yep. He did not like mascots.
66 Tar Heels, and watch this.
Gorillas dunking, by the way, the Phoenix Gorillas.
He might be the player of the game, Billy. Well, I'm going to tell you something. It may be neat from a standpoint of an exhibition, and I'm sure that they had to pay the guy to come here unless he's a wild student. But I don't really see any reason for that in a game where he could tear down the basket, hurt somebody, and delay the game.
Okay, Billy.
You know, he was a big recruit, and he was thinking about going to Duke, and he had his dad call over to Duke. And there's a great story he tells. His dad calls over to Duke and says, "Hey, it's between you and one other guy, so let's wait." He goes, "Well, call him back." And he goes, "I just got off the phone." He goes, "Call him back and tell him to go Wake Forest, and I'm going to beat the blank out of him every single year." So Billy Packer will be missed. One more thing on college basketball real quick. I don't know if you guys caught this last night. Chris Murray playing for Keegan Murray's alma mater. He goes into the line, and the crowd's having fun.
On the night, 10 points.
I should probably set this up better. The crowd is chanting. See if you can catch it in the background. Keegan's better. Keegan
on the night. 10 points. On 5 of 13 shooting. He's 0 for 5 from the 3-point line. He's got 6 boards.
Michigan State has done an excellent job.
How great would it have been if they did Keegan
Murray? The NFC Championship. Maybe not but mine, and I don't care if they're your San Francisco 49ers taking on the Eagles this weekend. And they've got a little bit of a history over the last few years in that NFC Championship. And it's gone well a couple times.
Yeah.
It's not gone well a couple times. You may remember Green Bay back in 2020.
Juszczyk and a true eye. They're going to run it again. Wide stretch run to Mostert. Gets the edge. Lap cuts back inside. Raheem Mostert has 4 rushing touchdowns and the most yards rushing in a playoff game in 49er history. Oh, by the way, touchdown, San Francisco!
Feel great, baby!
What a game for Raheem Mostert as he passes Colin Kaepernick. He now has 196 yards rushing and 4 rushing touchdowns.
It just gets to the point for Niner fans sometimes where it's like, can we just play Green Bay every year in the playoffs?
Mostert, remember that game? And I love that. Oh, by the way. Touchdown. Yeah.
37-20, the final there. The Niners had, I believe, beaten Minnesota in the first round. They went on, and that was the year. That was the year they played the Chiefs.
Yep. Ultimately lost there.
By the way, the defense was doing pretty well against Aaron Rodgers as well.
Rodgers back. Pass rush holds. He's going to throw a bomb down the field for Devontae Adams in a double coverage. It is intercepted by Richard Sherman, who will go down. And the 49ers are going to win the game and win the NFC Championship game and go to the Super Bowl.
If you missed Greg Papa earlier, that'll be on all our websites and socials and YouTubes and stuff. I thought it was kind of interesting and really an insight into Greg's head and how he feels about it. I didn't know where he was going to come down on the Eric Armstead thing.
Yeah.
He just says you got to get it out of his head.
He's right, though.
He is right.
But I think he even had the caveat there. He's like, no, it's okay. Take the penalty. I'm like, well,
yeah.
But he'd get crushed if the penalty then led to something.
Yes. It's amazing the stuff these guys have to think of in an absolute split second. He's right. I mean, if he smashes Dak Prescott in the end, what a great way to end the game. It would have been the moment of Eric Armstead's athletic life. And I'm sure Eric will be the first. In fact, he was. He told us earlier this week he should have. But anyways, last year, unlike against the Seahawks this year, where you could beat the team 3 times, this is the 3rd time they faced the Rams. In fact, they had to go on the road and beat the Rams in order to get into those playoffs. Last year, and they beat the Cowboys. You'll remember they beat them 23-17 in Dallas. Then, of course, beat the Packers after that 13-10. This was a good battle.
Yeah, they were beating the Rams going into the 4th quarter, but
hindsight, not hindsight. Everybody can say I truly believe the 49ers were the 2nd best team in the NFL last year. I'm also not entirely sure. I mean, I was going to say if they played a 3-game series, I think, and they did play a 3-game series, but I think in the playoffs, had they played 3 times, they probably would have beaten the Rams. It was so close. It was the Rams and then the Niners. Rams got the victory, though. Jimmy G got silly with the ball.
Snap back to Garoppolo. Pocket crumbling. He spins out. He's hit. He's wrapped up. He flips it forward. It's tipped. It's intercepted. It's intercepted. It's intercepted.
Okay.
Aaron Donald got
What was it?
Shut up. We get it. It was
You didn't like that one?
No.
Well, I'm looking at a trend here. So you see the Giants beat the Niners in 2012. The Niners beat the Falcons in 2013. Then the Seahawks beat the Niners. That's the Richard Sherman game. Then the Niners beat the Packers. We just played that highlight. And then we played so it's
win, loss, win, loss.
Loss, win, loss, win, loss. It's time.
So really good run for them now. 2020 aside, of course. 2019, they get to the Super Bowl. Last year, they're a whisker away from the Super Bowl. This year, they're playing the Eagles. So this will be their 3rd NFC Championship game in 4 years.
Yep.
You know, we talked about the Bills and Josh Allen, and is there a stigma? Obviously, Dallas, hey, regular season's great, but you always come up short. You know, we talked about Patrick Mahomes. Hey, you won the one, but you've been right there every time, and you just can't. If the Niners don't win this year, we talked about this before. It's almost like, how do you? I was thinking about this the other day, and I don't know how they do it, but I don't know how they got Christian McCaffrey. You know, what do? You say go out and get a Jalen Ramsey?
Yeah, I don't know what they're missing. I mean, I guess maybe some secondary, some more polished secondary, but, you know, they have some. Mosley's been hurt. They've got some other guys that have been out. I think you just run it back. Right? I mean, because it all depends on how Sunday goes, but I wouldn't even if it was a really bad day for the 49ers, they had a great year. They look like the part. They look like a Super Bowl team to me.
They do.
Not everybody's going to win it, but I don't think you don't tear it down. You're closer to winning a Super Bowl than you are from having to rebuild this thing.
And I don't, you can't do this, but Philadelphia certainly had a far easier time in their game than the 49ers. That being said, Dallas, I think, is a nice jump above the New York Giants. So you can't really necessarily go on that either. As a matter of fact, had the Niners played the Giants, I think they would have boat raced them as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the nerves are understandable. And Jason, it's so funny. I could see Philly win.
Uh-huh.
I could see the Niners win. I could see Philly winning a close game. I could see the Niners winning a close game. You know what I can't see? And God, I hope I'm not jinxing it. It's really difficult for me to see the Eagles blowing out the Niners, but I can see the Niners blow. If we came in here on Monday and the Niners won, 38-10, I would be surprised. I wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah. Well, I think because we haven't, with the exception of the Chiefs game, you haven't seen the Niners lose like that. They've had those tough early losses to the weird one to the Broncos, the one to the Bears, the one that got away from them. I also think the Falcons game was an outlier. I don't even know what they just were off, and it's still a loss. But the Chiefs got them, and they got them pretty good, though that game was close at halftime, and then it just completely, eroded on the 49ers. But I'm with you. I think they always compete. They've got a good team, offense, defense, special teams, that always keeps them in games. So I think the Niners will be just fine.
So you say that you don't know where they would go, and I agree with you. Yeah, they could use some help in the secondary. Yeah, somebody mentioned on here, and I agree. David mentioned they could maybe upgrade at center. I don't know. We're nitpicking here.
Sure.
But let me just give you a scenario. Eagles win 35-20. Not a blowout, but a pretty decent win. Brock Purdy throws 3 picks, 2 picks, whatever. He does not have a good game. I mean, if you are the Niners, are you answering the phone on Tom Brady? Are you answering the phone when Green Bay calls about Aaron Rodgers, who may want to come back here? By the way, in both Brady and Rodgers' case, there is some poetic symmetry to them finishing their careers, both Brady growing up as a fan, Rodgers growing up as a fan, Rodgers being passed up for Alex Smith. There's a lot of symmetry there. If you're John Lynch, are you thinking about that?
If I have it right, though, isn't Brady a free agent?
Yes.
So that one, it doesn't cost. It costs you, but not players.
Not like
Brady.
Rodgers would.
Rodgers, you'd have to give up personnel.
Yes, you would.
Yeah.
Does that make it? Would you rather forget about all that? Would you rather if they did say we're going to pick between one of those two? Would you rather have Rodgers or Brady now?
I'd rather have Rodgers, but I think what's the net win? If it's costing you 2 or 3 key players or a player or two and some picks, I don't know that I'm as interested. If if they even want to explore that route. They may have the guy right now in Purdy.
And that's what I hope. I hope there is no exploration. I hope that's because Brock Purdy is wearing a big fat Super Bowl ring with that BCB energy. We'll take a break. When we come back, the Kings play the Timberwolves tomorrow. They leave. In fact, they may already even about an hour away, I think, from flying out to Minneapolis. This is the first time they've played each other this season. We'll talk about that, also what to look at tonight. And we got to knock out a 3 in the key. So get that bed ready, Jay. We're right back on Sactown Sports.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sactown Sports.
Oh my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
We all know the pain of being stuck in the past. But with Roseville Electric, you can get current. Roseville Electric provides you with clean, reliable electric solutions for your home or business. Whether you're looking to go electric, reduce your carbon footprint, or simply save on your monthly energy bill, Roseville Electric has a solution for you. For more info, visit getcurrentroseville.com today.
The world has changed a lot these last few years. You can do pretty much anything from your home, including order your new Honda from Northern California's #1 Honda dealer, Stockton Honda. Check out our great selection at StocktonHonda.com or come in today and get pre-approved all in the blink of an eye. Stockton Honda makes buying a car simple and stress-free.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here. StocktonHonda.com.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sactown Sports.
Completely distracted earlier. I think you were out of the room. Might have even been before you got here. Don't know if Jay's going to be with us on Monday.
Really?
Yeah, he may be on a suspension.
Oh, what?
I know he's getting fined.
For what?
For enjoying a picture.
Wait a minute.
Of De'Aaron Fox in a gold jersey.
Yeah.
I think that's a little out of context.
Unbelievable.
What does it read?
Let's see. It's a picture of De'Aaron Fox photoshopped into one of the old gold lame, or lame, if you want to pronounce it that way, Kings jerseys. And Jay says, why do I weirdly not hate this? Which is like a quadruple negative way of saying I love this jersey.
It is not a way of saying I love it. I just didn't hate it. It just didn't bother me.
You know what you're doing?
What?
You're feeding the little 1% group of goofballs that love the gold jerseys.
Works for Joe Rogan.
It's only a 1-game suspension?
Yeah, I know. You know, it's led by your boy Murph. Murph and Jay and Murph. Sundays on CBS. That got you. Oh,
good buddy cop drama. Okay, shut up.
Jerseys. Jeez Louise. All right. Friday Fun and Games coming up at 9:43. Maybe not as fun as we thought it would be before that tweet. In the meantime,
yeah, really.
3 in the key right now.
All right, Dave, you go first.
Okay, fine.
He was struggling the last game. The double streak came to an end. So we got to go tomorrow night. Kings T-Wolves. What is Sabonis' stat line?
Oh, he's coming back, baby. We're going to go 19, 14, and 8. He'll miss the triple-double. 19, 14, and 8. Hey, Jay, by the way, check the chat. You know who's backing you on the gold jerseys? Earl. That's whose side you're on now.
Wow.
Murph and Earl.
Again, did not back the gold jerseys. Did not promote them other than just wasn't hating it.
Did not slam them.
Did not love them.
All right. I'm going to go 18, 12, and 6 for DeMontis.
That's it. 6 assists.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm going to go 22, 14, and 10.
Oh, tripped up. Okay. Next up, the Kings' largest lead in the game on Saturday. Be 0 because they may never have the lead. Hopefully they lead by 50. I'm going to go with 11, J. Mars.
I'm going to go with 14.
Dave? Negative 74.
No, I'm going to do the prices right. I'm going to go 15.
Okay. And J. Mars.
Yes, sir.
Kings bench points. The total points scored by that Sacramento Kings bench.
Flip a coin. Just pick
That's
random
the thing.
numbers.
You know what? 23.
Okay. Dave?
I'm going to go, I think it's first game. I think there'll be, you know what? I'm going to go 39.
Okay.
Good night for the bench.
And I have 27. There we go. 3 in the key.
3 in the key. Brought to you by, we don't know yet, but if you are a sponsor.
Nobody.
916-923-6800. Is that our front line? I think so. Yeah. Kevin Huerter coming up in just a couple of minutes. You want to stick around for that. What should we expect, Jason? What do you expect in this first meeting with the hated?
Yeah,
the hated Minnesota Timberwolves.
Obviously, Anthony Edwards has been the one that's been playing great. Towns has been out for a long time. The pairing of Towns and Gobert was going to be different, and they haven't played enough games to really see what that will be. Minnesota, to me, is a team that I kind of did some comps with the Kings last year. It's like, why did Minnesota all of a sudden get better? Why? They were a team that, I said it before, the only team in this 16-year run that the Kings have had a better record than is Minnesota.
Yeah.
But Minnesota's had 2 years where they've made the playoffs in there, but they've been worse than the Kings. And I don't love their entirety of their roster, but they got a few better players, and then it just made their bench look a little bit better last year. But they've struggled. And they play tonight. I mean, I think the Kings have to take advantage of that. So, and then Gobert hasn't been the same kind of – remember, Gobert was an all-star the last couple of years. Towns was an all-star the last couple of years. Their all-star potential this year would be Anthony Edwards. I don't know how the matchup will exactly look, but see what Sabonis can do against Gobert.
9-4 in their last 13, Jason, including wins over Denver, the Clippers, Phoenix, Cleveland, and they somehow figured out a way to beat Toronto.
Okay.
We couldn't do.
Yeah.
So it seems that they're perhaps, I mean, small sample size, but they're perhaps on an upswing. And you mentioned Edwards. Well, let me do some quick math here. Last 3 games, gentlemen. You know how many points Anthony Edwards has scored in his last 3 combined? You want to take a guess?
132.
Last 3 combined. Okay. 132. Jay, last 3 combined.
104.
104. Anthony Edwards has scored 112 points in his last 3 games. That's averaging just under 40 a game. 44, 31, 37. Let's not forget either, by the way, it's a given that D'Angelo Russell will have 74 points tonight because he does it every time we play him.
Yeah, but they play a physical Grizzly team tonight, so Memphis takes something out of it.
Physical Grizzlies.
Yeah.
The Fizzlies.
The Fizzly. They play the Fizz.
We will take a break. Jason's got a word from ACR Solar. He's going to talk to us a little bit about
More
that.
than one.
That's exciting. And then Kevin Huerter, if you missed it earlier, Kevin Huerter joined us. We're going to re-rack that, play that for you right after this.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6
Word there, and yep, and record there. And yep. And okay. In 3, 2, 1. Joining us right now, not wearing the bling from his defensive player of the game chain, but he is wearing his beautiful white throwback Kings hat. Swaggy as always, red velvet, Kevin Huerter. Good morning, Kevin.
Good morning, guys. How we doing? Got to throw on the vintage touch this morning. Had to.
Well, you've been taking this journey down the road of Kings history. We talked about that a little bit last time, going back in the early 2000s. Now you're going way back.
It's just brick by brick. I'm just trying to build my house, build my Kings gear up, learn my history, just try to get fully engulfed in what we're doing here in Sac.
Well, the new history, Dave referenced it, the chain. We had talked a couple weeks ago. The quest, you hadn't gotten it. You finally got it. First off, how heavy is it? And did you really go full swag with it?
It's a real chain. It really is. Like when you put it on, there's definitely a brief moment. You're like, is this thing real? Did they actually pay for something? So it's legit. It's real. And it was funny. Yeah, I think we were in San Antonio and I was joking with Malik, like, man, I don't know if I'm ever going to get this year. Like we had bets going with each other, like who would get it first if either of us was ever going to put it on. And I guess a couple games later, my deflections and my just being in the right spot really got me our defensive player of the game chain. And it was before Fox, so I get to give him some crap too.
So we were waiting for you to win it so we could kind of do some inquiries. Like, is it like the Masters green jacket? Like you can't take the green jacket off the grounds at Augusta. Do you get to take it home if you want? Do you hang it in your locker? Is there added pressure to where if you messed it up or broke it in any way, who was it? Keegan? Somebody broke it earlier. Talk to us a little bit about the custody of the chain.
Yeah, I mean, you get to rock it as long as you want. They just tell you can't get it wet. So that night I was wearing it around. I think I wore it to do media. And then, I went in and did my usual cold tub after the game, so I had to take it off. But I haven't seen anybody take it home yet. For the most part, it's guys are wearing it around the locker room, showing everybody off, and then they move on and take it off.
Has there been a game, I mean, you said you wondered if you were ever going to get it, kind of joking with Malik, where it's done when you guys win a game. Sometimes there's been some high-scoring games. Have you thought, man, who's going to – like when the game ends, do you sometimes genuinely wonder who gets it?
Because there's some games like, I don't know if anybody played defense tonight. Like we just won this game 140 to 135. There are, but there's definitely, in those moments, I think it goes, the coaching staff tries to pick a guy who had a big impact on the game. So maybe somebody that came off the bench and played well or just affected the game, somebody who was starting that may made a couple hustle plays or took a charge. And so I think they look for different criteria every game, obviously, depending on how it goes.
As we try to fill out the resume for you to get into that 3-point contest, which you absolutely should. Video came out and you were doing a row of balls all the way from one side to the opposing 3-point line, and you were nailing all that. Now that couldn't have been one take, right? Was that what is that secret to the sauce there? Or that was tough.
It definitely wasn't my first take, but but all the shots were made.
Now, getting in the 3-point contest is awesome and obviously an honor, but also is there a part of you that goes, man, I kind of want to relax when I sit around the house. I need the break. That's a big commitment.
Hell yeah. Like there's definitely in the past, that's been all-star break because guys look forward to being able to get away and take your mind away from the game. I think that's the biggest part. As much as you need the physical rest, for most of us, just like mentally, you just need to get out of the grind for a sec, go sit somewhere and not have to worry about basketball for a couple of days. But on the other side of the coin is it'd be really something really cool to do. It's, I've never gone to an all-star weekend yet, just like every other kid grew up watching it. And people who are in that competition are supposedly the best in the world at what they do. So to be able to represent the Kings and obviously represent myself, that'd be a huge honor. So it's something I would do. But if I don't get invited, then I'm heading to a beach and I'll be just as happy.
I was just going to ask, do you have a 2-part plan? I mean, Salt Lake City versus beach from, parts unknown. I mean, you kind of have to have 2 plans here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm an East Coast guy, so all the All-Star breaks so far, I've done like the Caribbean, I've done Miami, so I've done everywhere on the East Coast. So there's some spots here on the West Coast I haven't hit yet in terms of vacation spots that if things don't work out, then yeah, I haven't made them yet, but there's backup plans on the horizon.
All right, listen, we don't want to get too far into your business, so people are bugging you on all. And again, this is assuming you don't go to the 3-point contest, which you should, or it's rigged. But being an East Coast guy, have you been to Hawaii yet?
Have not.
Okay.
Have not been to Hawaii. And that's somewhere too. I mean, for All-Star break, the thing about Hawaii is it's beneficial. You need a quick flight because we'll practice on, I think it's Tuesday, and you can't get stuck. Like it's really a bad look, obviously, if you miss practice that day. And so I feel like if you're gonna go all the way to Hawaii, especially for the first time, it's somewhere that I want to really truly see and explore and be there for a week. So for me, it'll be somewhere where it's kind of I can get a quick direct flight, easy. I know Hawaii might be a direct flight here from Sac, but probably not going to fly 5-6 hours on All-Star break.
I know last night you guys had a team function. You guys had a little bowling experience out there. That's the time to gather with some King supporters and your teammates as well. If there was a chain for bowling, who would have won it last night?
That's a great question. I had a strike, so I hit my for the round. Fox had some good spin. He threw some good balls. I don't think Domas was playing. Keegan was all right, but I think the one guy was disappointed. Malik was trying to throw some spin on it, and it wasn't biting as much as I think he would have liked. So he was trying different things. It just wasn't going as well.
Fox is lefty bowling, right?
Fox is lefty bowling. Yep.
Did you been there in the past? Did you guys get the cool collared gas station shirt swag?
Yeah.
What color was it this year?
Gray and black.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
nice.
So it was nice. It was nice. Never put on one of those shirts, but I felt like a true pro.
Also Cabo, that's a short flight. Puerto Vallarta might be a little long.
That's on the list. Sometimes leaving the country is cool, but sometimes like that customs, and it's just like another layer of something you don't want to deal with. So we'll see.
I think you guys have a bonus day too, Kev. I know you said you have to be back by Tuesday, but I think you guys play on the Tuesday prior. Sometimes teams play Wednesday or even that last Thursday. So I think you even have an extra day in there on the plus side.
Yeah, I want to say last year we played back in Atlanta. I believe we played on that Thursday because I remember I think I flew out Friday morning and I was back Monday night. So if we go Tuesday to Tuesday, that's a pretty solid break. That's a lot of rest and relaxation.
Bro, you go Hawaiian Airlines straight up if you get that week, Sac to whichever island you get. And, you got a decent contract. So you go for the first class. They got the lie flat seats. You get a Mai Tai. It's 4 hours, but you can watch Mulan or whatever show they have. That's what I watched on my way out there. That's why I said Mulan. And if it's a week, you got to at least consider it.
You might be talking me into it. There's a possibility. There's a strong chance.
So, what did I want to? Like the night they mic you up, they had to pick that game. I mean,
Toronto game.
Obviously a coincidence, but how hard was it not to? Or maybe you did lay out some choice words and they just edited them out. But I was sitting there watching it, going, "Oh God, that's a tough call."
Yeah, it is. It is, especially when you're on the bench and you're trying to talk about the game. It's just like, what are you gonna say? Damn, we're down 20. Like it's people aren't trying to hear that type of content, so it's tougher. They always edit out when you say something you shouldn't or you cuss or something like that. So you have fun in warm-ups. The funniest part is telling everybody you're mic'd up before the game. It's one of those things like back in the holidays, like, hey, everybody, by the way, I'm mic'd up. And everyone's like, whoa, hey, like, looking at you like you're the feds or something. But it's
you're wearing a wire, Herder.
I'm wearing a wire. I'm getting everybody. So it's fun. Obviously, you wish it would have came in a win, but it's always something fun to do and look back on.
Yeah, Dave and I were talking on the show. Obviously, I mean, nights like that happen, but that's really rare for your offense. I mean, what did Toronto do that was so stifling to you guys? Because it really didn't look like your normal offense at all.
Yeah, their physicality to start the game and their length were definitely bothersome. We had a lot of uncharacteristic turnovers over the course of the game. They took 24 more shots than we did. And so between turnovers and offensive rebounds, like you're not going to win many games if you're getting outshot by 24. So that was a big part of the game. Mike kind of said after in the press conference, like they really kind of just kicked us pretty good. Like I said, their length was bothersome. They switched. And, when we got to the second and third layer of our offense in that first half, we got good looks. We got to our shots. And, it just felt like in that second half, we were turning the ball over before we really got to the second and third parts of our offense where we can move and drive and kick. And you give credit to them, though. And they lead the league in forcing turnovers. There's something that we talked about. You really can't replicate it in practice, obviously. And it's just something you talk about going the game like, hey, we need to take care of the ball. This is something that they really excel at. And they're also one of those teams, and this happens a lot, like they're a team that fouls a lot. And so if you foul a lot, you can't call every foul. So the usual fouls you get in other games that, now the games aren't physical, they're letting it go. And it's just, that's that's their style of play. And a lot of times if you can get past their initial attack, their first defense, you can find open looks, but we weren't able to do that.
As Kevin Huerter joins us, Kevin Huerter brought to you by Jiffy Lube each and every week. We were having a conversation in the morning about, is there not a blueprint necessarily, although we use that term, but just if you're a scout around the league and you're looking at the Kings, obviously you've won more than you've lost. You're a good team. But if there's a way to come at you guys, we noticed it with Philly, noticed it with Toronto, and noticed it in a few other games. Nobody's going to keep up with you guys, or very few are scoring. But it seems like when there is extra physicality, when they are playing up on you guys a lot more and trying to lock down, it gets you out of a rhythm. Is that accurate, do you think? And is that something you guys are working on to kind of fight through as you get closer to the playoffs with teams like that?
It is, but that's any defense. The defense is the first thing you do, and at any level on any team, whether you're in high school, you're college, or NBA, your coaches. On defense, we got to be physical, we got to be tough, we got to that's how any defense always tries to play. And so, especially for an offense like us, where we have so much movement, we have guys that can go get a bucket, but I don't say we're a heavy isolation type of team where, we don't have anyone on our team going to the line 12, 13 times a game. Fox obviously has, and HB can draw fouls, but our offense is obviously generated by movement and pace and cutting, and physicality and length can disrupt that. And there's a lot of teams that personnel wise don't have the ability to do that. I think Philly and Toronto did, and Boston's a team that does. Even OKC, they're switching a lot this year and doing different things. So for us, it's those are great games to play in. It's just another step for us to get better. Our offense is very similar, and it's no secret, very similar to what the Warriors have done in the past, just with different personnel. And the first thing you do every time you go to play the Warriors is, hey, we gotta be physical on their cuts. We can't get backdoor. We have to be touching them. We have to be all over. We have this and that. What the game plan is, and so every team is starting to try to do that against us. And we just got to be a little bit better, more crisp, bring our own physicality, and continue to play our style of basketball. Because I truly think, and I can feel this in some games, we can wear teams down. I think there's times where I felt in the third and fourth quarters, other teams are wearing down. They're sick and tired of chasing us, or I'm sprinting around the court and they're not trying to keep up. And all of a sudden, late in games, you're getting layup after layup, and other teams are working for shots. So we just got to stick with it. I think that's why our offense can be so potent and so good, is that we can score in such a variety of ways, and we can wear teams down.
Yeah, to your point, it felt like that's the example of that might have been the Memphis game. You just had, that's back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then that fourth quarter came. And was that a game you felt that?
Yeah, that was, that was a game we also were just hot. We just made a ton of threes, but it's those games where you just feel like our running and our pace, or we get in the second half and we're preaching on the bench, we got to run. And, we're rotating guys in and out every couple minutes. Fox plays 5 minutes at a time. He's in and out, ends up with 36 plus, and we're able to just continuously sub and keep guys fresh on the court to keep pace. And you start to notice other teams start to wear down a little bit.
Kevin Huerter with us, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. As we wrap up, you're about to not see your house for a long time. In fact, we were looking, I think, between the 28th when you play Minnesota and the 28th of February. I think you have 3 home games. And these are some doozy trips here. We've talked to you before about clearing out your fridge. You said you can't keep too many leftovers in the fridge because of the job. But when you're off on a road trip like this, are you bringing a big giant suit? How do you pack for something like that?
Yeah, I bring 2 suitcases. I bring everything. I'm this trip, I'm bringing the PS5. I'll bring a laptop. It's like you basically just set up a little, a mini apartment everywhere you go. I basically just, I bring 3 or 4 sweatshirts, 3 or 4 pairs of sweatpants, and obviously enough, underwear and socks to make it through the week. But I wear a lot of team gear on the road. Unless we're going to games, I'm rocking a Kings hoodie. Do a little shopping on the road, and if you really need it, a couple pairs of jeans. But once you're out there, you find you don't end up wearing most of the stuff you bring. So right. I'm gonna stick with the sweatshirts, try to keep it simple. And it's a long time. These 2-week trips, the first week is always fine. It's always like, you're okay to be on the road. It's cool being back in different cities and just to change up. And then that second week, you're like, man, my own bed would feel really good right now. Like I'm sick of packing up in this hotel. Like that's one of the more annoying parts is like we pack once here at home, but then you're packing up in each city to move to the next one. It's not like my suitcase is coming fully apart everywhere. Every city I go, I got clothes everywhere. Everything's so that's the annoying part is just lugging everywhere to every new city.
Quick thought on, I know you're a huge sports fan, the Giants, you're rooting for them, but who do you got this weekend? Do you root for the Eagles or do you hate the Eagles? What are your picks for the Super Bowl?
Come on, dude. Say it. You know you're not rooting for the Eagles.
I'm not rooting I'm obviously rooting for the Niners. It's just the Eagles have done it just all year, right? You know, they've looked dominant all year. They've looked like the best team in the league. They took care of us pretty easily last week. And I don't know who's going to knock them off. So I think I'm taking the Eagles, but we're going to be rooting for the Niners.
Okay.
Is there ever anything I just want to follow? Ever anything you sticks out that you've forgotten on the road? Like you get on the road, and you're just like, dude, how did I possibly not pack that?
A belt. That's happened many times. Like you get there and I forget a belt. Usually I'm good at my toiletries. You know, that's like the first thing I do is like, okay, I have a toothbrush, I have deodorant, I have all the essentials. But you get down to it's like. I actually think I didn't bring this was actually bad. I forgot T-shirts on one trip one year. I packed all these sweatshirts and like a couple long sleeves and like this. And then I didn't bring any shirts. So the only shirt I had was the one I had on. And I just had them like give me a couple T-shirts that like you'd wear to shoot around, like team gear. And those are what made me through like a week-long trip. So that was probably the worst, but I forget a belt like every trip.
And lastly, what are we rocking on the PS5 right now for the trip?
PS5, I'm playing Call of Duty.
Okay.
PS5 is tough to take on the road. The old PS4 was a lot easier just because there's better travel cases for it. You know, I had this game set up where it's like you're basically carrying a briefcase and it's got a screen in it. So I had a nice setup with the old PS4, but this PS5 is huge. Like it needs its own suitcase. So it's a little annoying, but if we're going to sit in Minnesota for 4 days, you need something to do out there.
I'm a PS5 guy, but have you gotten into the Switch at all? Which I've been getting into recently, all the old games.
I have not.
I'm telling you. You take it apart. You got the handheld for the playing, and then you plug it in at home. I pretty much stolen my kid's Switch. That
was what it was intended to be. When you bought it, you knew what you were doing.
Yeah, well, I always tell my kids, it's mine. You're borrowing it. So,
yeah.
Kevin Huerter, have a great trip. We are, of course, all pulling for you to hit that 3-point contest. You certainly deserve it, but we'll take the consolation if we know you're on the shores of someplace sunny. Pack well, wear the belt, get the hoodie. You're going to Minneapolis, and we'll talk to you next week.
Beautiful. Thank you, guys.
All right. Thank you.
Get your vehicle ready for the holiday driving season today.
Hey, thanks to Kevin Huerter. If you missed that or the one a couple hours ago, as we re-racked that, go to the Sactown Sports YouTube page. You should already have the Sactown Sports app. Make sure you're subscribed. Hit the thumbs up. Do all that fun stuff. Hey, American Energy. I want to make sure you and your family are safe this winter with a $49 furnace tune-up to ensure that your system is running safely and efficiently. And if you're ready for a new one, you can get half off with American Energy's 50% off furnace special. You purchase a whole home HVAC system, you get your furnace half off. 0% financing payment plan options available. Listen, there is no reason to keep putting off making your home safe, warm, and comfortable for you and your family this entire, well, really for the unforeseen future, because those things last a long, long time. Call American Energy today at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Or AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Oh, we are so ready. Is this our first Samoneless Friday Fun and no, it's our second. Boy, the weeks fly by. Friday Fun and Games. Don't go away. It's coming up next.
The only place you'll find Keegan Murray is Sactown Sports.
Out to Keegan Murray, straight away for three, and Keegan knocks down the triple.
Hey, Sacramento. It's Keegan Murray, and you're listening to the home of Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
4 NFL teams, 2 conference championship games, and only a few more shots to win big on the playoffs with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Counting down to Super Bowl 57, new customers can bet just $5 and get $200 in free bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code FSR. New customers can bet $5 on the conference championships and get $200 in free bets instantly. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code FSR. 21 and over in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details and state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. Void in Ohio and Ontario. Bonus issued as free bets. 1 boost per eligible game. Deposit, parlay, and wagering restrictions apply. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/football terms.
Folks, there's a fast break with the game on the line. He dribbles down the court, passes ahead for the alley-oop, and it's caught for a slam dunk.
Do you need an assist? Regain and optimize your performance. See what Pacific Men's Clinic can do to make your love life the best it can be. Pacific Men's Clinic's safe and pain-free, clinically proven procedure breaks up plaque and stimulates the growth of healthy new blood vessels. Call for your free consultation now at 916-545-7577. That's 916-545-7577.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's rating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
The only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
I'm nervous for this weekend's games, not just the Kings game, of course, but obviously the Niners on Sunday. And very excited. It's a wonderful sports weekend, and I go back and forth. I vacillate, if you will, being nervous. Not to that's Mark Jonesism right there. But I always get a little bit nervous about Friday Fun and Games, just because I never know. I never know what you're pulling out of the big Jason Ross Santa Claus bag of tricks.
Yeah.
What's that?
I had an error today.
Oh,
so I have to. There was an error. It's the only way I could say it. There was audio. There was going to be an audio
component,
and I was working on it during the Huerter, the first time we were doing that, and had it all parceled together and parsed together and ready to go.
No, what happened?
I did a non-save and everything went away, and I'm like, it took me a while to do it, so it's gone. So I'm improvising here.
Okay,
I'll admit it. I
not a problem.
I'll tell you guys what we were going to do.
Yeah.
And I think it would have been a challenge because I personally forget a lot of these things. So I had taken, the Sunday night intros, like from Football Night in America.
Yeah.
I was going to do just a random wheel I had them all set up like Patrick Mahomes. And then you guys were going to have to fill in what college, instead of them saying that, Patrick Mahomes, Texas Tech,
right,
so on and so forth. But I had all 4 teams, and I was trying to pick players that you knew, but some you might get stumped. And I didn't hit save. They're all gone.
You know what, though?
I had saved one, actually. Mahomes was the first one I had done.
Isn't there a...
Texas Tech.
There you go. Jay won 1-0.
There's an old legend that was it either potato chips or onion rings were invented by accident. That they just dropped into. What do you give me that? What I'm saying is sometimes what seems like a mistake ends up being a wonderful piece of history.
Okay, well, we're going to try something here today.
Fine. I'm trying to be positive.
This is something that's going to be, I think, in your wheelhouse. We actually did this exercise a little bit earlier today, but not in the exact form. We have 4 quarterbacks left.
Okay.
They are named Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, Brock Purdy, and Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
So our exercise here in Friday Fun and Games with you two will be let's do a Mount Rushmore of those 4 names.
Oh my God.
This is your and we are going to start with Patrick. So what's our Patrick Mount Rushmore?
Okay, now to be clear, is Pat acceptable or no, or is it just Patrick's?
I think we're going to try Patrick.
Okay. Saint.
Willis.
I'm going to write these down until we get, and you know, you can have more than 4 entries until you get
Saint, Patrick Willis.
Duffy.
Patrick Duffy from South Park. Thank you, Chris.
You're missing one of your favorites.
Is Patrick from, Patrick Stewart.
Yes.
Oh, Patrick from Schitt's Creek.
Whoa.
Sir Patrick Stewart, by the way. Who wins? Okay, let's see if we can knock one guy off the mountain. Patrick from SpongeBob or Patrick from
SpongeBob.
Yeah, okay.
More iconic.
Patrick Starr. His name.
Patrick Starr, thank you.
So we got to get to 4.
Oh, God, though. Nope, got one. Dan. Dan has to be in there. But who's Dan? I think Dan's knocking off Patrick from SpongeBob, isn't he?
Who's your non-negotiables? Who are your locks?
Saint.
Willis.
You think St. Patrick?
I mean, St. Patrick's Day, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
So Saint for sure. And Stewart, you said?
Yeah, I think Patrick Stewart.
I think so. I think we've got 3 locked.
Willis?
Okay.
And Starr.
Not Dan?
I'm going to go Patrick Starr, man. I think he's more iconic globally.
I'm going to go with Dan Patrick. Which
Can I give you another nominee?
Yeah.
Nick Ewing.
Nick Patrick
Ewing.
Oh,
Nick Patrick, the referee?
He's a Nick. He was a Hoya.
Who's Nick Patrick?
Nick Patrick was a WCW referee.
Neil Harris.
Oh, Neil Patrick Harris. Patrick Ewing, Neil Patrick Harris.
Nobody puts baby in the corner.
Patrick Swayze. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, Patrick
the
Swayze.
late great Patrick Swayze. No, you can't.
I don't think we agreed on anything. Did we get 4?
Yeah,
sure.
We got Patrick Swayze, St. Patrick, Sir Patrick Stewart, and Patrick Willis.
Okay.
Right? Okay.
Joe.
Mama.
Montana.
I'm putting Mama. I'm nominating Mama on the list. Joe Mama is fantastic.
Dirt.
Theismann. Namath. Joe. Would be Namath over Theismann, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Joe.
And you could have put Mahomes in there.
Joe
by the
Mahomes?
Way. No. Patrick
Mahomes.
This guy.
Friday. I'm
Joe
stupid.
Burrow.
Joe Stalin. He was a
Wow,
Joe
okay.
Stalin. Yeah, Joe Montana.
Grandpa Joe?
Grandpa Joe is a dirty fraud.
Yeah, but he's iconic.
Screw him.
Is there a more iconic grandfather than Grandpa Joe?
Yeah, grandfather, clock.
No.
Yeah. Okay, so we got our 4. Did we?
Yep.
Joe Montana, Joe Namath, Joe Mama, and Joe Dirt.
Got it.
Love it. Theismann. Okay, let's go to Jalen.
Rose.
Brown.
Hurts. Jalen.
And Jacoby.
No, who's the Jalen? Jalen Green?
Yeah.
Jalen Green, sure.
Rockets.
Yeah, okay. All right.
Okay. Brock.
Lou.
That's a good one. Brock.
Lee.
Stupid.
Brock Pot.
Jonathan Brockman.
Brock the Casbah.
Brock. There's more Brocks. Lou Brock.
Dieter.
Brock Dieter.
Brock Dieter.
Dieter Brock.
Dieter Brock. Brock.
Lesnar.
Well, wasn't he a wrestler? Oh, Brock Lesnar for sure. Isn't there another what is it? Can you smell?
Oh, yeah, the Brock.
What the Brock is cooking. That's actually, I like this game.
Brock Purdy.
I like the Mount Rushmore game, Jason. I think it's better than the college game.
Okay.
Personally, how long we got here?
About a minute.
Yeah, well, you know who I had? Jason's got an hour and a minute. That's not nice. All right, listen. Love all you out there. Thanks so much.
Any celebrity birthdays? We got anything?
I'll find something for you.
Thanks to Greg Papa. Thanks to Kevin Huerter. By the way, again, both K9s on this show.
Patton Oswalt.
53.
There's Mount Patton. Patton Oswalt was 55.
Jay got it. Right on.
Really?
Yeah.
I sort of got it.
Justin wants to nominate Barack Obama. Grandpa Joe is such a PO. Yes,
he is. I'm not debating that. But he's an iconic one.
Grandpa Joe.
He's an iconic.
He's an iconic. Who else? Anyone?
Royal Rumble picks this weekend.
The guy, I'm going to guess this. At some point during the Royal Rumble, someone's getting thrown against the ring, right? Against the ropes. He's going to bounce back, but he's going to duck under the arm, bounce off the other rope, and then the momentum's going to turn. I don't know who's going to win. That's what that will happen.
Cody Rhodes love a big night.
All right, there it is. We're going now.
Patrick Sajak. Okay. Jason Ross continues this show next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Individual rates, coverage offerings, and savings may vary. Subject to terms and conditions. Not available in all areas. Actual Pi customer.
The other workers' comp insurance company, they were going to reclassify our business, and then they were going to charge me $50,000.
Meet Natalie, owner of the carpentry shop. Shocked by an unexpected bill, she knew it was time to switch her workers' comp provider. That's when she found Pi Insurance.
When we got the quote back from Pi, it was a sigh of relief. They put us in a policy where we fit.
Is your small business overpaying for workers' comp insurance? See how much you could save at trypi.com. Plus, when you sign up for pay-as-you-go billing, your premium is based on your actual payroll, not an estimate. So your workers' comp audit experience is simplified.
I'm grateful that there's a company out there that's willing to insure us little guys because every dollar counts.
With Pi Insurance, you get pricing and coverage made for small businesses. What are you waiting for? Ask your agent for Pi or get a quote in 3 minutes at trypi.com. That's TRYPIE.com.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health Sacramento will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 916-277-8599 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
We all know the game isn't over till it's over. You just got to keep driving towards the end zone. And when it's time to turn the game around, you need all the right parts to play together. So next time you need a part for your car, don't call it quits. Head to eBay Motors. They have 122 million parts. So the road to victory is always in your favor, and you can keep driving well into overtime. Get the right parts at the right prices. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride.
Is your tub worn out, but you're not sure who to trust to replace it? With over 2 million successful bath remodels, people trust Bathfitter because we know how to do it right. We've been custom designing and manufacturing baths for over 35 years. Our unique tub-over-tub installation takes as little as a day with no demo to fit your busy schedule. And we offer a lifetime warranty on every tub. That's how confident we are in our quality and durability. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
We all know the pain of being stuck in the past. But with Roseville Electric, you can get current. Roseville Electric provides you with clean, reliable electric solutions for your home or business. Whether you're looking to go electric, reduce your carbon footprint, or simply save on your monthly energy bill, Roseville Electric has a solution for you. For more info, visit getcurrentroseville.com today.
KH2KAM HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the flagship station of your Sacramento Kings.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sactown Sports. Sactown Sports.
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Frank Reich is the new head coach in Carolina. Reich spent the last 5 seasons as head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, amassing a 40-33 record, including 2 playoff appearances. Reich was the starting quarterback for the Panthers in their first game during Carolina's inaugural season in 1995. It's Championship Sunday in the NFL. The 49ers look to get back to their second Super Bowl in 4 years when they travel to Philly to take on the Eagles at noon, followed by the Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC title game at 3:30. Coverage on Sactown Sports for Championship Sunday begins Sunday at 11. The Kings begin a 7-game road trip tomorrow night in Minnesota. Coverage for that game begins at 3:30 with game night right here on Sactown Sports, the same station giving you the 10 at 10 with Jason Ross right now.
It's the 10 at 10
10 hotly debated topics
on Sactown Sports.
That's right. It is time. Top of the hour here. We've had this is the 5th and final hour of that morning block with Carmichael Dave and myself, Jason Ross. It is time to get the last hour of the week started here for the show. 10 at 10.
Number 1.
Which of the 4 quarterbacks has the most to lose this weekend?
This is a tough one, Jay, right out of the chute, because Mahomes has a Super Bowl. The other 3 do not. You know, I'm going to lean here and say it this way. Actually, I believe it's Joe Burrow. And the reason I say it's Joe Burrow, it's not going to hurt his career. It's not going to derail anything that he's done. I really think the AFC roadmap going forward is really difficult. So my point being, Josh Allen didn't get back there this year. Lamar Jackson's team didn't. Trevor Lawrence could be a great quarterback. We've only seen Herbert in the playoffs once. Mahomes still only has the 1 title. You have to maximize every chance you get there. So the argument can be made for all of them. But, you know, we're going to keep praising all these quarterbacks, but you ultimately get measured on Super Bowls. And so if he loses this weekend, keeps him out of a Super Bowl, he's still young, has many more years to go. They all can't make it. They're all going to be eliminated, process of elimination. So I'm going to say it's Joe Burrow on a tough answer.
I'm going to go with Brock Purdy on a tough answer, and here's why. I think if he wins this weekend, he is automatically the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers next year. I have not bought into the whole idea that Kyle Shanahan is going to make him the starting QB if they lose. So if they lose this weekend, I think he's going to be hit with a bunch of headlines and going to be reading all off season about the quarterback battle next year between him and Trey Lance.
What, the media overreacting?
Yes, I know. It's a thing. Do you have an issue with All-Stars being voted on based upon only 1/2 of the season?
I mean, that's all we have, right? You mean half of the season?
Yes.
Because some guys have barely played any games. Yeah, I mean, that just seems incomplete. I know we probably overreact to all of this, but, you know, there's there's financial implications of people that get voted in All-Stars or contract benefits and bonuses. But number 2, you want to be rewarded for the seasons that you had. I still like the players that play the majority of the games. Some of these guys that are getting in that haven't played that much feel like they're all-stars, but play more games. And so other people that don't make it, for example, Karl Anthony Towns has never been talked about as an all-star this year. When he plays, he'll play like an all-star. He hasn't played enough games. Why is he completely removed? Yet other people, well, they did play 24 games. Like, what's the number that needs to be made? I wish they almost established that criteria.
That's why I find the All-Star game mid-season to be weird, because basically you're an All-Star depending on how you did for 1/2 of a season.
Right.
I remember in baseball, it's probably about 4 years ago, Matt Kemp got voted in his last year with the Dodgers because he had a great first part of the season.
Yeah.
After the All-Star break, fell off of a cliff. And
Yes.
if you were to look at his overall numbers, you'd be like, how the hell did he make the All-Star team that year?
Yeah.
I always think it's weird. All-Star game should be at the end of the season, in my opinion.
Number 3.
As he shared with us earlier today, Kevin Huerter's dilemma could be the 3-point shootout or a few days away on a beach in the sun. What do you choose?
The 3-point shootout. I mean, if you have the opportunity, and I think that's what would be his option. I mean, if he's asked, he's going to go. He wants to be a part of that. He had said he had never been to the All-Star weekend. It's a great time. It's also part of the grind. The whole season is a grind. There's a lot to it. You like doing it. It's your job, it's your passion, it's your love. But sometimes you need a break and the reset. And I think he's got the perfect setup, Jay. If he's asked, go. If not, go to the beach, go get away. Don't think about basketball for a few days. But if put in that position, I'd go to the shootout.
Nah, take the week off.
Really?
It's the only time during the season you're going to get it, especially for him coming off of a 7-game road trip.
He can rest in July.
And
after the title.
enjoy some vacation for what? To go win a meaningless competition? Like, nobody's getting in the Hall of Fame based upon winning the 3-point contest. Hell, Buddy Hield won the 3-point contest
And
for
we went
Sacramento,
nuts.
and he got booed on his return here. It's a meaningless competition. I would like Kevin to go take a rest, come back fresh for the second half of the season.
Number 4.
After seeing players and media voting, do you feel confident De'Aaron Fox will be an All-Star this season?
I do. I feel like he's moved up in the fan voting, whatever that means, but the media and the players think higher of De'Aaron. But you also have to be reminded, sometimes I just saw a list today, or maybe it was last night, I think, now that I think about it, that had 3 different panelists, NBA people, that picked their all-stars and their reserves, and then those that just missed. And 2 of the 3 didn't even have Fox as a just missed. And I went, what?
Yeah.
What are you watching? So I think De'Aaron Fox is in. I also have a fix for this that I'll bring up a little later this hour. But yeah, Fox to me is in.
Yeah, I think De'Aaron's in too. When you see how the media and the players voted, I think the coaches will vote kind of in the same way. And these are the same coaches that have watched him torch them in the fourth quarter. They know what he's capable of. I'm really excited about the potential of the Sacramento Kings having 2 All-Stars for the first time since what? Would that be
Weber and Peja, maybe?
Weber and Peja, or maybe Brad and Peja?
Vlade and Webb, maybe as well?
It might have been that 04 Brad and Peja, perhaps.
Number 5.
The Carolina Panthers made this first decision amongst teams looking for a new head coach as they have hired Frank Reich. Did they get it right?
When you have the entire pool of coaches, it makes you wonder. Like, Sean Payton's name is out there, but there's a little bit of a lore that's put out to Sean Payton, and I think he's a good coach. Frank Reich, I think, is a good coach too. I think there's a connection. It's all about connections, right? And who you know. And Frank Reich has some connections to the Carolina Panthers organization. Has been a good offensive coach. I feel like that's what this team needs. They're also surprisingly got better as the year went along when they got away, traded McCaffrey, got out of Matt Rule. They finished strong and almost won that really bad division. This is a wait and see. I don't know that you could say a blanket statement. Of course they got it right. This is the right hire. I don't know. I think it's someone they're giving another crack at that I think can do a good job, but it's all Jay going to be measured on his wins and losses. Right now, it doesn't scream like success to me, but it also doesn't scream failure.
100% got this one wrong.
Who would you pick?
The guy that was there. The
Steve
guy
Wilkes?
that took Matt Rule's garbage football team. Me and Dave were talking about this earlier. Do you remember that game against the Niners? The lifeless Panthers, which I believe was Matt Rule's last game?
Yeah, when they say a team quit, that looked like a team that
The
quit.
team had quit. He took a team that had quit and got them to go 500 for the rest of the season, and that's not 4 games. You're talking about over a 12-game span. He had the respect. The players wanted him back. That's a pretty talented team. They got some good pieces in Carolina. I think they 100% got this wrong. I think Wilkes should have definitely got that gig.
Number 6.
Dan Quinn says he'll return to Dallas as their defensive coordinator after head coaching interviews. Do you see D'Amico Ryans doing the same in San Francisco?
Well, I hope so. Selfishly, I like him in San Francisco. I think he's got a great defense. I think he's done a good job. And it also doesn't feel to me that this is his last opportunity. Sometimes when it's like, hey, you better jump on this because I don't know how many more chances you have until you really establish yourself as a coach that's coveted by everybody. I think he still would be. I think the Niners defense should be good next year too. It just depends on how he interviewed and what does he think of these opportunities, because that's where you really have to be careful. And I think one of the all-time great examples of this, Jay, is going to the NBA, is Steve Kerr was so coveted by the Knicks, and it's Phil Jackson. That made, to me, as an observer, way more sense. And he picked the Warriors. I'm like, interesting choice. The greatest decision he ever made in his life.
Yeah, I think, and when I say think, I also hope D'Amico Ryans stays put one more year in San Francisco. Look, like he's going to have plenty of opportunity next offseason as well. You look at the jobs remaining out there, just nothing sticks out as like, man, that's a job you should go take. Yeah. If D'Amico Ryans is going to take a first-time head coaching job, you want it to be something with a stable organization. And again, look at what you have out there right now. The Broncos don't exactly look great. The Colts, do you really want to play for Jim Irsay? And do I need to say anything about the Houston Texans?
Right. And Cardinals too, right?
Yeah. Oh, no. It's another organization with a terrible ownership group. Nah, I think D'Amico stays put one more season in San Francisco at the very least.
Number 7.
Longtime college basketball announcer Billy Packer passed away yesterday at the age of 82. He was synonymous with college basketball. Which announcer immediately makes you think of the sport they broadcast?
Yeah. I mean, I guess Vince Scully did other things, but baseball and Vince Scully, just for me, it's like the romantic. I don't know, like if, hey, play a broadcaster in a movie, you probably have someone act like Vince Scully if you can. I mean, I think of baseball and I always think of Vince Scully. That's the name that always jumps to me. Billy Packer's up there though on that list.
Yeah, no, the one for me, and he's much like Scully did other sports, but most known for the NBA was Marv Albert. Mm-hmm. Anytime I hear Marv Albert, I think the NBA. I mean, that was kind of my first, when it comes to like national broadcasts on NBC that I can really remember as a kid. It was
just tie it together.
Yeah, it was Marv Albert and Marv Albert's voice for the NBA Finals. I mean, they were kind of synonymous there during the 90s. So yeah, that's it for me.
Yes.
Number 8.
With the Carolina job off the market, what's the most attractive NFL head coaching vacancy remaining?
Well, you said earlier in your answer, Jay, about stability. I don't think there's a lot of stability in these 4 organizations. It comes to ownership, then it comes to talent. What do you have there? I feel like Denver might have the most talent. A little leery of some of the changes. They constantly have been changing, but I think they're aggressive, and I think there's some good in that. Also may mean your job and your run may be short-lived. But of the 4 most attractive, I guess it's Denver, I say, with reservation.
This is like picking the prettiest ugly person. It's kind of the way I look at that. I was leaning towards Denver as well. I'm going to say Indianapolis just because I think that division is not super great. And I know Jim Irsay is a freaking weirdo.
Yes.
But they got a lot of talent on that team.
That bothered me.
Irsay's a strange cat, man. But again, he's another owner, though, that if you have somebody you like, he will spend. Now, I think he gets a little bit too involved in the day-to-day as an owner. And as we've seen, that's never a good thing. But I will very, very reluctantly say the Colts.
Okay.
Number 9.
Jimmy G is getting closer to being cleared. If we set the over-under at half a snap under center as a 49er quarterback, which would you take?
The under. I mean, he has to take one more snap as a 40. I know they keep talking about him, and what scenario you're putting Jimmy G in? Only
Brock
if there's
Purdy's
injury.
hurt in the Super Bowl.
Like, there's no other way. Like, Jimmy G, I don't like it when a guy loses their starting spot, but it's not been a game. It's not been 2 games. Like, if Brock Purdy filled in for the rest of the game that Jimmy G was out, and then maybe one more, I think they would have gone back to Jimmy G. But now we've got a resume of a guy that's been, 13 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 7-0. How do you take him out?
You don't.
So unless there's an injury, and I'm going to not predict an injury, I'm going to take the under.
Yeah, I'm taking the under on that as well. I'm not going to predict an injury. I don't even want to put that juju out there. Mm-hmm. There is no scenario that if the San Francisco 49ers make the Super Bowl, and I don't think, I think Kyle Shanahan and the Jimmy G relationship it's never been great. I don't think there is a thought in Kyle Shanahan's mind of making a change at quarterback.
Yeah, I don't either.
There's no thought.
Why?
And next year, regardless of what happens this year, you're 1-2 next year, unless one of them gets traded, is Trey Lance and Brock Purdy. So no, Jimmy Garoppolo's taking his last snap in San Francisco.
Number 10.
Better chance of happening. The Kings finishing their 7-game roadie with the winning record, or the 49ers heading to the Super Bowl?
I mean, this feels about as even as possible. We got to make a decision, not sit on the fence. Honestly, I think the better chance is the Kings finishing above 500. Better chance, I think both are happening, but I think the better chance is the Kings.
I'm going to go with the Niners. I think they're going to win, and 7 games road trip is a very long road trip. It is very hard to come away with that with a winning record. Anything can happen on the road. This Kings team's been kind of Jekyll and Hyde the last 4 games. I'm going to go with the 49ers getting to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, by the way, if it's 3-4, I don't think it's disaster. You got to see how they play. 2-5 or less, that feels that's a bad road trip based on who they're playing as well. All right, we got to get into that's your 10 at 10. We got to get into the championship Sunday. This is going to be a great Final Four teams. Love the matchups. We'll get into that when we come back.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's rating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Folks, there's a fast break with a game on the line. He dribbles down the court, passes ahead for the alley-oop, and it's caught for a slam dunk.
Do you need an assist? Regain and optimize your performance. See what Pacific Men's Clinic can do to make your love life the best it can be. Pacific Men's Clinic's safe and pain-free, clinically proven procedure breaks up plaque and stimulates the growth of healthy new blood vessels. Call for your free consultation now at 916-545-7577. That's 916-545-7577.
Live and local.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
They got to get up and clock the ball. 5, 4, 3, 2. Jack will he get it off in time?
No.
With 1 second to go. Did he spike the ball in time or not?
No, he did not.
He did not. The 49ers have won the game. What do you got, Alex Kemp? Did he spike it in time? That's the end of the game. Game is over. The 49ers have won. They're on their way to Lambeau.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, that was last year, a year ago. Then this year, the 49ers kept things rolling back again in the NFC Championship game. They're hoping to avoid what happened last year, right? The 49ers went into L.A., really looked good in the game for the majority of the part, and then ultimately fell a little bit short with the Rams getting the fourth quarter differential there and going on to the Super Bowl. Now, the 49ers have to do this one on the road this year, and that part doesn't really faze me.
No.
Jay. I mean, I think this team can win anywhere. They've shown they can win anywhere, and I mean, maybe that gives you'd rather be at home. There's a slight advantage for Philadelphia, but I don't look at that as the elements or the environment are going to be too much for the 49ers.
I don't think there'll be too much, but it's something to keep an eye on. I don't really count the Chicago game earlier in the season because those elements were just crazy. But you look at some of the other roadies this year. Kansas City was at home, right?
Yes, it was.
Okay, there was the Denver one.
Right.
That's a cold environment that they really looked like they struggled in. But that was earlier in the season. That's Jimmy Garoppolo behind center, and he just looked like I don't even know what in that game. But no, I'm not too worried about it. And, you hear the comments from guys like Deebo Samuel. They're ready. Trent Williams was talking about it the other day. This team is hungry for a championship ring. I really do not see that home crowd in Philly rattling them. This is a vet team. They know this is their chance, like their window. I don't want to. I hate being the guy that, they got a 2-year window or a 3-year window, but this team doesn't have a super big one, especially in the NFL.
Well, that's it. Like, we just played the highlight of the Cowboys and Niners from not last week, but from 2 years ago. But then if you think about last year, the Rams win the whole thing. I mean, they were awful this year.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of injuries.
They did, but that's what happens.
And the 49ers are a team that over the last 4 years has been injury-riddled. Yeah. Remember, they go to the Super Bowl after the 2019 season. 2020, they couldn't keep anybody healthy, which, in a weird way was nice because that's how they ended up with Nick Bosa. But yeah, I mean, things change in a heartbeat. The one thing I like about the Niners, though, in this game is they've been here before.
Yes.
They got the veteran presence on the team, and it's going to be interesting to see how that affects a guy like Jalen Hurts, who hasn't been in this position yet.
Yeah, and then that's the other part is about Brock Purdy, right? In this kind of game, on the road, hostile environment. Let's hear his teammate Deebo Samuel talk about Brock Purdy.
I kind of say this all the time, but I go back to preseason against Houston. He just have this attitude and this competitive edge of himself. It's like he don't care if he mess up. If he do it, he's going to do it full speed, and then we'll talk about it at the end of the day. But just how I've seen him grow throughout the whole year from getting 0 snaps to being a starter of this team. And, with the guys that we have around him, like from our guy, Trent being the leader that he are, and everybody else just honing around him, just giving him confidence to be who we need him to be.
The thing about the Niners, and I know they say this publicly, but I really get the authentic feel that they mean this. They really have ended up supporting whoever is leading that team.
Yeah.
And whether that was whoever gets thrown into the fire, Jimmy G, Trey Lance, now Brock Purdy. And also, Jay, the results for Purdy have been so good. I mean, he has been really, really impressive.
We're at a point now, and I think it's super safe to say he's a better quarterback in his rookie year right now than Jimmy Garoppolo has been for this football team.
Mm-hmm.
I've maintained now for several seasons. I hated the Jimmy Garoppolo. Look at his record. Look at his record. Look at the 49ers when Jimmy Garoppolo starts. Jimmy Garoppolo was a guy that got a lot of wins because of a run game and a defense that surrounded him.
Yeah.
But when you look at what Brock Purdy's done in opening that offense, getting the ball downfield, it's completely changed the dynamic of this offense. Now, granted, you also add Christian McCaffrey into the fold, and that's going to completely change it as well. But again, he's just more poised. He makes reads that Jimmy can't read. Jimmy goes through progressions, and he starts at 1. He can't go after that. Whereas Brock Purdy can make progressions, and you saw it last game on that miracle catch by George Kittle. Kittle wasn't even a targeted receiver on that play call. That's how good Brock Purdy is under pressure. I just feel a lot more confident, and I'd wonder if you had to like anonymously poll the 49ers locker room who they feel more confident in going into Philadelphia with as their starting quarterback, Brock Purdy or Jimmy Garoppolo. I would imagine, again, if it's anonymous, they would say Brock Purdy.
I agree. And, sometimes you look at, like, really watching Brock Purdy closely, there's been a couple games where I don't know if he's living right or you'll hear this phrase, there's just a tight window to fit that throw in. He's had some throws, especially the downfield that you're referring to, that I felt, man, that's a little bit underthrown, but it's been underthrown in a way that it's enough of the mistake. He had
he's
more
not throwing lobs.
Yeah, he had more room to make the mistake where you're like, man, if he let Ayuk, that's a stand-up touchdown. He underthrew it. Ayuk came back, made the catch, got tackled at the 3. You're like, it still worked. It wasn't a pick. He didn't turn the ball over. There was a game. Who was he? Oh, the first playoff game. I thought the first half against Seattle, he was a little behind on his throws. He had a couple that either the guys would make great catches or it would just be incomplete, where it feels like maybe Jimmy throws that into the other team's hands.
He does.
And where it's like, well, Purdy's still making some mistakes, but his mistakes aren't turning the ball over.
Well, and it's not just that. It's because I agree with your point. Jimmy makes those just head-scratching turnovers when he throws the ball. But two things, what you're saying is correct about that, but also when he's in trouble, he gets the ball away.
Yes.
That's one thing Jimmy Garoppolo never did, is like if you pressure Jimmy, he's usually taking the sack or he's turning the ball over. It's one of the two. Brock is he's not a quote unquote running quarterback, but he's much more mobile in the pocket than Jimmy is. And when guys pressure him, he knows where to get the ball away. And then Kevin in the YouTube chat brought this up, and I was trying to think of another road game that he had played in this year that was kind of a environment like Philly, Seattle. That crowd in Seattle, and remember, that was a game where Seattle was still very much in the division race, and that was a clinching game for the 49ers in a place that they have no business winning in. He had no issue with the crowd there. And that is, again, arguably the loudest crowd in the NFL.
Yeah.
I just don't see the environment rattling this kid. And it just, again, I feel a lot more confident with him behind center than I would Jimmy Garoppolo this weekend.
Yeah, a couple of his best throws to me are the over the middles, the quick slants, the deeper posts, everything down the middle. He is really locked in. And then I'm going to go back to Kyle Shanahan, the play calling to set it up. Greg Papa told us earlier when he was on with Dave and I that maybe they have to change things up a little bit, not be as predictable on when they're going to run. Maybe you throw a little bit earlier. I look at last week, too, when the Niners were basically trying to exhaust the time and give Dallas as little time left. They had a third down and normally a throwing situation. I'm like, well, they're going to run because they want Dallas to use all their timeouts. And they still did the safe. Like, it was a real quick screen out to McCaffrey. He got a few yards. They still had to punt. But you could still implement the passing game if it's as about rock solid as possible as a version of the run game.
Yeah, but I agree with you. You got to go over the middle because that's kind of his bread and butter. And especially you're going to have to keep that clock running because, man, to me, this game's going to be one in the trenches.
Yep.
Like, this is going to be a defensive, first game. You got to keep that Philly defense out there for a long time. I think that was one of the issues, especially early on in the Dallas game, man, is the offense couldn't stay on the field.
Yeah.
And that really helped because I thought Dallas moved the ball better than San Francisco did in the first half. They can't allow for that to happen again because this Eagles defense is way too good.
All right, one thought on that. Here's Kittle talking about that Eagles defense.
I mean, they've got 6 first-rounders on their D-line, and they're fantastic. They're vets. They know how to play the game. They're going to be violent. They're going to talk a lot of crap. And, I mean, that's just something I'm looking forward to because every time we play Philly, it's a great game, and it's going to be really fun.
Yeah, I think so. It's going to be an awesome atmosphere. Really look forward to it. Again, the games this weekend here on Sactown Sports. The Kings will have a busy week coming up with all these road games that get started tomorrow in Minnesota. We'll look at the road trip. Also, maybe a remedy for all this all-star drama. We'll have that when we come back.
The only place you'll find Kevin Huerter is Sactown Sports.
Huerter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Huerter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sactown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by RC Willey Home Furnishings.
I'm Dirk Bedorn in the KCRA3 Weather Center, and a few clouds this afternoon. Temperatures still expected to warm into the upper 50s to lower 60s. We are looking at clearing skies overnight tonight. Cooler changes over the weekend with a chance for a little bit of rain and snow by Sunday. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA3 News and the KCRA3 app.
This week during RC Willey's Winter Savings Event, you'll find incredible savings in every department. Plus, enjoy coupon savings from $50 up to $200 on your new purchase. Come in today and save in our Rockland or South Sacramento store near Elk Grove. RC Willey.
I'm in the great outdoors doing a little Dodge watching with Vince Bloom, the big guy at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Would you look at that? You know, those are some pretty high-powered binoculars you got there, Vince.
Yeah, I use them to spot all the Lasher license plates out there.
Well, there's bound to be a lot because, I mean, you are the big guy after all, and the big guy's known for making great deals on new Ram 1500 Bighorns and Longhorns, Tradesmen and Laramies, crew cabs and quad cabs, 4x4s and 4x2s.
I know. Hold on. I see another one.
Another what? Looked like it might have been a new Dodge Challenger.
I think so.
Or a new Dodge Charger. Elk Grove Dodge sells a ton of those, you know. And new Durangos, Chrysler Pacificas, Jeep Cherokees, and the new Grand Cherokee, Jeep Compass, Gladiators, and Wranglers, and the all-new Wagoneer. I've heard Elk Grove Dodge has great deals on those, too.
Oh, he's taken off.
Oh, I'm sorry. You lose him?
Oh, no. Just another happy customer migrating back to Elk Grove Dodge.
No surprise there, because for over 40 years, the name Lasher means a great deal.
Only at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge and the Elk Grove Auto Mall and online at elkgrovedodge.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is an important notice to consumers facing $10,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt. You may not be required to pay it all back because there are special programs now in effect that will significantly reduce the amount you will owe if you qualify. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. These programs, which the credit card companies like to keep secret, exist to aid American consumers struggling with overwhelming credit card debt by offering tremendous savings and real debt relief. Accredited Debt Relief has established a special hotline for you to call and learn what savings you qualify for. They've helped qualify consumers with over $1 billion in debt and are A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. So don't wait. Get the relief you need during these hard economic times. For this free information, call the Accredited Debt Relief hotline now. Call 800-885-9977. 800-885-9977. That's 800-885-9977.
They say you can't have it all. The incredibly versatile Mercedes-Benz SUV family proves otherwise. Top-of-the-line vehicles, each groundbreaking in their own right. There's the versatile GLC, the optional third-row GLB, the powerhouse GLE, the agile GLA, and the brilliantly cutting-edge Mercedes-Benz GLS. Each SUV boasts the seamless technology you'd expect from a signature Mercedes-Benz vehicle, with the category-leading safety innovations your family deserves. From MBUX voice-activated technology to pre-safe collision response that initiates passenger protection measures in a matter of seconds. Each SUV in this family built to protect what matters most, your family. The exceptional 2023 Mercedes-Benz SUV family. Intelligence not yet seen from SUVs. A family of distinct models, all equally impressive. Test drive one of the 8 impressive models at your local dealer or learn more now at MBUSA.com.
This time check is brought to you by West Coast Men's Health Acoustic Wave Therapy.
Sactown Sports
Headlines.
With your Sactown Sports headlines, I'm Jay Mars. Frank Reich is the new head coach in Carolina. Reich spent the last 5 seasons as head coach of the Indianapolis Colts, amassing a 40-33 record, including 2 playoff appearances. Reich was the starting quarterback for the Panthers in their first game during Carolina's inaugural season in 1995. It's Championship Sunday in the NFL. The 49ers look to get back to their second Super Bowl in 4 years when they travel to Philly to take on the Eagles at noon, followed by the Bengals and Chiefs in the AFC title game at 3:30. Our coverage of Championship Sunday begins Sunday at 11 on Sactown Sports. The Kings begin a 7-game road trip tomorrow night in Minnesota. Coverage of that game begins at 3:30 with game night right here on Sactown Sports, the same station, giving you Jason Ross right now.
Jason Ross, weekday mornings on Sactown Sports.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
So it is the Kings and T-Wolves tomorrow.
Oh.
First of 7-game road trip. First of a Minnesota. I say back-to-back. It's 2 games in a row, but they got a day off in between. Several days in Minnesota for the Kings.
So a lot of time in Minnesota, maybe hit the Mall of America.
Yeah, got to stay in those hamster trails where you don't have to go outside. Just walk from building to building and never go outside, which I don't blame them.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This is like your least favorite NBA team that you don't really know why.
Minnesota?
Aren't you a Minnesota Timberwolves, like, just
yeah,
can't really take them?
I have not been – I'm not a big fan of Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, you hate Karl Anthony Towns.
And so when they added Gobert, I went, wow. Different. I don't get it. I mean, I don't get it.
Neither does anyone else right now. I don't think the Timberwolves get it either.
And when people's anytime you make a trade, the biggest name is always the headliner. Gobert was the biggest name in the trade, but I went, man, you got Patrick Beverley was the dog on the team that they desperately needed, so they moved him. Utah since has moved him. Malik Beasley was a huge bench scorer for them and at times started. Jared Vanderbilt's a really good piece. And then not to say all the picks they gave up too, Jay.
They gave up 4 first-rounders.
Yeah, 9 total players for Rudy Gobert, who's good. He's a good player and is a good anchor. And I didn't feel like that's what they were missing. And then the thought was, well, now Towns is going to become, like, is he a 3-point shooter? That's what you're
stretch 4, right?
Which is
just
great.
Completely just have him stretch the entire time.
But I just feel like part of his charm is that he is a stretch, but also can bully you on the block. It's a little bit like Sabonis. Sabonis doesn't shoot as many threes as Towns does, but it's a charm to Sabonis that he could be your 5, get the rebound and run a fast break, run the high post and pass to everybody, score on the block when need be, finish in transition. You like the versatility, but I feel like you've now made him away from the basket, at least if you're playing with him with Gobert.
Right, and that's when it comes down to the X's and O's, but look at the actual overall makeup on the team now. You get rid of Beasley, Vanderbilt, and Beverly, all got a little dog in them, right?
Yes.
Like, those are guys that came off of that bench that really were a crucial part of that team making it to the playoffs last year. And you replace that with Gobert, who's not a dog.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I actually saw the funniest comparison I saw was just kind of Rudy was having a couple – whatever game this year. They said that the Wolves gave up all of that and those picks for Bismack Baguette.
Oh, wow.
I was like, damn.
Yeah.
But so the makeup of the team, the complexion of the team changes. The X's and O's aren't there. And then you look at all kind of the internal strife. Like, Ed Edwards never seems like he's happy there. He's always kind of passively calling guys out.
But their best player.
But he's their best player. To me, I think he's better than Karl Anthony Towns at this point. I totally
agree.
And so you have that. You have D'Angelo Russell, who is extremely frustrated there, and he has been just – everyone thought – I remember when the Wolves traded for him, everyone thought, oh, man, that was a great trade for Minnesota.
Yeah.
Boy, has that not worked out.
Yeah, Wiggins became an all-star. They won a championship with the Warriors.
The bigger point is just real quick, I was trying to get to with that is it any coincidence that, okay, they trade Wiggins, he goes on to be an all-star in a much better organization, and the 2 years that they make the playoffs, the quote-unquote dog, Jimmy Butler, the first time, and then you look at Beverly and others the second time, now they're not really in playoff contention. I mean, they are, but
barely, but that they needed
any
those guys.
coincidence to that?
No, I think that's exactly it. And Butler didn't want to stick around. Remember, he came through here and had that game where it's like, he's not even interested.
Dude, he met Sam Amick at what hotel was it downtown after the game? It was like, dude, I need to get out of here.
Yeah, and not every time I think about Minnesota, I think about last year, not that far from this time of year. It was in early February. Kings make the big trade to get to Domantas Sabonis. His first game was against these T-Wolves.
Fox feeds low post. Sabonis inside. Double clutch. Glass. Good. The first Kings basket for Domas Sabonis. So it's a 5-2 ball game.
First of many for him. So anxious to see him on a bounce back. He had his first real clunker, I would say, really in a long time. And the measurements now, what we expect from him are so outlandish. But Jay, I anticipate Domantas having a big game tomorrow.
Yeah, and I like the idea, especially I think Minnesota this is a good matchup for the Kings because Domantas can pull Gobert away from the basket, and you pull Rudy away from the basket. I mean, that pretty much neutralizes him, right?
Well, and they want space. They want that floor. They want to shoot threes. Kings want to get into the lane, paint touches, all that. I think that's what they're going to try to do. And I do like the fact that the Kings are traveling there today. They can, if they want to, I know when, who was it when the Kings played OKC and then Philly in back-to-back nights, we saw Philly staffers there because they were at the hotel and I'm here on a Friday night. I'm going to go watch them play, and then we'll be back here the next night. I don't know if any of the Kings players will actually, or staff will go watch the game, but they can from their hotel room because tonight Minnesota hosts Memphis, and that's a team that works you a little bit.
Yeah, no, they work you a lot, and they get under your skin a lot. Yeah. You got to imagine, and what I like about that particular matchup is because the Grizzlies will do that to the Timberwolves, and I think they can easily get under their skin. If the Grizzlies come out tonight in Minnesota and handle the T-Wolves, right? Minnesota's not the type of team that's going to make them angry, and they're going to bounce back against the Kings.
Right. And the fact that after Memphis lost here, they lost 3 in a row. They just had the heartbreaking buzzer beater by Jordan Poole. They lost 4 in a row.
Yeah, they're ready for a win. And I think they're looking at the T-Wolves more like the T-Puppies, and I think the Grizzlies are going to feast tonight. I really do.
Yeah, so the Kings have them Saturday and then Monday, and that really sets the tone, hopefully, for this road trip. It's a long one. It's spaced out well. There's some important games along the way, but hopefully some wins coming up for the Kings. I know we talked a little bit, too, Jay, about the All-Stars. And the starters were announced. Sabonis was kind of in the mix as a potential guy. He's going to get there. But here's it's not like this over-the-top brilliant fix, but I think this is what needs to happen for the league. First off, I think they should have 15 on the roster.
I agree.
So that alleviates some of the issue. The other one is this was done before. They used to literally have a center, 2 forwards, 2 guards. Now they've given it 3 front court players. I still think that's too heavily weighted to the front court. I think right now in the West, there's more guard candidates. And so if you automatically give 3 and 2 to your starters, the backups are 3 and 2. So that's 10 of your team and then 2 wild cards, which likely are going to be guards this year.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you, I don't want to say ignore positions, but maybe it's positionless basketball. And the other reason to completely forget this is what they've added, which is so great, is the draft.
Right.
So in theory, if there are, 2, 4, maybe 5 or 6 centers in the game, they could all be on Team LeBron. They could be in theory. So who cares about position?
I was just going to take it a step further. Just make it positionless. Just make it the 15 best guys out west.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, that makes the draft way more compelling because now you have to draft according to who is out there in position. And it makes the guys actually think a lot more about what they're doing. I agree. I think the idea of positions is super dated when it comes to All-Stars. I think about that. Really, the only sport to me that applies to is like the NFL and MLB.
Yeah.
But with basketball, you could totally mix and match. I think it would actually make the game a lot more fun because I look at it that sense. If we went that way, right? 15.
Yeah.
Positionless per conference. De'Aaron and Domas are locks, right?
Oh, guaranteed.
We're not even having a conversation.
Well, and then I think the other thing it can allow, which is funny because one of the arguments I've heard for the Kings, which I like this argument, is like, hey, they're the 3 seed. Look at all the winning, and those 2 guys are so important. Well, Memphis and Denver are most likely going to have 1 All-Star.
Mm-hmm.
They've won more than the Kings.
I agree.
So do you award Aaron Gordon's on the fringe? Desmond Bane was tracking it. And what's funny is he missed some games, and he's in that group of people that has been eliminated basically because of games he's missed, yet Paul George, Zion, Anthony Davis somehow dodged some of that too. So
that I was going to add another step to this as we completely rework this for the NBA and make it better. And I understand why they've always done it this way. I don't like that fans vote in the starters.
Right.
I've never liked that. I don't like that process at all because we look at all-star games and we look at that type of stuff when you talk about Hall of Fame.
Yeah. Can you give him the 15th player?
Let's do this. I think media, coaching, and players, however you want to split that, votes in the 12 per conference. The 3 make 13 through 15 your wild card, and that's the fan voting.
And the one I would say on that, I'm good with that, but you've got to give them a pool. You can't say, because that's when you're getting
I completely
Austin Reeves
agree.
And, if the pool is, let's say De'Aaron Fox is on the bubble, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, Aaron Gordon, Desmond Bain, I'm just looking at people, and you give them 5 to pick 3, but people that deserve it.
Yes.
Then it's like, okay, then you give the fans a voice.
Right. And you give the fans a voice, and it just balances us out. We no longer have the stupid, oh, look, Austin Reeves is 6th in voting.
Right.
Kevon Looney is 7th in voting. It's
Alex
just
Caruso.
It's just dumb.
Right.
Like, you cannot give, like, I use this, sorry, Dave, I'm going to insult you. I use this analogy with Dave when he likes to press buttons. I'm like, it's like giving a 3-year-old a chainsaw.
Yes.
Like, you just don't do it.
Yeah. Though we read some of the player votes earlier, like,
again, also like
Dellavedova got a few.
I think it should be like 60% coaches voting, maybe then what?
Player captains or something.
Yeah, 25% media and like 15% player.
Yeah. In the end, I think it's going to be okay. Sabonis will definitely be there. I feel good about Fox getting there. They both deserve it.
Do you think he should get in over SGA? I do. Just because
I really think that's a good argument. I heard a lot of people go, no way. And I said, I think you should really look at it. Tell me if you're going scoring, sure, SGA gets it. There's a lot of other areas where Fox is ahead of him.
Well, the Kings, number 1 being a winning team, that should matter. And then I always look at that fourth quarter clutch thing. I think that should play way more of a part.
Yeah, way more of a factor in winning games too. All right, we'll come back. We'll cross it over with Deuce and Mo for the final segment of this 5-hour extravaganza.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Starting January 23rd. Tune into Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Followed by the return of Deuce and Mo.
Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Followed by Cattles and Rami from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You wanted more local? We're giving you more local on Sactown Sports. Your local sports leader.
For your everyday vehicle. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP oil filter for only $26.99. Do the complete job for the right price. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you take the time to shop at Folsom Lake Honda, there's one thing you'll always find. Happy people ready to serve you. As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too. Get an instant cash offer for your trade at FolsomLakeHonda.com. We'll buy your car whether you buy from us or not. Folsom Lake Honda is your one-stop Honda shop.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
This is Monster Jam! See the legendary Gravedigger and more tear up the dirt with massive stunts, all-out racing, and crazy skills. It's adrenaline-charged fun for the whole family.
Let's hear it! Make some noise!
Monster Jam, as big as it gets. Coming to Golden One Center this weekend. Tickets start at $20. Brought to you by BKT Tires.
Welcome, Doug Christie here for the Good Feet Store with a question. How is the game of basketball like the Good Feet Store? And the answer is the very best basketball players do it all. Shoot, defend, rebound, they do it all. And the Good Feet Store does it all too. Good Feet manufactures their own line of arch supports, over 300 styles, sizes, and flexibilities. Good Feet arch support specialists at every store personally fit every customer for free with no obligation. Lastly, Good Feet sells its arch supports exclusively at over 200 Good Feet stores nationwide. Sore feet, aching back, knee or hip pain, even plantar fasciitis? When nothing else works, come to the Good Feet Store and experience the comfort, balance, and support of the Good Feet 3-step arch support system. The Good Feet Store in Sacramento, Roseville, Stockton, Modesto, and now Vacaville off Nut Tree Parkway by Sprouts, online at goodfeet.com.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you ordered a new air filter for your car. You try to install it, but it doesn't fit. So you take a little bit off the sides. Well, still doesn't fit? Well, you could try to sit on it. Or get it right the first time with eBay Motors Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's going to fit. Air filters, brakes, headlights, over 122 million parts. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors, let's ride.
The show is sponsored by BetterHelp. When you're at your best, you can do great things. Working with a therapist can help you get closer to the best version of yourself. BetterHelp is a great therapy option. It's flexible, affordable, and entirely online. Let therapy help empower you. Visit betterhelp.com/herd. Betterhelp.com/herd to get 10% off your first month. BetterHelp, HELP.com/herd.
Jason Ross on Sactown Sports.
Morgan's redirecting everything in here, redesigning. What are you doing over
She's
there?
adding lights. I have no idea.
Hey, you're getting out of camera. People want to see Mo.
Oh, whatever. I can't even hear myself.
Can you hear us?
If I do this.
Okay.
What are you doing?
Is Deuce done? Like what? It's the last show of the last day of the week.
Yes.
First week for you guys back. Did you fix it? Mo, can you? Or no,
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, huh?
And again, what are you doing? You've like redirected everything over there.
You know,
Cleaning up.
I'm trying to do like studio lighting. Thanks, Chris. It's very like, I don't want to put a gender on it, but ew, you know?
It's like the lights helped? You're going to highlight more of the ew.
Simone and I are the only women
Yes.
within this part of the station, at least. There's obviously amazing women a part of this company and in this building. But like, guys, we got to, come on, pick it up a little.
I think the lights are going to highlight
that. Unorganized. Barf. Let's go. Can I get some help?
From the
Chris,
guys?
J. Mars, help me out. Anyone.
Wait, what happened? She thinks it's a little chaotic. It just there's too much going on.
There's
in
a
here.
lot of-
It needs to be organized. It's her OCD coming into
There's a
play.
lot of weird stuff over here.
I mean,
I don't know.
Cattles comes in and he has like his Lysol and everything.
He's
so
going to clean it all up.
I appreciate his cleanliness, but you guys, organization is key.
Yeah.
Like that's how like our brains are going to function throughout the day and feel good about life.
I don't know where I am. How are you guys?
We are good.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to give you 3 topics, and you tell me which one you want to discuss.
Oh, okay.
And tell me why we're not talking Royal Rumble. But Royal Rumble.
Oh.
You want my wrestling picks? I mean, you know I'm a wrestling guy.
Let me guess.
Cody Rhodes. It's going to be a big weekend for Cody Rhodes. But I'm more interested in the women's Royal Rumble. Rhea Ripley, like, winning this whole thing.
Morgan's such a casual now with the Women's Royal Rumble that she would not know.
Oh, I'm a casual with all of wrestling right now.
Rhea Ripley is a great call.
How's my Cody
what the
Rhodes
last 6
pick?
months? I hope it's not accurate.
Okay.
Wow. I really appreciate you even trying that. All I know is that
trying that. You know, Deuce knows I'm a big wrestling guy.
no,
Huge guy.
of course. And I know we're doing some wrestling stuff on our podcast or on our podcast, whatever. It is a podcast.
It's a show.
It's a show. And I was like, wow, I'm a casual. Cash.
Wow.
Yeah. So what's the next topics?
Oh, we're already done with that.
Yeah.
When's the next time you guys are going? I remember you made the big trip to, what was that?
We went to AEW. Are you talking about? We went to AEW Grand Slam, as you know, in New York.
Yeah.
And then WrestleMania. WrestleMania is in LA this year. It's a 2-day event. Yeah. And unfortunately, the Kings have to play a game. Don't get me started on tomorrow. The Kings play at the same time as the Rumble.
Okay, here's my thing with it.
Wait,
though.
also, you guys are busy tomorrow, too. Don't you have Stockton?
I have Stockton. She's at
I have
NBC Sports.
So he'll be calling the game in Stockton by himself. I'll be in San Francisco, NBC Sports.
Wait, I don't like this.
Come back, do night chat after the game.
Okay.
So it'll be fine. It'll be okay.
Big win for the Stockton Kings last night.
Massive.
Hey.
People are waking up this morning going, the Baby Beam team got it done.
Wait, there really were people doing that.
Yeah.
Our girl Jill Adge on
No, it's
what?
not. People aren't like going crazy. Are people driving around and going to work today going, hey,
We
man.
did 4 hours on it.
Okay, I missed that. Sorry.
No, it's
I was celebrating all night, so I missed it.
Honestly, it's really cool because we see the connection too, Jason, between the big squad and this squad so much more this season. Jay Triano was there.
Yeah.
Alvin Gentry's been there so many times. Anjali Ranadive is obviously their assistant GM. And you can just feel the chemistry, the connection that a lot of these people have with one another. And then especially because they're getting the wins, vibes are good.
Yeah. How's
KZ.
Dunkson?
Who?
Dunkson.
Oh, He brings around this big old drum.
Oh, it scared me so bad the first time he did it.
You get scared of the drum.
Right behind us. Imagine just doing a game. It's kind of quiet. You hear boom, boom, boom. Like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Atmosphere.
Yeah. Josh Jackson did make his debut. His
how'd
Stockton
he
Kings debut. Yeah, he had some good minutes. And what's kind of funny is Jay Triano was there. That Jay Triano coached Josh Jackson his rookie year in Phoenix. Jay Triano had a Josh Jackson shirt from his Phoenix days. He
Did
wore
he really?
to the game.
Yeah.
So it's cool.
See, the chemistry is alive and well with
That's
this
what
team.
I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's cool.
How about Deuce's favorite matchup, the Kings and the T-Wolves tomorrow?
Oh
you love the T-Wolves as much as I do.
I cannot stand
You
that
both hate
team.
the T-Wolves that
I like
much?
the T-Wolves.
Wow.
Yeah.
Frauds, for sure.
Oh,
Towns.
God.
It starts with Towns and ends with Towns.
And it goes to Gobert, too.
Okay. Well, he's now a T-Wolf, so he goes on that list.
I'm interested to see it because although T-Wolves have not been great this year, the chemistry, the vibes are weird. They are capable of playing some good
They are,
defense.
but they play
and-
Memphis tonight. Grizzlies are going to get them agitated.
Okay, second half back-to-back.
Yeah.
But, that Gobert-Sabonis matchup, the length, again. And I was looking at Sabonis' numbers against Minnesota. Not great. Or against Gobert. Not great.
But it's coming off, I think, his worst game this year. Sabonis.
By far.
Probably his 2 back-to-back worst games, right?
Yeah, the weird one, he had a triple-double, but he wasn't also that good in that
Which
game.
and my question with that sometimes is it our expectations are too high with him, or is it really like, no, eye test, when you see him get frustrated and taken out of his game, it's like, oh, you're better than this.
Yeah.
You've matured, you're 26 years old, and I know that sounds so
Old
young.
man.
Old man. But no, truly, I feel like he's brought his game to a whole different level mentally and physically.
Yeah. I like the way the road trip is laid out. Again, I know we've done the exercise before, Deuce. Hey, I think they can win. That's so
5-2.
5-2 is like your benchmark.
I think 5-2 is
That'd be a
very
great trip.
doable.
Thank you.
Be a
I'm
great
like,
trip.
Here's how I break it down.
Okay.
oh no.
You split Minnesota.
Okay, so that's 1-1.
You lose in New Orleans. You win the rest.
Okay.
I don't know. That's just like
that's Indiana and 2 with Houston, right?
Yeah, and the Spurs.
Yeah.
In their trip, they go ving, ving, ving.
Yeah,
ving.
it is kind of weird that they do the whole Minnesota, San Antonio, Indiana, back to Texas
That's
for
the
Houston.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ving. That's what that. Yeah. If you
They're
didn't
flying
get it.
though, which is good.
It's a long trip too. And I'm trying to think because on one hand you go, well, at least they don't have any back-to-backs on this road trip. That's cool, right?
Yeah.
No back-to-backs. It's just a long time to be away.
Yeah.
It's a long trip.
But if you think about the league, like this trip could have been, Boston, Philly,
Yeah.
Miami. This is no games are gimmies in the league, but there's some teams that have struggled this year that are on this trip.
And if you go 5-2, you come back 32-22.
Wow. In great shape.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic shape.
So I'm not trying to act like everything's smooth, but I'm just looking at how the Kings have performed against teams under 500. They've done pretty well. They've had some disappointing ones at home.
More of those have been at home,
which is weird, right?
Yeah.
Hornets, the Wizards, but I guess the Raptors. It's so weird. I look at the Raptors. I'm like, they don't look like an under 500 team.
Not the way they looked the other night.
No. So I think it's a great opportunity for the Kings. I really do.
Yes.
I think what?
You just don't like
shrug.
making predictions,
Shrug.
and that's fine. This is
Shrug
what you
away.
do. You're like, oh, we cannot.
It's not about
It's
a prediction.
dangerous.
No, ew, I'm not like that. I'm not saying it's dangerous to make the prediction.
What's happening?
I think Deuce's prediction, and he's not the only one. They're like, hey, 5-2. Otherwise, it's not a great road trip, right? Obviously, that's where we want to see them. But this team, the Sacramento Kings, have shown in some of these games that are either missing their star players or teams that they should quote unquote beat. Haven't performed to their highest abilities.
Yeah.
And I think if you're one of those good teams and you want to be identified as that good, solid team and you can feel confident about a 5-2 road trip, you got to beat those teams. And then I'm confidently saying like, oh yeah, like 5-2, you got to go on this road trip. But because they haven't done that, I'm even more like, I would be happy with 4-3 road trip. And my reasoning for that is like, I just think you have to factor in everything. Being on the road that long, it's not you're on the road for 7 days. You're on the road for a long time. And then we go, oh my God, that's what they get paid to do. Oh my God, but they get to stay in 4 seasons and be in the best planes. Oh, okay. Like you're still human at the end of the day, and traveling is still a weird thing when you're out of your everyday routine.
Yeah, to me, I feel like it always ends up being context. So if we predict beforehand, but we got to see how they play. I'm thinking about the 6-game trip where they had the great win early on in the trip where they had that 18-0 run on Cleveland.
Oh, that was so
But
fun.
then following that was the Philly loss where they never had a chance to win in New York. They were just bad. And it just all of a sudden felt sour. Then they beat Toronto with the come from behind and beat Detroit. They came home 3-3, and I think everybody felt great. And it's just because you need the totality, you need all of it, and you need to see how they play during it.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I'm not predicting 5-2. I just think 5-2 is a realistic measure. I mean, to me, it's you go 500 on the road, be above 500, and it's a 7-game trip. Go 4-3. It's a good opportunity.
I'm with it.
Last thing, who's in the Super Bowl? Who's making it?
I hate predictions.
Cody Rhodes.
I think I'm going with Bengals, Eagles.
What?
This guy.
Yeah, you're dropping that right before our show?
I'm sorry. I feel bad. I think the NFC Championship is going to be an awesome game. We'll talk about it. I do think it's going to be great. Has Brock?
Yes.
He has played
The answer is-
one road game. And don't tell me Vegas counts as a road game, because it doesn't. He played the one game in Seattle.
I mean, he's literally on the road.
There was 65,000 Niners fans at that game. They were at home.
They were mean to him.
Oh, just wait. I'm not saying it's impossible. I just think it's going to be a challenge.
That's
a
fair.
big challenge.
A very big
You're not
challenge.
going to give a prediction, are you?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Go
Wait, you know when I
Niners.
do my best predictions? I wait till the game's done.
Same here.
Usually I get it right.
You're so smart.
I don't know about that. All right, that's it for this portion of the show. But Deuce and Mo, they're next.
Sactown Sports goes 100% live and local.